Okay, I am here. Hello. Hold on, do I have water? I do. See if I can see a YouTube chat. I can. Lev, show me something, please, from AW. We can see the YouTube chat. Good. Looks like we're still going to be trapped in the basement. They've got Baby Bay dressed up like King, which is quite funny.
All the players I were playing used Prelude to Chaos last year, and I was down with it.
Okay. They're talking about some nonsense, probably because no one's interested in Furia versus Lev. But it's Furia versus Lev, and then it's Cloud9 versus MIBR, and this is a good game. This one, man, I don't want to root against Lev, but there will be a story if they lose. I want Lev to win just so Lev versus NRG will mean something. Yeah, that is true. If Lev lose... Well, you've got... Oh, no. If Lev lose... Did Furia play? No, they've already played NRG. So, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, maybe you're right. I haven't won a map yet. That's not ideal. They're also not very good. NRG or 2G right now? I would take NRG. But... yeah, it's rough.
This is Valorant.
SB Cosmic, thanks for the 23 months.
Net best player in VCT.
Don't think I quite agree with that, but that's fine. Don't worry. And Shitling, 16. Just got a gift from an anonymous gifter. Well, thank you, anonymous gifter. Don't know why Shitling 16 in particular did something to make your day, but here we go. Now, I don't know who's IGLing for this team. I don't know what's going on with this team. I don't know if this team has imploded. I don't know. I think I picked Lev. Did I? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. Who's top of our group? They're all good. Oh, Teddy off Twitch. Who's up there at the top? Joint top. You haven't got everything right, have you? VLR just crashed. Not ideal. There you are, Teddy off Twitch. You've got one wrong. That's pretty impressive. This game is going to be a glue fest. Maybe. It looks like we're on Ascent. I missed the map Vito. What maps are we on? We will also go back and watch Paper Rex map 2 as well, because I haven't seen that yet. But then I'm fully caught up on Pacific.
What do you think are the chances of C9 making Toronto?
Oh, there you go. Ascent Pearl Haven. It's 50-50. They either do or they don't. No, I'd say it's about... chances left make Toronto. Ooh. Let's see that group. Hold on. What's the chance of them winning that group? Because if they win the group, they have a better chance. So, I mean, they need to beat G2, which beating G2 and kind of tiebreakers. So they'd have to actually beat G2 probably here. And beat MIBR today. So let's say they don't win the group, but let's say that they're pretty locked in to finish second or third. Right? So let's say they finish second, third. They're then likely to play against one of probably Crew, Sen, or 100 Thieves. which they could win. Sen would probably be the worst for them, but otherwise they'd probably have a pretty decent chance of actually winning that game. And then they would just need to win the game after that, which won't be as easy. But still, I would put their chances at around like 30%. Is that too high? Maybe that's too high. 20%? I'm trying to think how, because like, let's say, right, so like G2. Let's say G2 have a 95% chance, right? And that might even be low. But let's say that G2 are almost guaranteed one spot. So you've got that 2 spots left for realistically Sen, Crew, MIBR, C9. Do we give anyone else really a realistic chance of making it? Maybe like 100 Thieves? And if you're still heavy Copium, I mean, yeah, you're all saying no. Not fucking 2G. So you're just saying there's 4 other teams. So you're saying it's 2 of 4 of these make it. I would say that they are, unfortunately, because of the group they're in, they're actually probably the least likely, unless they beat MIBR today. But otherwise, they're probably the least likely of those 4 teams. But that's still not a terrible chance, because I think it's pretty close. But because they're in the harder group,
and if you heard it,
it's less likely that they finish first.
Awareness by text to pop the thorns before the salvos up top mid.
Whereas Sen and Crew have the advantage of they're more likely to finish first. Okay, King's now playing way late.
As well is still up on ace, so these guys can't actually accelerate into the site. King might be able to find all 5 players.
Knife him, you coward.
My.
Knife him.
Oh no, he turned. Oh no! And he dies first.
But Tex on the site, getting a couple before succumbing to the pistols of Furia. But it's gotten competitive for what seemed like it was going to be a disaster.
They're still going to win the round. It's okay. It's okay. They're still going to win the round.
Oh, look at that spike.
I can't believe round 1 that just happened.
No chance for them to really play this.
Round 1.
50 seconds, but I think Lev could even still close the door.
I mean, it's okay. Furia dropped the spike.
Heat's gonna
in hell.
A calm cosplay and go
it's okay.
flank and spawn while Rafa causes some noise here, breaks down the door to pull some heads.
Truly,
Furia did also pick attack.
He knows.
He knows better.
This is my play. You can't take it from me.
Salvos break the door.
Or was this Lev's Mac pick, or is that wrong? I thought I saw it was Furia's Mac pick
connecting
before.
from Rafa, Heat up in heaven. 20 seconds left on the round. It was Calm who was watching heaven.
That's crazy.
Very well played. So Leviatán will get the pistol, barring those.
Here it's got Furia fixed up. No, I think it's just wrong at the top.
King.
I think this is just Lev.
It's so sad too because King.
Right. One thing I also want to check. How did the spike end up in hell? Did the Yoru have this? No.
Find all 5 players.
Knife him, you coward.
My.
Knife him.
Oh no, he turned. Oh no! And
so what? The Sova just goes.
But Tex on the site,
getting a couple. Okay. I thought the Yoru might have died with the spike.
You
Just
blame him for that one?
I would be
livid
if I saw my player pull out a knife right there. Either way, Lev had the read. It was still a good play. It was a minor misplay from King. Yeah. They still secure the round.
No, I think the struggles for both of these teams have been very well documented, right? Across really the entire year. And maybe now we've settled, at least on the side of Leviatán, who's going to be the correct IGL. Maybe we kind of get roles figured out, but I don't know, guys. Listening to some of the interviews, like the ones you mentioned earlier from Pedro Romero, shout out Pedro, like it seems like there's a whole lot going on in that camp.
Well, it's not a great look either. The Demon one whiffed the one way.
I saw that.
I was going to let that one go, man.
I couldn't.
We missed the one way. Okay, it's a good start.
You do the dropping one way. Yeah, no. I'm with you.
Not even dropping one way. You go hide in it with a shotgun. We'll never see it coming. Like, oh, you missed the one way. Easy clean up.
It's okay. It's okay. They can aim. They can aim.
Flawless round.
Flawless, and they had all guns. It's fine.
Bonus. Look at the buy going into the bonus. That's a really good bonus buy coming out of Lev.
Take a look at it. The eco frags one more time. Ender, you were talking about how some of the competition that Leviatán have faced makes it to where maybe their record is not as accurate as you might think.
Yeah.
Is there still hope that you're holding out for this squad?
No.
To me, I feel like Leviatán are kind of a middle-of-the-pack team. Like, I'm not a full-on doomer for the squad just yet. But the thing is, we haven't seen them play other teams around the middle. Like, I want to see them play, like, I don't know, like 100 Thieves, the Sentinels maybe. Like, Cloud9 was really the closest matchup we maybe would have seen, and that is rough.
Very risky. Tech swinging main right there as the
I mean,
Senti,
Cloud9 are a
losing that
definition
util
middle
very
of the
early.
pack team, or at least they were in most people's
Interesting. Here, Lev
expectations.
not filling in on that space. I thought King might try to post up with Marshall in B main, but
Okay, we've got Tech
opting to give
swinging
that
on
away
his
for
own
now.
in B main.
I like the call from Furia here. Cut noise, bleed the clock, and you can see right now the lack of a Senti. It's a 2-2 split for Lev across this giant map.
Yeah, mid's completely open. There was a wall there from the Vise, but that, of course, going to be offline now. Furia haven't really seized an opportunity to step into the space, and Demon's creeping up on the one-way. Wow.
and getting the kill onto Khalil. Nicely done.
Well, now that smoke's gone for Furia on the hit, this becomes a lot more complicated and maybe requires
Yeah, we do.
Rafa
I
to
mean,
find something top mid.
I've already consigned myself to
Lots of
just
pressure
like
on him.
turning my
He has
brain
found
off.
the
I've
weak
just
spot
consigned
in theory,
myself to completely
or he might be
switching
able to
my
cause him
brain
to
off,
hurt.
refusing
is
to
very powerful
no to
because you
anything
hear
that
all
happens
the
in this game
rotations.
because I don't
He
think
knows
there's going to
Lev is
be
timing. Now
anything
here's
good.
the heaven rotate.
I don't think there's going to
Probably
be
one
any
more
learning
advantage.
process here.
He's looking at it.
I think it's just all going to be
Might catch
No
time.
way.
that.
Calm with the timing.
Very well done.
And the thing is, he was calling his teammates into B. There's still
Yeah,
that player
yep.
there, Calm, a chance to reposition over into lane and just serious damage.
Getting like essentially 11
He is
months.
by himself, though. The rotations are starting to come through. I don't know that they'll arrive in time.
Hello
The delay is
Mr.
certainly gonna help with the
TMV,
missiles.
God recommended your 50k sub special today. In the video you said you would do a Q&A when you got 100k. Is it still a video you would like to do?
Oh, the idea there from Furia. That's rough. That is very rough.
Does the TriCast help?
Something
Honestly,
I'm
it
not a
might.
fan of, by the way, info
might.
levels, having the lurk activated first in most of these
Oh,
scenarios.
1000%, yeah.
I think lurks coming through spots like this need to be taking second, maybe even third contact.
How bored will the TriCast get?
And you could see why. Calm is just
That's a
sniffing
good
out
question,
everything,
actually. We
what's
should
going on
take
in mid right now,
over-unders,
and
like
there's no one
round
drawing his
15,
attention.
they start
And
talking
it's not
about
like
complete
Calm has to hold both
nonsense.
those lines because it's always possible the A player comes back to re-clear him once no
Right.
one's speeding up into the A site, right? So you do need those extra levels of distraction.
All right, boys, a quick taking stock of the situation. You've got King with the op
Be right back.
across the middle of the map. And a light buy for Furia.
Couple of rifles still. They held on. Two nice shot
Nice
from
shot.
Yeah, very nice.
I like the TP back an inch.
And Knife's going to get a fair amount of info. Demon 1's in a cheeky little
Okay,
spot.
Dolman 1, let's see it.
5-0 for the controller so far.
If you look at Prize's kit, he is the Sova there. There's nothing to clear out Demon 1 right
Yeah.
now. There's nothing.
Now-
He should feast.
But there's nothing, there's no cross with him. I mean, if he flashes, he's kind of by himself. I was, yeah.
The
I thought-
paranoia near sight.
I thought maybe somebody would help swing off of from main as well.
No,
Yeah,
he had
you
KO
might think
spotting
that,
the
Doug.
cross. He had
See,
paranoia
Doug's
in
thinking
hand,
about what a
and
good team
I
might
just-
do.
What a play from Prize.
Yeah, very well done.
Spike
Rossi's
down.
going to try to save this a little bit with King perched up in heaven. The op ringing true. Another round for Lev. And it seems like they're going to be able to save the op into the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well done.
This is a JDG
Yeah,
AG
nice
level
Leviatán.
game. Did anyone
Also, not
actually
really
watch that
showing
game?
Very active looks with the
I mean,
way
I-
up either,
I-
just that
Yeah.
deep hold into mid.
I
Now
wouldn't
King
even
maybe
dare.
wants to play a little bit more aggressive into the mains. 'Cause now
Some
what
of
we've
you
seen
actually watched that
Furia
game.
falter on a much slower round where they get punished going for the late rotate with some mid control, then try to run this quicker
Was that
split
horrible?
here, but with the lower guns, that not paying off either, and very hard to scale past that op.
I will say I like the pairing of Rossy.
No,
and
it's
Demon
not a
1 at
stinker
mid right
day.
now.
The next game is
He
very
really
good.
pushed back.
Cloud9 versus MIBR should be a.
That's an attack
I'm
smoke in
look
main.
very much looking forward to that game. This
With the
game,
orb likely going to the Yoru.
You would think.
I'm hoping is over
The
as
knife
quick.
out of Rossy as well, so the
Worst
skill
derby of my
potential on
city
Lev's A side,
fandom.
a lot weaker
Hashtag
than it would
pep
be,
out.
especially with Vise set
Oh
up
yeah,
over
we could
towards
talk
B.
about that as well. Jesus. I mean, this game can't be as bad as the
Good round of
Manchester Derby
pressure
was
here.
today.
What a read from Lev.
Holy fuck.
They've got to know mid is a bit weak because they saw so much put into A main early. Now they see the scouting on the B side. They're going to see that Heat's the guy to pick up the orbs. They know there were just 2 players over in B main. Now there's a chance for Ross to get that walkout onto Cat. At the same time, the reclear comes in B main. This is beautiful. Now they can shift back over into the A
nice
site. If
kill
Fury
by
don't
Rossy.
go immediately, they're going to be able to fight this.
Beautifully painted picture, Demon 1 on the site, getting the best of Havoc. And again, the delay utility becomes a problem. You've got the mollies, you've got the missiles, but Khalil slipped the net.
Okay, decent trade.
Able to take care of some of
Take
that
your time.
defensive fortification.
Play
And
the
now the
3v.
site is open. Prize with 10 HP, Khalil much healthier. But an attempt to try to keep this back when you're outnumbered and you're outgunned like that, it does not add up.
Okay.
The waylay comes out, gets that space. Oh, that's frustrating.
Big time. That was just a
Let's-
great
let's-
backer around from Lev, I think. Rossy, right? He's
Yes.
calling today. He's
Let's
the one
get this
that
over.
is counting the numbers of players across the map, getting this walkout into Cat. Not just the fact he
I
gets
don't even
the
know
kill,
if
but
United's defense was decent or City.
knowing that that
was
shift is
fucking
coming over
dreadful
into
on
A,
attack.
he's able to flood out.
I'll
get
tell
the
you right
kill,
now, City
and
were
then even just
fucking-
up
I
one
mean,
number,
their
let trade each
team
other out
makes no
very
fucking
nicely coming through
sense.
from heaven.
Like,
I really like.
I know who am
I
I to question Pep Guardiola, but genuinely, what
here? I think this comp
I have
suits
no
Lev a little
idea
better,
what
right?
would-
Rossy can micro.
what would convince you to play fucking an ancient Kevin
Just
De
watched
Bruyne?
Shohei Ohtani go 0-4 in person.
With
Hold up to
Foden
the
here.
great nation of Japan.
I don't know what that means. Okay, Marmouche is like okay, but having like Silva and Gundogan, having a fucking diamond midfield, having a diamond midfield whose average age is like 32, who can't fucking move
The overheat moment. The positioning. What
against a
blunder,
5-4-1
what a whiff.
that's just chilling. Huh? I don't know. The meat of the void. The meat of the void. Thanks for the tier 1.
Flash from the KO.
Could be a mess.
The waylay's coming.
Who's he City
Miles.
sign as the De Bruyne
Valorant.
replacement? Someone who can fucking
Heritage.
move.
What
The
is
kid,
that?
thanks for the 15 months.
Just got here. I thought I'd never see
okay.
the day this version of LEV have a round lead.
Someone playing tiles, it's
He
not
didn't even
there.
check
It
if he
is.
hit
Rafa
the
falls.
guy.
That was a bit punched.
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't fully invest like I thought they would. Havoc's in trouble. That stinger does so much damage, but it's not enough to get the kill. Now they're going to speed up out towards B. Demon 1 close by.
Nice shot.
Calm
Oh,
not too
Calm,
far
that
off.
looks
Now
like a
it's going to
fucking
buy a little bit of time, but it's
giga
Sexer by
late.
himself in a 1v2 with Op.
With the op is so tough. The stinger by his feet too. He's gonna try and find the pick first on
Oh
the
my
shot.
God.
Great work out of him.
Drops the shoulder, upgrades the weapon to something more formidable. In a 1v1, a tap of the spike, not fully committing onto it yet. His prize is trying to find his right window, but connects the shots onto Tex.
Okay, they win
It's
a thrifty. I mean, it was
round win
actually
for
a
Furia.
fair. I like that
That is
little
a
saturate
much-needed
lineup.
round
It would
win.
help if he actually
That
checked the
is
corner.
huge
He
from Furia,
did it
and
straight away, but
The proactivity, we were complimenting it. They might have bit off more than they could chew right there.
Yeah, I'm
Doing
trying-
it against
I'm trying
an
to figure out
eco,
what happened in main.
yeah.
I
maybe a
believe
terrible call off a
because
timeout.
King jumps over and didn't initially clear the player under him. He spent extra time whipping around to get this, then he gets swung. He needs to have 2 kills there minimum, because those players coming out of main, as soon as the waylay dies, every single Fury guy is turning to hard hold that B main.
Right.
That's a crazy lineup, though.
That is sweet.
Yeah,
The
that was
hinder,
nerdy.
the hinder onto tiles like that. It did feel like it was missing something.
Right back into the action we
yes,
go.
it did. I'd have to go back and check the other
Okay,
side
there
of
was
it.
just Havoc threw a fake
I might do
TP
in a
bottom
second.
mid right now. Rossy should have been in range to here. That's why King's rotating to play mid 3 at the moment. Lev might be thinking this is more of a B split look.
Look
because
at this
that teleport.
Yeah, look at the turtle setup right now. They're anticipating a B
Vice
hit,
ult.
potentially with a Vice ult, and they're just gonna chill back here.
Surely they've
They
got
are
like
fine.
shorties to play with backside.
Any smokes?
You guys
Any
say they're
fucking
fine.
smokes on B? Anything on B?
The TP through. Bolstering that a little bit.
Bit early on the flash from the Vice.
They're kind of
Any
stalling
smoke?
out here. I thought they'd be accelerating
Any
a little
smoke?
bit more. Maybe patience
Any
is
smoke?
what pays off.
Wow, just hard holding every angle. I mean, Prize gets 2 kills. Tex is still backside, but not for long.
You know what might have
This round's
helped?
just cooked.
Yeah, it didn't look like Lev was fully ready for some of those
Smoke.
fights, but great patience from Furia. They waited out the Vice
Smoke.
thorns. They dodged the flash. And they were just
Any,
super ready for all of
you know,
these
like
fights.
any
I mean,
smoke
none
to
of
help
the
us
LEV
move a
players
little
were
bit,
ready
have
for
something to play
Any of
around.
that. I think
Isolate
King was
angles,
expecting
maybe?
that CT smoke is going down before the
Holy
scale comes into the
shit.
site because of the thorns
Use your
delaying
fucking
out.
util,
King's thinking
man.
he can find a kill, but there were 3 players just hard holding this line against him.
Yeah. It's one of those rounds where it felt like the macro was there for Lev, but the micro was off, and Furia capitalized on it.
Yeah, even nice paranoia there. Double holding the backside swing. Good work.
The money's now weird for the next round too. You know, they've been investing that up. They can't afford to buy it here because of how costly it's been in the last couple of rounds, and now they're in this weird
they're
like
on eco.
Sheriff, Guardian, Light Armor
I mean, they have ults.
mess.
They do have some pretty heavy ultimates to work with, Lev. So not so dire, but this is going to be a big swing round depending on how many of these ults they want to commit in. If Lev lose this, the next one's looking dire.
That Annihilation coming online. Rafa yet to get on the board with a frag.
Dude, he just used that 2 rounds ago.
Yeah. No, I think the Cobb was comms.
Oh, that was comms.
Yeah, there's no way this cat's 0-6 and he's got 2 ults in half. Poor guy'd be getting farmed.
Oh, this is a reclear?
Does he have TP up? I don't know that King does. Dude, oh, you've spotted him.
Good gate crash out of here.
That doesn't seem like the Havoc way, does it? Overstays his welcome. Bites off
This
a bit
is a
more than he
clown
can chew.
show. This is a fucking
And
clown
he's
show.
trying to speed up and re-clear this. They're going to try to double down B.
I mean,
The
they
hits have
do
been
a
working these
re-clear
last couple of rounds. This time, though,
without
Rafa is gonna be
re-clearing
moving
anything.
Late into mid. Lev saw this a few rounds ago and he went top mid and got punished.
Then he shoots at
This
them.
time he needs his main players to activate
Mr.
before
Stephen
he goes
Bunting
for
versus
I was
Nathan
gonna say,
Aspinall
if you're left here, you're
European
much more
final.
willing to invest some of these
Feels
ults.
like
King is
I
gonna try
betrayed
to
my
get
Italian
away.
heritage.
Here he is.
Force it,
Perfect
B-main.
pitch timing on the market push.
Now,
Okay.
no, Tex and Rossy, all 3 of them have their ults if they need to invest them, but they're just going to frag their way through. It was a lighter buy, but you mentioned there was enough behind this for it to be a problem. Ender, you were right.
Yeah,
didn't know
I
you were
honestly,
this big
I'm
of a
bit
dance fan,
surprised
Nathan,
Rafa
too.
goes for the spawn walk there. If he plays into
gonna
B,
see you in
he's got
the
a pinch
fucking
and
alley
trade out
pally
his
next year.
teammate, then it's a one-on-one. Fury kind of chose to play for their individual fights and ended up getting punished for it because of the King just ratting out sort of on site there.
Feels
You know,
like
I
rank.
think that was one of the critiques that I had of Furia, especially towards the beginning of the year, that I'm not seeing having been fixed, is that
I
a
wouldn't
lot
say it
of
feels
times
like
when
ranked. I
watch
think
them
this
play,
feels like
they play as if
awful
though
pro
they're better
play.
shooters than they are, and they play for their own individual fights a lot, and it doesn't usually work out for them.
Oh,
Dark
speaking
bro.
of fights, they're ready to brawl B main.
This didn't work out last time, but second time's the charm, or so they say. Demon 1 dead.
Every round there's just some
Wonderful
terrible
opposition.
You know
mistakes.
it's bad when 2G
Could
player
have been
is
the
their
drone this
best
time,
fragger.
but he's been taking space off that pretty consistently.
Is there a follow-up behind it? He's going to try to hunt him down. Lighting up B main, but falling for it.
Oh my god, Calm's stuck on this side of the wall too. That is brutal.
What a mess. And now they can speed up behind this. Rossy's going to be here. He's got full bag of utility. Including the ult, but you can't imagine.
Okay,
he
this
uses it
round is
here.
like ranked. This
Tax
is
has to
a
find
ranked
value.
round. Like a
2 on
legit.
5. I almost think Lev should save. Nothing's given to them.
Yeah.
I don't think Khalil spotted him
Whoever
on that
wins
little
this
middle.
map, I don't
The
care who
money
wins
is
this
not
map.
good.
Whoever wins this map,
Oh.
I need you to
dear.
win map 2.
He-
I need you to
Going forward,
fucking
okay.
lock the
Yeah.
fuck in.
I thought he would have cut his losses
map
there, but a
2.
flawless round from Furia to get them to 3.
Sean, I want to ask you a question now. On the mud scale, how muddy is this match?
Like,
We are
it
covered.
starts off, right?
We
Oh
are
my god.
covered.
Oh
We
my
are
god.
lathered
Like,
up.
let's just think
Yes,
about this round.
indeed.
It starts off with
Oh,
Com
man.
giga baiting Demon 1. Demon
I'm
1
shocked
is
King just
swinging
went for a
out.
solo
Com
ult
was there
like
with
that. I
him,
mean, it
but
was a
Com
good ult.
retreats
He could have
out
capitalized,
Yeah.
but there was
as
nothing
Demon 1
helping him.
goes
I
in.
wonder if he
Nothing.
thought, 'cause
Then,
there was the drone
they
going
waylay
in, he
ult.
might have thought there
Again,
were more
Com
players
is
going behind.
MIA.
That was like-
Crunching. Yeah.
That's to try and
And
get
King
the
just
benefit
ends
of the
up
doubt, that's what I'm
over
trying to come up
pushing
with,
on his
but
own
It was very ambitious.
and dies.
Here's that smoke. Again, front A main. They disrespect the one-way very quickly.
America's
every
is
round there
actually
has
so
been
dog shit, bro. There's like
a
7
big
teams who have
mistake.
gone beyond glue. They drinking fucking
Like, if this was a
cement at this
driving
point.
test,
Too much of anything.
at least here in
but-
the
Well, I
UK,
think the passive
you get
control
minors and you
is
get
This is
majors.
Yeah,
Valorant.
knowing that Lev aren't going
Every
to be
round has a
long
major.
down, we saw a few times in those
Back
early
to
Nijibro, thanks for the
single
20
watch
months.
party.
Havoc sent the gate crash in, and I don't think anyone can capitalize on the TP if
Yeah.
he does take it.
Rossi's suppression came in, so Furia kind of called off that quick hit.
Oh, he does tag 1. So Com's drone from mid did just tag Heat, as you see on your screen, but Rafa was
Yeah, we're
posted
in
up behind
tar
the box.
Valorant.
That's all back B. Just a dry all
Are we
back B.
sticking that? Say what?
Against an eco.
What in the world are they doing?
Why?
This is so awkward now. I mean, it's into an eco. But the whole map, the whole round has been thrown
There's
into
a lurk
chaos.
mid, there's a lurk tree, there's still 2 players on B.
This is crazy.
Demon One's in a decent spot to make a play.
Ooh.
A little damaged out, but he had no health. He had a classic.
Lev have lost the whole
That
match.
should do it.
How are Furia lurking up 3 lanes right now while their Omen's sitting in backbone?
That was wild.
But I do think for as much as this round is going to likely convert for Furia, I'm tempted to say the only reason this works is because there were no guns on the side of Lev. If they try to do that in a rifle round,
Yeah.
I don't think that works.
The fact
feel
there
like
are
they're
multiple
showing us how we
teams
can make
worse
all
than
plays
Lev
in
is
ranked
insane.
games.
Yeah, I was
Go
gonna say,
In
Valorant.
a solo queue. This is kind of crazy. We're seeing like solo alt plays. I mean, that's just an individual player. The Omen, he reads that there's a high likelihood no one's back there because of the presence on A. It's very risky to stick that in that scenario. I mean, someone could literally be in the side.
I mean,
corner
I'm
and
like
then swing
literally
once you stick it.
like, I'm almost
Leviatán now gonna
speechless
be the ones.
for how bad some of this is. I dread to even think what the vibes are like on this team. Like, I dread to think. Like, I like. Hold on a second. Hold on. So right now, I'm reading this book, Educated, by Tara Westover. And it's about her growing up in a very, like, Mormon house. And her dad is fucking mental. And her brother is abusive. And she's, like, having to survive all these crazy shit. And it's like, oh my god, can you actually imagine, like, living through some of the shit that is in this book? And, like, it's some of the things that happen, like, literally, like, physically make you feel uncomfortable. Because it's like, how could this be real?
From a little bit further back. And he
That's
can
what
take
I
the
imagine
line,
left
get back to
scrims are like.
safety if he feels some of the
Ooh.
pressure.
I love King's line. Oh, he's actually aggressing.
But he crossed.
Let's
he
do a
know?
reading of that book
He
instead.
definitely knows it's possible.
He-
Oh,
Is it based on a real story? Yeah, it's her life. It's the author's life.
No, he can't get out of this. Oh, yep.
Oh, nice shot.
Very nicely done.
And, like, her dad is, like,
Snappy reaction.
he's one of those people who, like,
Oh, he's staying. Okay, I was about to say, staying in drone.
believes that, you know,
Accelerating a little bit with his ult. He's gonna get a ton of
in, like,
info.
the Illuminati
Realizing
and the
that B's a
deep
little
state,
bit
and,
softer,
like,
it's gonna be
they
before
can't
he
go to
can
the
fly.
hospital because
Probably
it's
so
run by the
fearless,
government,
man.
and,
They're
like,
just
you know, that
ran
kind
all
of
the way
person.
up into heaven even before the Yor ult came on in. Pretty good post plant setup for Furia already.
Yeah, Lev have a couple of key ults here though, and that's one of them. The null command from Rossy. Tex has his ult too.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive they're playing with the Vice ult on the
Like,
line.
they're homeschooled and all that.
Oh.
That shouldn't have happened.
It's not going too bad right now for Furia.
No.
I mean,
Slow
Furia might
numbers
win
advantage
this
for
map.
the
I mean,
defense,
as bad
though.
as
Now
it
the
started,
second
what was
ult
this,
pop.
5-0?
Havoc has to clear out a lot of space. He's gonna hit a late lurk all the way through spawn.
What a play.
I mean, that's actually quite a nice play by Havoc, to be fair.
Do they know? I don't think they hear any of it. No.
If these guys can
Time
wait
is the
long
issue,
enough.
though.
It's not really
The
planted for
spike's been
him.
going on for a little bit, and so maybe as everyone else crumbles around him, he's gonna show up, but it might be too little too late.
Oh,
Great awareness
Yeah.
from Lev.
Unlucky.
I respect that
Liam,
here to
thanks
have
for the
the
3
attack smoke.
months.
That was their smoke in hell. The problem is when you normally see that, the smoke should be like clouded out a little bit more. It didn't give them much room, and it gave all of the space to Lev to get the spamming.
So, I mean, yeah, this wasn't a bad play by
And you actually
Havoc,
see
but
G2
his
do that
teammates'
quite a
their
bit. Valiant
job
does
kind
that
of
at
changes
Cloud
if he's
Smoke
doing
a
that.
lot.
Because their
And I
job
like
then
the
should
idea
be
they're
to
trying to buy
delay them
time for
long
this
enough
flank,
here.
and
Right? They should be
Man,
trying to delay them in
time is
heaven so
expensive.
that
They
he
couldn't
can
afford it.
wrap
For sure.
around.
Even if that
And
smoke
kill
is
them
bloomed
in
out a
heaven.
little bit more, that actually
Right,
gives
like,
you
that's
the
their
walkout
job.
from rafters too,
Yes.
so you're not getting sniped
Not
off
let
that
them
angle
all drop down to the
immediately.
site.
Gotta deal with other
Because the
ones,
problem he's then facing is
little
they
bit easier.
might think he's just
Last
retreated
round
here
and
and
a
come
half,
back up
still in
this
the
way.
hands of King.
Right, which is very likely
Interesting
from
that
their
Furia
point of view
just
when
playing
they've done
out
this.
of range of any early knives or anything like this.
The annihilation play.
So they've got to
Hinder
try and
lineup?
keep them like
Is
in
that
a
what's going
normal
on?
spot.
Hinder annihilation
But
play?
it's
That would go
Furia.
insane.
They aren't thinking this deep.
Sean, you're such a nerd.
Thank you.
Bro.
Seal, thanks for the 10 months.
As lovingly as possible. The fact that you're thinking that far ahead is just, it's a treat to watch. We'll see if that is part of the plan, though, or what they try
Oh,
to
that's
do.
a nice
execute
little
around
tail.
this.
Those
Missile.
missiles and the waylay scouting up and back is so sick.
That was awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it's sick.
this
We
would cat's vote.
lost Omen
So now what,
Paranoia
they
on our
speed up
waylay
towards B?
dash for
Yeah, but you can't really with the double thorns.
Yeah.
Rock is in danger here.
not much.
Yeah, I don't know that
For
he's
smoke,
he's
I
a little
guess. We
behind
traded
the
a
back. He might
smoke
not get
for all that.
across. Oh, he's
Oh, he
tucking.
wants to lurk, Doug. This is all this guy does. Little
Okay, we
fake
give
A,
away
but the
our
missiles
position.
give up his position. There's no way he survives this.
Yeah, Demon 1's close by, and if for some reason that fails, Comet's
Okay,
a
nice,
little
we
bit
lose
further
our
back.
ult.
Rossy,
Round-
you gotta clear those angles.
Round 12,
Yeah,
love when our lurking fucking tail
for the sakes
loses
of that
ult.
happening, that's gonna hit all three.
Look at the annihilation in main, too. Forces the Vise out. Heat needs to get in front of this, find some kind of a pick.
Again, the timing is awkward. The spacing is uncomfortable, and Com getting the best
Bro,
of Heat
Doug
in this
is
situation.
like-
He probably shouldn't have.
Doug is like,
They're gonna try to walk into B main,
Doug I
and it
think
does
is, you know,
not
he's one of
pay off.
those
An 8-4 half
nice,
for
like he's a
Lev.
nice guy, right?
Oh,
He
that
doesn't
11
want to be
crossed into
mean.
that tail
This is
where,
like
you know,
Doug
it's
being
not
mean.
a great
You know what I
idea.
mean?
Salvo's
Like this
give
is
away the
him.
position.
Like he's
Yeah,
constantly
right
just
there.
saying like, "Oh, I
mean,
don't
pretty much
know about
that's
that."
what Jake does.
You know what I mean?
Have you seen someone do that before?
Oh, the spacing
waylay
is
Through
awkward.
the
You know,
screen
he's
like
trying to
that,
be
yeah.
nice, but it's
Up and
like,
back. I like that.
I think if the, I mean, if we can have a bunch of conversation.
The overheat
Oh,
moment.
yep.
The positioning.
That was a bad word. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. When we return, the second half of Ascent. We'll see you guys shortly.
did I get Nijiba with 20 months? I don't think I did. I might have had my headset off at that point. But thank you, Nijiba. And Billy's Bright Blue Bollock, thanks for the gift sub to Chungus Mungus the Fungus. At least it's a fun name. That's probably the most fun thing I've read today. Hi Fabio. How are you? In fact, let's see. How's Fabio doing on the VFL? As someone who is involved in making of the game. Holy shit. He's cooked. He's shit. Who's on your team? I mean, this face by Mitch, this is you. This is also a very funny picture to have as your thing. You've got Buzz Zeus. I mean, you got Buzz Zeus, Mr. Fallen Meteor. Oh, but have you been a Team Heretics believer this whole time? And Derek. Rough. What's the tiebreaker if a team has the same number of wins? Is it? I mean, I think the first tiebreaker is just straight head-to-head, I think. I don't know that for a fact, but I think the head-to-head, that would make sense. Unless it's a three-way tie. If it's a three-way tie and you end up all tied, I don't know what they'd do. How can DOS9 be sleeping yesterday? I don't think you have any leg to stand on to blame DOS9 for having one, like, you know, not amazing game. Bro, he costs 7. Hold on, let's get to the player stats. Total points. He's what? He's 5th.
Great knowing Ymir is
He's
better
joint
than this
5th
shit.
with Leap.
Hashtag go Valorant. Hashtag C9 lead save
double
us.
senti.
You can't be asking, like,
close.
everyone around him is like a
Top play,
top
B main.
cost player.
They're playing so far off A too.
I like the thematic flower on the ground. Like it's real almost for the flash.
That's a really good flash to swing off of.
Yeah, it is.
No smokes to block this one.
That's the nice thing about Vice. You mentioning it yesterday. But if that flash doesn't get a ton of value, he's going to get overwhelmed. I mean, Prize is close by.
Oh,
Dart
that's
just went
some
out. They fully committing
decent
on it. It's like
util
everyone's gonna keep
until,
them
I
back.
mean, it's a decent
Rossy
util
and King
back.
both screwed.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Well
Spike was on the wall.
Prize swinging out a cat as well. Tex finding this pick in mid gives Lev some options, but wait, the spike is boosted up there. What? What? Okay, he grabs it, he's fine, but like...
And then get out.
That's robbery. Quite literally, that's crazy. They get a kill out of that.
Tex in a great position right now, but at the same time, Prize out
Oh,
in
did
mid.
they go back?
Oh, that's questionable from
Did he hear the
Rafa.
Omen rotate
Numbers
spawn?
now in Lev's favor.
Lev should win from this
How about
position. I mean,
Prize and Khalil
Prize
just
is
walked
5 HP with a
completely
classic.
around Tex. Left this A site open.
they're gonna what?
The one benefit though is that
Missiles
I
and
don't
go?
believe Tex has heard much of anything. They haven't
No.
made any noise.
Wow,
on the
and
rotate,
Tex,
so even if you
he
do
has a
think A is
perfect
safe, you're not
timing here,
fully
pretty much.
convinced.
Exactly.
Smoke comes back online.
And so because of that, they can't contact out. They have to invest some of this utility.
Sees
Clear
no
it
one
out. They're
heaven.
not going to have it in the post plant, at least the missiles.
10 seconds left.
But they are going to land here. Khalil.
Okay, I mean, we've ended up in a normal round,
Rise
but
has
in a
his guard
strange
back up, but
way.
he's so weak, 5
Oh
HP.
god, time for Lev 13 Ian attack
Door's gonna buy
sides.
a little bit of
Skull
time.
emoji, skull emoji,
out.
skull
Sunak
emoji,
committing to the
skull
end, broken down,
emoji,
now falls,
skull
Price
emoji,
joins it.
skull emoji,
Khalil in a
skull
1v3.
emoji,
All
skull
three lit up.
emoji, skull
Zero
emoji, skull emoji, skull
Wow,
emoji,
around that
skull
Furia.
emoji.
Really should have taken, and one that gives Lev 9 and gets them super close to running away with this game.
I mean, that opening, right, between the flash combo with the thorns, that guy's full flash stuck in front of
I
the
mean,
wall.
Lev basically just...
No teammates to
honestly,
help
this
him
is
out.
a good strat for this game, Lev.
I think that right there
Honestly,
into main kinda
this should be your strat
Fury
every
out
fucking
of it.
time. Wait for them to make a mistake.
Always
And
good
just
checking
capitalize.
parties happening around the globe. Leviatán, we mentioned it. They haven't given their fans very many reasons to celebrate.
But
so
the
far
one
this
is
year.
balloons.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, you're right.
You can't get wins. You can at least have some balloons.
Well, it does seem like they're on the way. They're getting a map win here.
Would
Fury have a
EG
lot of
beat
things
these
to solve
teams?
and not a lot of time to
You know,
solve
the
it.
sad answer is I don't know.
Rossy grabbing mid control really quickly here.
I
Deep
think
mid
it would be
smoke.
close. I think is the right
A lot
answer.
of pressure in mid. You
But
can see how passive they are
I'm
in the
not gonna
extremities. I
say
like this look from Lev.
I feel like Rocky's
yes
just
or
been
no.
playing on his own this entire game in the mid space too. Now
I think
doing
I'd
the
pick
same
Lev
on the
over EG.
defense.
I probably would pick EG over Furia, but
Oh, nice shot.
Unbelievable shot.
Is that the spike? That was?
Well,
I
if you-
did not realize they
oh,
had
they
that
didn't
up
pick it
there.
up
I
either.
mean, you're gonna
He
need
left it.
4 more
Oh,
of
no.
those. 3. Oh dear.
Oh no, you
Hold
have
on,
to
now
go
there's
and
a
get that
push on
gun.
the
You
B main
simply
as well.
must go
Wall
and pick up
trigger
the
go,
gun.
And now Leviatán starting to equalize.
Put your missiles
It's the
down.
mud
You know where
again.
one is.
It's messy again.
Get that
Gotta
gun.
get the
You
spike.
have 2 rifles against 2
Past
sheriffs.
Havoc Sheriff.
That pixel angle.
Okay, you've now seen both of them.
Almost Getting a little
So if
bit
you
more
can-
damage done. 35
oh,
seconds
you
left.
push
They managed to get the
spawn?
spike
Dude,
down.
these
I was just gonna say,
there's
just
no way we're
run to
walking
a-
into the enemy spawn.
I'm taking your pick of the top 5 T2 NAR teams over either
This
of
is how
them.
everybody thought this round was going to end up.
Calm's having a great game. 1v1. This is his wheelhouse.
I think Heat has 32 HP.
Guys,
Yeah.
look at
I
the,
would
guys, look at the
hope so.
guns. The guns, come on.
But you know, honestly though, this is the conversation we had at the beginning of the round, and this is the spot that we're in. So
What's your highest win rate here? Is
conventional wisdom out the window.
it to go and get a gun first?
Heat waiting on the other side of the wall, gonna break it, flashing, swinging. Oh, yeah, and it wasn't even close, right?
Look at the X's on the minimap. That is Lev in an anti-eco, and the positions they're
That's
dying.
crazy.
What?
I mean, I like the idea that they had for mid control. I like the extremity holds. I did not realize.
Do
the
I still
spike
think
actually
EG could
gets
go on a
away
run?
from
No.
That's the
Did
real
I say that
problem, right?
before?
The spike goes down
I hope
here,
I
then
didn't.
It's a Marshall on its own trying
I
to
never
recover the
thought that.
spike
I was
and get
always an
away
EG
from
dower.
just people closing in from every angle. That's why it turns into the mess.
I was already an EG doubter going
Can it
into
bug?
the
Can it be
season.
Mayo?
And then
Well,
I saw them play Phoenix on Pearl. And then I was a mega doubter.
I feel like I would almost rather be covered in mud than in mayo.
Yeah,
like,
I would.
they've got mud baths. They
Oh
don't have
yeah,
mayo
definitely
baths,
rather
as
be
far as I
covered in
know.
mud than
I'm
mayo.
sure someone has tried it.
Mayo would
Somewhere.
stink.
Oh.
Right. Okay. Continuing along with that. Tech's expecting a little bit of aggression towards B, or making sure that's not the case. Meanwhile, kills traded A main. A lot of utilities still going to have to work through.
Yeah, re-hitting here is not going to be so easy, especially if they
No.
wait any longer.
This is glue. Honestly,
Not terrible
this might be
to lose
mayo.
The Yora to the KO right there. It's going to make the hit, like you said. It's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, sucks to not have the clone to at least pre-break this Vise wall, though.
Let's see how they use the waylay to get past all this util.
Something you haven't really had to do.
I can't turn the
yet.
game volume up.
Teleport primed on the waylay. Here
Yeah,
we go.
let them do the fucking work.
The thorns have already been procced.
Nice by King
nice
though.
entry.
Some
Yeah, well
aim.
done.
Got some aim in this
Even
game.
the
Let's
Dora
go.
Smoke got the fight on the rotate.
Planted.
I didn't see. I know he threw out the hinder. I didn't see where it landed.
I didn't either, yeah.
But I know we've seen Waylays try and toss it into smokes they dash towards.
I'm pretty sure he threw it over in the smoke.
Hopefully we catch it on the replay.
Yeah, League have taken the stage, is
3v2
why
here.
they're
Prize and
playing
Khalil will have a fighting
this little
chance at
box.
this.
Last player standing.
Well, they had a fighting
Oh,
chance
almost had an
at
ace.
it. It's now 1v3, quickly turned into 1v2. You still don't understand there's a player in hell. And again, safe and secure in the hands of Lev.
Yeah, and that's the bonus going Lev's way, and oh man, the hope is dwindling here.
Yeah, so tough that Furia picked this map, seeing the weaknesses, and yeah, the hinder was thrown in here. That's awesome. Never jump while hindered. You're done. So.
Guys, I have a confession. There's nothing more that I love.
I'm better than this guy.
Sure.
Oh, he was getting a smoke out.
Oh man, he is 17 and 6.
Hard to argue with that.
Yeah.
Sean, what do you love? Don't leave me hanging.
Yeah, where are
I
you gonna
love
confess?
To rub
fighting
it in,
support
where would
players for the
these teams
individual.
place in EMEA? Hashtag go Valorant.
Like the way he dove
Fury,
into
I
the
think,
smoke,
would be
the way
last
he
in
was
the EMEA.
diving into market on the B
And I think
hits.
Lev would
Especially
be
because on this map, you always have someone in like on an A hit playing
pretty
inside the
low.
tree smoke, trying to jump through when you hit it. Same thing for the market.
What the hell
smokes
was
on
that
the
name?
That's not gonna feel good. It's gonna flood him back.
Anonymous
into
gifted to
back side.
to Inhaler. Oh my god,
Rise at
no.
a
This
distance
is a
with the
horrible.
stinger. I mean, he's the only one who can make a
Horrible
play,
name.
and they're trying to rotate back.
Inhaler
up now,
of
but
underscore. What
they've
was
got
this
the
already
crosses covered.
taken without the underscore? Lady flatulence 8.
Yeah.
Something about the word
I'm
flatulence
really pleasantly
is somehow
surprised with
worse.
King's Waylay, right? Because he's just been on like permanent Yoru duty for Leviatán, just about.
Well, I mean, and I understand why.
I love how it's
Strong
the
agent
only
right now. It feels like
the
if
only
you
the only
aren't
thing that
moving
I
into
like
Yoru,
about the
some
name
strength
is
he
that
offers you
it's
behind
8,
But, like,
number
the fact that
1,
he's got
and
all the, you know,
it
hinder
has an
assets ready,
underscore
he's
as if
dashing,
the
finding
normal
tons of entries,
version
like,
of 8 was
he's
already
really
taken.
solid so far.
Yeah, that's the impressive part, is all of the plays he has,
Yeah.
right? It's not so much the on-the-fly playmaking. He's probably not at
Okay, 12-4. This is what I wanted from this game. Is America's the worst or second worst region? Right, okay. It's easy to say that when you're watching this game. But the next game should be good. America's, I think, is the most. There is the least middle of the pack, right? Pacific is full of middle of the pack, right? T1 are pretty good. DRX are pretty good. And then the rest of it is kind of, oh, well, Boom might be pretty good too. But the rest is kind of middle of the pack, right? Maybe other than Secret. But even Zeta aren't that bad.
Would you take 2 glue or gluier? Down
I would take
pointing
2
finger
glue.
emoji. Down pointing finger emoji.
Fucking hell, we're gonna
down
be here all
pointing
day.
finger emoji. Down pointing finger emoji. Down pointing finger emoji. Down pointing
EMEA
finger
has
emoji.
a
Down
pretty
pointing
big middle
finger
pack
emoji.
as well, I
Down
would say.
pointing finger emoji. Down.
But America's is like no middle. There's like one middling. There's 100 thieves. And like maybe NRG on their good days. And that's it. And everyone else is either good or bad.
Everything going their way. Furia now in a position to maybe strike back. You've got rifles, heavy armor on a couple.
I don't think Loud are that
Ooh,
mid.
Furia running a Yoru
think
play
Loud are
out of A main.
Slightly
And that's
below
actually
mid.
gonna put Lev in a tough spot because they're almost forced either
See,
way
but like
to
people
back
freak
into
out
one
about
space,
Paper
they
X,
have
but
numbers,
even Paper X,
or get in front of this Vise
like-
util somehow.
Did that hinder hit?
I don't think it
Anyone?
did. Oh.
Oh,
He went back into the middle.
And now we've ulted into backside. Leviatán are still making
Did you
this
see
work.
what he
They're
just
doubling,
did?
tripling
Did
down
you
on
see
it.
what he
It
just
might
did?
work out. You're absolutely right. A
Did you
3v3,
see
you've
what he
got the
just
Vice
did?
ult that throws things
Did
in
you
a
see
disarray,
what
but
he just
Justin
did?
Moment
He
advantage out
ulted
way
the
of
site
defense.
Spike
to
still
hit
made
no
it to
one.
site, though.
Somehow.
He then missed his dash,
Yeah, that's the last thing standing.
which is a dash that a
Mom's gonna have to 1v3
silver player
this.
could do with a
If he
Waylay.
can pull it off, he's gonna get his fights are all bunched up, not giving
And
him
then-
any room to breathe. He's got two, makes that all three.
Bro,
Red
end the
Bull
stream.
clutch for Lev
End
in
the
map
fucking
one. He
stream.
said it.
What is going on?
Damn, that boy was right.
What is going on this game, man?
That was just an insane
Holy
map
shit.
out of comp. Not
What
just that last
is
round,
going
the
on?
entire way through, this guy's been unreal.
The Ascent goat? He's back.
He's so back. On the last bullet, too. Clean.
What the fuck have I just watched? Right, I'm gonna play some Time Guesser to kind of like purify myself of whatever the fuck I just watched. Right. This is Thailand, no? The Thailand... Yes, it is. Now, where is that cave? I have no fucking clue. Where was the cave they were in? It could be anywhere, really, couldn't it? Where are there caves? There's caves where there's mountains. Where are there mountains? Up here. Could maybe be down here, though. Let's go here. I'm either going to be very right or very right. Here's a mountain. I'm just going to put it here. When was this? When was the cave rescue? Was it post-COVID? I think it was. Was it 2022? Was it post-COVID, the caves? Or was it just before? I think it's post. Fuck, it was 2018. Oh, it was way up in the north. At least I got it, though. Agli studenti differenzi. I'm going to say we're in Italy. Bibliothèque, library. We're in Florence. I think. That would make the most sense. Where's the library? I don't want the jazz club. Looking for your library. I'm just gonna put it somewhere here. Right. And you look what? World War II-ish? If I could read Italian, that would help. 15th of December. Fuck it. 1966. Bruh, what? The Flood of Arno. 1966? Why are they dressed like that? I've seen people say World War One. What are we doing here? First thought is Mecca. But I don't know when. Probably, I mean, we're in a pretty hilly place. Where was it? It was up here, wasn't it, before? Was it? I can't even fucking remember. I've had a Mecca one before. Is it this? I mean, there's hills in the background. Let's go here. When is a tougher question, because I don't... Is there gonna even be like an obvious as to when this is? I mean, they're not wearing masks or anything, so it's not COVID. Is there an obvious when to this? Let's go 2014. 2011, not bad. Oh, it's up here. Oh no, it's more this way. Not terrible guess though. Okay, we're in London. Don't know where Wedley or Huyton are though. Where is Weatherly? Could be here a while. Are you Garston? Or does that say something Castle Street? Liverpool? I mean, it says Liverpool. Are these places in Liverpool? They could be. Are they? What am I looking for? Hoyton and Weatherly. I mean, I've never heard of them. I've only been to Liverpool once. Hoyton with Roby. There it is. Ebbington. Okay. Let's say that we are here-ish. What year is this? The buses look fairly old. Like these signs look fairly old in them. Oh, fuck. The fuck was that? I mean, you're on something Castle Street. You actually could find the fucking road, I bet. Is that a street that comes off it though? Might be the only problem. Oh, fuck it, I can't be bothered. Yeah, fuck it. Put it where I did. It's fine. 19. What am I gonna say? Man, this is a tough one on the year. Let's just go 19. 77. 83. Not terrible. Ooh, where's this? Chinese? Oh. No, it's Korean. Where the fuck am I going? Where the fuck's Korea? Up here. We're in North Korea. Where are we in North Korea? I have no... It does make sense now that you see that. Because I was like, this looks very communist. But it didn't even occur to me for a second. Oh yeah, obviously. North Korea. Let's just fucking put it on one of the main roads, I guess. Although I mean, this fucking monument, you would assume is pretty, would be quite central, you would think. Maybe over this or something. Maybe here somewhere. Don't know. Let's just put it here. And say when the fuck was this? Looks at least fairly recent. 2018. 2014. The Pyongyang Marathon. Okay, 40,000 is a pretty good score, I'd say. I'd say that's a decent score. You looked at chat to know North Korea. No, Nick, no, I didn't. I looked at the guy's thing that said Pyongyang. You dummy. Right. I'm gonna go and make myself a fish finger sandwich. Whilst I do that, you, dear viewer, can treat yourself to some Paper X. Oh, they have a little recap video.
This space, follow us as we captivate.
No, it's got full of music. No, moon. Never mind. No. Nope, you little TikTok brains. You'll be forced to watch a whole game. VOD review. Right. You're going to watch the start of Fracture, which I've already seen. And you're going to make some notes. And when I come back, I want some good notes.
Global and
Paper X
RQ from memory running it like
and what
last
they did
times,
wrong.
But
in these
still really
rounds,
rare.
you
Comfort
see.
pick for Berserks. Though, boom, on this attack, already starting to clear out Arcade, getting up towards Tower, something dispatched of, first casualty.
And post of rotation's completely over. Still though, oh, this is two players now stuck inside of Tower, but quickly dealt with as Famous tries to slide his way through. Now Jing answering back from Canteen, but at the same time, NC Slasher with that classic finds the right clicks. DOS9 just finding frags as well. Boom to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, getting activated nice and early. DOS9 this time as well. Shiro for 1 and a bit of utility 2. You asked about Famous and Forsaken on this Neon. They had a bit of a smooch in the tower just then, but Forsaken wins that one. What I wanted to highlight though again is a lot of these different role changes that come back into Warzone, right? The buyback on the Vice, like that we saw on Ascent. I thought he was really proficient in how he was playing those shear walls. Timing on the Thorns as well. Patman, I'm going to be interested to see how his breach really looks here, because, you know, when you think of Patman, you do think most recently Flash in it, right? We saw his KO, his breach here is something that he's hopefully going to be quite proficient on.
Specifically breach, it is his, you know, most played agent in recent history, but still, that remains to be seen as Paper X tries to rotate their way over. Of course, though, Berserk's happy to lock down this entire lane with his Marshall online for the ace now. But something is still nowhere to be found. In fact, just hiding up around Canteen in a little corner behind the sky smoke, but...
Ace.
Oh.
Ace.
You see him just making a bit of noise.
He was seen.
Mini-map at least. Famous trying to give him the ace, and there it is! Berserks to collect on it.
Hey, round of applause. 2-0 up for Boom, an ace to come in there. Some great shots out of the Marshall for
away for the lockdown.
Berserks. What I want to also say though, we have had 2 extremely high kill performance maps from Famous, right? Map number 1, Pearl, dropped 27 kills. If you can remember back to Pearl. Map 2, Ascent, just then, 25, right? So he's over 50 kills. No one on his team is over 30 just yet for the series in 2 maps. So are we going to get a lot of more consistency from him, or is it time for someone else?
What did they do wrong?
Some Boom to step up. Conversely, over on Paper X's side, more kind of cohesive as a team, spreading the kills. But this is their bonus round, right? This is the one where Paper X have the better weaponry. This is the round that they should be winning.
Could even be both, but at least Paper X currently pushing out tree, spotted that everything is clear, now has to hold in towards B site. Jing as well as Patman able to anchor in towards Arcade though, pushing past the smoke. Jing with the stimmy. He's still going on a bit of a tear until he drops down. Forsaken to collect from Tower. Paper X able to find a lot of aggression of their own.
Yeah, and Famous caught out in the high gear, unfortunately, was still just running away from
Whoa,
Jing's
look at the big VCT hat.
condiments and baths and things like that, and so it only felt appropriate to
Dude, what are you doing with that?
challenge you guys with a bottle of mayo. And you know, I think I'm just gonna let it organically happen.
What do you mean challenge?
They'll figure it out. We have the second map up for grabs. Pearl, there was a lot of conversation around potentially changing the comps and kind of what that looks
Well, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Right, 20 minutes. Ding, 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 ding. 19 minutes past. 18 minutes past, really. To get my food. 18 minutes past. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. I would rather eat glue than American mayo. You know, I've had food poisoning once in my life. You know where it was? It was at the Hard Rock Cafe in New York. Yeah, we're on mirrors. We're on just the old Sencomp. That's kind of on you. What did I eat? I think it was some kind of chicken.
That's the spike!
Phenomenal arc. Or phenomena lark. Thanks for the prime. Did you know it's actually really hard to know why you got food poisoning because of the way digestion works? Well, okay, it was either... Well, it was on the second day I was in New York. And the only things I had eaten was, I think, a McDonald's
breakfast. Am I the only one who hates Fade on
and a
Pearl?
Hard Rock Cafe.
Surely Sova is just
So it was-
objectively better.
I'm 99% sure it was one of them.
So he instantly gets taken out. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. Looks like on this pistol round, Fury going to be setting up basically
Why would you go to
entirely
New York?
towards
There's
this
no
A
Valorant
side
there.
of the
True.
map. But Leviatán should be able to rotate players over here super quickly to contest if Fury try to push on through.
Are either of you feeling confident?
I really
about
like
Fury's
Fade on
chances?
Pearl in ranked.
No.
Speaking
I mean, yeah, if you know some lineups. I mean, I always think, like, if you know good lineups,
I'll take
I'm
the
like,
bet on Furia. What do you get?
I mean,
You'll
to
take
be
the bet
honest,
on
particularly
Furia?
Fade, because
Sean,
Fade
you're
is
a good
perhaps
man.
more rare.
Way to put the show ahead of everything else. The pistol
killed by
erupting
King.
towards
Oh,
A. The
he
spike
lives.
has not fully made it out of A main.
There you go,
Some
nice
of the
fade
defenses
hole.
here are
Nice
keeping
trade.
the line.
Okay,
There's
this
no
actually
way
was
for
an
them to
okay
flood through,
round.
and now
by
Raf
the
is locked in
way.
a 1v3.
Let's not
Calm,
shit
weak,
on them too
yes.
hard for this one. Good
He gets
trading,
his one.
playing together. So
No,
that was
no,
actually
you
too
can't
much.
take
Too
it
late.
back. Sean
That's
can't take
good.
it back, and
No.
you've already agreed to it. So now Doug can set whatever
Yeah.
rules he wants, and
Wait.
you've already agreed.
Yeah.
Production,
So
delete the VOD.
I think
It's already out there.
I think that
Yes.
if Furia wins,
Pizza oven.
Christy,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you were looking at the mayo. You know exactly where I'm going.
Thanks for the prime.
Well, I don't
You
know if it's
have
going
to-
on my head or...
Oh, no, because then makeup and then production gets mad and hair and all that stuff. That's a little too messy. You have to drink the mayonnaise.
Drink it. Wait, are you drinking or are you eating it?
And if,
Well, that's philosophical.
Yeah, that's
Bro,
that's
drinking
sure,
mayonnaise,
right?
I mean, just the thought is
Socrates
making
was
me sick.
busy with that one back in the day.
If you
Jesus,
drink
we're
mayonnaise in the
whipping
woods,
shots.
does
It's not
anyone
good.
hear it?
Oh god.
That's how the
We're
sound
whipping
goes.
shots.
Something like that.
I think someone hears you throwing up, that's for sure.
Game so bad they're doing punishments. Yeah.
Is this a? Do we agree to this? Is this?
How much are we talking?
And then if Lev wins, then Sean, you're the mayo drinker.
Yeah, if Lev wins, you have
What?
to drink mayo. That's so unfair.
Wait,
Are you willing? Do you believe in Furia that much?
did you just like tails I win, heads you
no.
lose me? I'm actually confused.
Here's the thing. I would not wish it on my worst enemy to drink mayo. That is appalling.
It is
Yeah.
horrible.
What I think you have to do like a mayo face wash.
That's almost worse.
I'd rather do the.
Do you
I
hear
think
me?
I'd rather do a mayo face wash than
Right?
I think
Drink
it's
mayo.
funnier.
It's for the content. It's for the content.
honestly.
Well, folks,
think I'd
you
rather.
heard it here first. If Furia win,
Oh,
Ender's drinking mayonnaise.
I'm not
If
drinking
Lev wins,
I think drinking mayo
Sean's
might make
drinking
me
mayonnaise.
sick.
We're gonna make sure we get that on
right.
broadcast.
Like
Lev up
just
2-0.
straight guzzling
Sean,
mayo.
not looking
I think I
good.
might actually be
That's
sick.
raining
I'd rather
for,
just put it on my
this
face.
one. It is Leviatán with a pretty solid buy for a third round.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean, that must be tough, huh?
My mental when I'm rooting for Furia to win this game is questionable.
I love how we actually have no horse in the race, but now you've just made me and Sean both biased, Doug.
I've got such a horse right. Yes! Nice opener, Havoc!
Dude, I can taste the mayo in the back of my throat already.
What?
Oh, man. I love my job. Heavy towards A, the spike making its
I
way
have
out.
not just heard that on a broadcast.
Yes,
I have not just heard that sentence on a
Yes, it
broadcast.
is. That flash. Very effective.
It's 2 free.
Khalil and Heat have a shot to get this thing back, though. The spike was planted.
2v2.
That's a big kill onto Demon 1. Gravity
Gravel.
well, yeah, pulling him off just a little bit.
Uh,
Minor pause and they're on the flash through the smoke. Snappy out from Heat.
Great kill. His blind is going to come back online now. 1v1 for Heat.
Spike has been taken for a little bit. Comet, so much to do here.
Oh,
I can't
good
believe he
old
faced
Heat.
him.
Playing
He
it,
gets the kill
playing
anyway.
it the only way he
And the
could have
round goes the way
possibly
of Furia.
realistically lost.
Okay.
Easy, easy.
Exactly as the round was supposed
Did you know
to
there's
go.
a
It was
mayo and tomato
bonus for
ketchup
Leviatán.
flavored
They're in
drink
a
in
fine
Japan? Okay,
position.
I definitely
Actually, think
would
about
be
the
sick
damage they
if you
just
made
did.
me
4
drink that.
guns out of the hands of Furia.
I would definitely be sick.
I feel like you're really caught up on this round, Sean, but really it's about the next
Why?
3 rounds.
Yes.
I do. I mean, there are some people.
He's just a player, by the way, this year. I've seen a lot of messages about Heat on the forums. You know, they're not liking the Senti role. I actually think this is a good change for Heat long term, and it's just the learning
people who
curve is a
like
little bit steep right now for him. Last year we saw him on Initiator.
No, the people who mix
owning,
mayo and
right?
ketchup.
Everyone wants to see him on that again.
I know you're out there. I
But
know
in this
there's
role,
probably
I feel
some
like,
of you in the
man, these
chat.
star players with
The people
crazy
who mix
mechanics,
it all up.
they can take over games.
I feel like agents like Vi sort of suit that too, giving you options on more aggressive fights. What? And Demon 1's still aggroing here? Pushing back to the line, calling in reinforcements with Rossy on the
Sir,
swing.
our lab
Totally
rats are ready
nice.
for deployment.
Beautiful.
TRX boss. Good job, Akesh. We need them to cover for our slump last night. Also, release the lab rats we used for Nongshin and Dumby. Lab rats. We love PRX. We love PRX.
I mean, that was a bit unfortunate.
Chad, actually crazy play from King.
He's gone for the
Mayo
outlaw,
chop
too,
is not
against 5 light
fantastic.
armor. Doesn't matter.
I
It's a
refuse
headshot
to
anyway.
agree.
Just shares for Furia.
Bro, do they know there's a whole
Gravity
B
well,
side
and
to
the
this?
salvo's on top to make sure no one's pushing towards A main early on.
No, you're so wrong.
Nothing found.
Yeah, Calm even's got the Prowler moving into Dart. Doesn't find anything on the initial hit. So there could be a walk-up here. Second Prowler spots it as Furia used the ultimate on the
Wait, pushes
eco.
him forward?
No,
And then just go into their death because we don't have a flash. Hello?
Wow, what a step forward right there. That was sick.
Yeah.
Where was the flash, though? They were missing one piece of util. They forced the fight forward, but it's like they weren't expecting it.
They're like a chip buddy who does
Are
it.
you talking about Furia?
Yeah.
Only missing
My
one
mum
piece of
loves
util.
ketchup and mayo together.
missing
She
5
also
guns,
puts
I
it in the
mean-
microwave
I
because she
know
doesn't
the
like cold
tail,
food.
though,
This is the reason she
Annihilation,
puts
Dugouts
ice
pushed
cream in the
fight forward.
microwave.
Honestly, they were
Anyone who
cooking with
puts ice
how
cream
they
in the
filtered
microwave
fight.
is very
And then a
clearly
flash out to
fucking
take the
lost
fight.
them.
Yeah.
And that makes the difference. Sure, sure.
The Vice Flash, a Yoru Flash, anything.
Good news for Furia this round. They've got the Yor ult looking for another A exec.
I don't think-
I'm going to try and
I
get
don't-
up into A main, but usually Havoc would pop this pretty early and flush that away. Decides not to, using the TP out as a matter of fact.
Who's next?
Okay, Dimensional Drift now clearing art.
What if it's
Something
too
like
hot
an
to
A
scoop?
split.
Just
Nothing
take
can
out the
ever
fucking
beat
crazy for like
KFC
10
gravy
minutes.
maze in terms of
Havoc's
crimes
gonna at
against
least get some
humanity.
info on art.
Ketchup and
Oh,
mayo are both
I
grim
was
regardless,
surprised
Toby.
to
Gravy nays? I didn't even
No
know that
flash,
existed, to
only
be
using
honest.
half the duration,
I mean,
so it
that
doesn't
is
even
so-
scout
I
the
didn't
site.
even
This
know that
round
was
is
a thing.
miserable for Furia. I don't think they can get out onto the A site unless they just start hard facing and winning fights.
That is the only way they've really found success, and they've gotten a couple.
It's a very good Vice ult.
Demon 1 feeling a lot of the pressure, being triple faced.
Player standing.
Combo
Okay,
arriving
Tex.
right on time. Now Texas left in 1v2.
You are divided.
Heat's weak. The Cosmic
Interesting
Divide will
Astro.
set them apart.
Tex has his flash.
He has no idea what's happening on the other side. Here's one drop in dugout. His timing might work out. If he swings this,
Planted.
patience though. Not
He
fully,
tried the knife.
yeah, not fully committing onto it. And now as the wall goes down, you see the rotations from the
he
members
fully
of
waits.
Furia.
Okay, he's missed his timing. I mean, he played this
As
a
they
bit
try
too
to
safe, I think.
reposition, he's gotten it
They
down
troll.
to a 1v1, hasn't he? Heat is weak. Tex, worse for wear.
He never recalls his flash.
Spike ticking away.
Oh, what a shot from Heat.
That was three on the round for him? That's a big round.
Another clutch?
Honestly, just so impressive they got into the site, because once you lose the Yoru, no flashes to actually bust out if you're, oh, it was a spam kill that started it, then trading off the op shot. And a couple of good shots scaling, trading at your teammates.
I think he just played that a little too safe in a 1v2.
Yeah, I like how he's stepping on and just
Fully waiting for the
challenging
wall to
these
go down
one-on-ones.
while
He's
he's on
not
the other
playing
side
the
of it.
spike, he's not playing
I
time.
think if he heard the guy drop,
very
that was
confident
his
in
time, right?
one-on-ones.
If he's heard the guy drop here,
4 ults online for
that's your
Lev.
time to go through,
Vi
because
is
you know there's
here.
only one guy. You'll have to just take a
Still
1v1, and then
pretty
if you
strong
kill
for
him, you
Lev.
know where the second guy is.
Tex isn't too far off of his ult either.
It's very important Fury string this together. If you look, their econ will be shattered if they lose this.
Furia also kind of need a quicker round. If they dilly-dally for too long, you're going to see them get stalled out by the tail, the fatal, Yoru, all of these things later into the round. So very instantly dealing with the Vizutal on B is a good option. They can move back into that later on if they want. The problem is King's pushed up in B main with the op.
And they felt safe rotating back towards B off of some of that noise because they had A main control. He doesn't have a TP to get out, but the guy's not missing much. Might not need it.
And that Teo drone typically would be clearing out this A main. So now the Fade has to stay, use Prowlers. Here they are. And I don't know if these Prowlers are going to force King off, but Heat again!
Oh my god.
Oh,
like
that should have been a kill right
Yes,
there.
it should have. You're absolutely right.
He dodged all the Fade util, but couldn't hit the shot.
A little speed up onto A off the ult.
What? And he paid the price.
Traded back though. 8 and 4 for him. 3v3 on the round. His Havoc
Nice
skills
by
up.
Havoc,
Gets 2. Almost gets the last. Again, Tex in a 1vx. And again, these post plants are so much harder. It's not just the 1v2. It's the spike ticking away. You have to solve for that as well. But he may have been up a little bit too far.
Whoa!
Up too far there.
I'm telling you, they're challenging in these ones. They're challenging hard in these late rounds.
How annoyed are you if you're Tex, by the way? Because you keep winning the fight, and then you're expecting like, oh, the other guy's gonna try and play time, right? But he's just getting hard swung.
I mean, that's a high percentage play, right? Is to play time. They're just playing it at a different pace. They're playing it at a different speed.
What a shot. Tex completely unaware of someone taking that fight. Like, I mean, yeah, it's catching them off, and you can see the frustration coming out.
I mean, they have ults
That
here,
money
Lev.
finally broken from Lev. Still holding on to 4 ultimates from that last round. Tex the only one that popped his.
Unfortunate for him, too. He didn't even finish the voice line.
We're up in trouble.
HP.
Good night, is he
Okay,
ever?
fair enough.
He's been falling a lot
Should be
in these
round
last
over.
couple rounds early.
With all these ults, this should be pretty impossible to lose.
And with Heat going down too, you have to
Like
wonder
full
where
retake,
are the kills
both
going to come
sides
from
if you
now.
want.
Lurks activate on both sides.
Yeah, it's like a desperation station for Furia. Just start walking places, see if you can find anything.
I don't think of that drone spotted prize.
Blocking vision.
And he gives up his spot anyway with the Prowler, grabbing the orb.
Trying to open things up for this Astra on the B side. He's making as much presence as possible.
I like how Lev have played it too, though. Like, they've given up B-side almost entirely, playing heavy numbers back in their spawn, just going to react off of audio of the spike going down eventually, and play to trade each other out if the Lurk does eventually make it to their spawn.
Which has to be their win con right now, because yes, they're up in numbers, but they don't have the guns.
Flash just got the ping on B, and the player lurked.
Lev are very confused now. They know only 2 could possibly be on A. That flash connected on a B player, so they're going to speed up.
That's one.
Does he have any way out? He has TP. Yeah, he's going to get out. They drew that ult out too.
2 ults gone, now 3 ults gone for Lev.
So far, not a bad setup for Furia at all.
You watch this game.
But that wall is going to pose serious problems.
Prize is just going to
They're
push
not
his
gonna
way
lose a
forward.
5v3 with 3 ults.
The timing on this for Khalil is going to be key too. His Demon Run has already gotten into half. He's going to stick the whole way. There's nothing to stop him on the other side. He sticks
Don't even
it.
fucking bother.
Oh dear.
Whatever happens, Sakin.
Mayo in the wound.
Mayo and dude, that's got a sting.
It does. Mayo in the wound does sting, actually.
Oh no. I do love, like, Leviatán. I mean, they find these 2 openers, some tough shots not quite connecting, but then putting every ult they had into securing this, holding right flush against the wall. So I think, not Rossy, was that Roth on the other side, was trying to swing through the wall, but he's running his shoulder into the guy, so he can't actually get the guy off the plant.
Ooh. Lev needed that though. Using
they did.
Quad ults that round. If they
Yes, if they would have lost that, it would have been fucking tragic. And they almost did. And they all died. And these teams are dog shit. I'm not making a video about Furia. I'm not making a video about Furia. It's just punching down. It's bullying. Like, it's not like the BBL one where, like, BBL have actually shown to be okay. You know, they can actually do something. They could do something. Furia, no one believes in Furia. Do you? Brazilian fans don't like Furia, do they? Because they think they just keep playing the same rejects over and over again, no?
This time I think we're going to get a reverse clear of mid. He's going to go through street with the
look
Oral
better?
back around to Art.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
2G, but 2G look like they have a semblance of a plan.
Last time he didn't quite do that.
You know what I
He's
mean?
actually
They
taking
play
the
with
opening
like.
Oh my, maybe he's just going to kill everyone.
Okay, you could say like for
and
Furia.
he's
Okay, they lost
He's
MW.
already used both
You
of
know,
his teleports,
he was an
all
important
of
player
his
for them.
utility.
Whatever, right? Sure, cool.
A TP back too. But he's gone scouting.
Well, that's one guy. That's the Vice util.
That's not a ton of info found. He clears one of the Vice.
He's in the same place as last time.
Yeah.
Except this time waiting for his teammates.
I don't know that he gained a ton more. They've got the utility to double down on this. Oh, but Tech's backside.
But they don't use it.
Almost single-handedly stuffing this push. 3 on the round for the Sentinel. Make that 4.
Learn fucking basic trick, mate.
Still back in
You can't circle a square like that.
I just don't see the vision trying to find a backside there without any flashes.
I don't either, but you let the dog off the leash here, surely. Yeah, you see Rossy baiting for him. 6 bullets left, looking for the last. Position now found on the swing. Heat's there, 3 for him.
Oh, this may be a bit silly. 1 on 2.
Maybe a little too silly. He can isolate these into 1s, but Team in 1 stops him. Lev get to 6. Oh.
Imagine they actually could have lost that round. There was time
I actually
left.
think that, you know,
we're fucking
the
hunting
fight back
aces.
site was probably initiated by the Teo drone tagging.
Yeah, I think so, because there was a dog back there too. There was a fade dog.
Like they could have lost that round. He had time to rotate to B if he wanted.
That haunt is wild.
Yeah.
The haunt's crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's the timing of the swings coming back as well.
He's not there.
The multilingual Rossy. He's a polyglot, actually.
The Verno cosplay. A haunt towards B long this time. Furia.
Furia discover the B exists DLC moment.
Does King clear this corner?
This is tight, man.
You've unlocked a new region.
Turn around.
Poor Rossy.
Yeah, poor guy, bro.
Just sold out.
I mean, every round there's just something fucking dumb going on. Why is that always something
It's so easy
dumb?
to IGL when you're dead, you know? You don't have to focus on...
And so what, off of this, they speed up towards B. Is the B orb still up?
I'm gonna... No.
But Heat has his ult, and he's been insane for them so far.
Well, I mean, Fury are going to try this 2-2B split, but you look at King's angle back in connector. I don't love their odds.
Ooh, peeked before the Vice on the run out.
King's got to hold the line here, waiting for the second. And he's right.
Fakes the clone to run down street. Does Rafa bite?
He's been so aggro in his swings, he's been so aggro in his fights, and he's just going to waltz into his death if he pushes through double doors.
Rafa's a little hungry. He wants it.
Oh, no! He's so aware.
He knows that guy must be there. Oh, that's annoying.
Patience pays off.
Annihilation online.
Finally, he's getting it up.
He has tail,
it's going to have to be that.
He's got ulti. He's got the missiles.
Wait, but if he gets pushed now, he's not going to get a shot at it. Tex knows where he's coming from. He's going to try to hunt him down. He gets the kill. He gets both.
Right, I'm going to go and fucking...
The kill onto Tex, and then the missiles onto Demon 1. The Red Bull
I'm going to go and
for
fucking
Furia.
make
Dude,
my food.
Rafa, I mean, he needed that. Been having a tough game, but to get the 2 kills there, get the clutch, even with his position revealed,
I'm
right? Like,
genuinely
he throws the missiles
lost.
from over in the corner and still wins the 1v1.
Oh, the greed for the half.
It's because there's still the Armageddon, and he thinks he probably thinks he has time to get out. I don't know.
I have seen enough. Wake me up for C9.
Look at the coach, man.
Yeah.
Look at the
Which
coach.
stage
Okay,
he's in?
I'm gonna leave you with this. I'm gonna go and make just quickly make a sandwich. Okay, I'll be back. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Wishing you the best.
That might be you here in a little bit, Ender. I wouldn't.
Hey.
I wouldn't go too
They're
far
up
into
by
that.
2. It's fine.
I hate this jinx you just laid out. I don't like that at all.
No,
actually.
No, I love
trust.
it actually.
Trust.
Keep it coming.
As a harbinger
You
of
know-
chaos, I cannot curse.
You know, the thing is, I know for a fact King doesn't kill 3 with his Guardian this round. I know for a fact.
Is that where we are?
That's insane.
He just can't do it.
That's insane work
He
from you.
doesn't have it in him.
Oh no.
I mean, calm Sheriff.
There's no way the Shern gets any scans.
Wow, you're so smart, Sean. This guy's just a knower.
There's a lot of mid presence here from Furia. And B is really soft here.
Yeah. The thing is, Fury would always clear calm out along.
Always.
There's no way this guy goes uncleared.
777 on comm. He's so lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't clear it.
Oh no.
Yes.
They invest in the ult back site. Invest in the ult back site. They're gonna push out ahead of the smoke. Calm's gonna get this, isn't he? They do clear him out. Havoc snuffs out the trap. Fury in a really nice spot here to get to 5. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Yeah, I might have.
Wait.
Heat's weak. A 3v2. A flash on the other side of the smoke. 6 HP.
What a play from Tex. He just ran and killed Planner.
Keeping things competitive. Couple of missiles will buy a little bit of time. The spike tapped, but not being stuck yet. Delay, delay, delay on the swing. King not connecting. Rossy's gonna have to figure it out on his own. He's getting it down to 1v1. He's gonna get them both. Rossy with 4 in the defuse for Lev.
So I was right, it wasn't King's Guardian.
Yeah, you were
Getting
right.
3, it was Rossy with a Vandal getting 4.
Wow.
He was playing a game of escalation there. Started with the Stinger, upgraded to a Guardian, then a Vandal.
That's crazy. They left their teammate who planned to die in the site like that, and the whole round just got so chaotic right there for Furia. You can see they had no more stall for the plant, so they have to double challenge.
Rafa! God, bro. What are they doing, bro?
And so, you know, we talked so much about how they like to swing into the 1v1s and just to aggro take those fights. That's the 3rd time they're in a post plant where they should be waiting for a tap or something. They take the fight anyway. It finally bites them.
This is going to be a quick round, though, from Furia. That Yoral, the 3rd one this half, quick to find the wall, but the team isn't really scaling behind it.
Yeah, no clone for the wall either.
Yeah, that's what I'm most surprised about. What's the idea here?
I'm going to be honest, I have not loved the Yoral this half.
No, I think that sentiment is shared by everyone except Havoc, probably.
Is he gonna stick this plant? This mad lad.
How does he get away
done
with
it.
that?
Meanwhile, where's
And
Heat?
he's pushing?
Look at Heat. He's still across the other side of the map. They're gonna play. It is planted for long. Heat's timing. He's gonna hear him. Oh, don't make any noise. True. Oh, he gets a kill on the King. Meanwhile, rest of the fight happening on B main. They've got to understand some of the pressure's coming from, but can you even calm that in the midst of all this chaos? He's gonna show up late with an op in a 1v3.
And walled off.
Brother.
Oh, that's brutal. It's over.
Yeah, he's just gonna stick the
Yeah.
defuse. There's nothing they can really do here.
Oh, wonderful.
We can take that off in the next
Heat
half,
is
no?
saving in round.
No, denied it, unfortunately. That is just exactly...
I come back and he's saving in round 12. Oh dear, that's funny. God, Americas. Holy glue. You missed worse? Oh, you want me to watch round 11?
Down to 1v1.
Rossy
Spot
4K.
here.
Oh. Yes.
They invest in the ult back site. Invest in the ult back site. They're going to push out ahead of the smoke. Comp's going to get this, isn't he? They do clear him out. Havoc snuffs out the trap. Furia in a really nice spot here to get to 5. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Yeah, I might have.
Wait.
Heat's weak. A 3v2. A flash on the other side of the smoke. 6 HP.
What a play from Tex. He just ran and killed the planner.
Keeping things competitive. A couple of missiles will buy a little bit of time. The spike tapped, but not being stuck yet. Delay, delay, delay on the swing. King not connecting. Rossy's gonna have to figure it out on his own. He's getting it down to 1v1. He's gonna get them both.
Watch the start of round 12.
Bro.
To the one
That Yoru.
thing, they take the fight anyway. It finally bites them.
This is going to be a quick round, though, from Furia. That Yoru, the third one this half, quick to find the wall, but the team isn't really scaling behind it.
Yeah, no clone for the wall either.
Yeah, that's what I'm most surprised about. What's the idea here?
I'm going to be honest, I have not loved the Yoru this half.
No, I think that sentiment is shared by everyone except Havoc, probably.
Is he gonna stick this plant? This mad lad.
How does he get away?
He's done
with
it.
God, that's criminal. It's criminal. What? Oh, it's so funny. A Yoru ult. A Yoru ult. The TP all the way back. For one guy to run through the wall on his own.
Savon, that's for sure.
Someone should put
There's
that round
no way
to
Furia win this pistol.
Be Sliggy tier.
Someone should put that round to
And what do they have? They have a frenzy for prize.
to the
Yeah, that's a
to
normal
like the
pistol
Keck guy.
I mean,
You know,
I'm
like
just looking
the
Kinda
video of
what's
him
available.
like going through the story.
Just looking at what's available.
You could
They
do
got a
that
couple
game
of
to
those
this.
Share for Havoc.
Salvos are late.
Yeah, they are.
But look at the rotate. 4 here for Furia.
I mean, almost all of them are here.
It's a fast blood.
Rafa's already dead. Continuing to swing into his death.
Come on, Lev. End this game,
pistol
please.
is not going the way of Furia at all. As I say that,
Quiet
though, they're able to
down,
get a couple of
quiet
kills. Havoc left in a 1v3. The smoke goes down. The kill goes through. Lev, get another.
Okay.
And Furia, again, it's the same situation, actually. An 8-4 half into a lost pistol.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's just... these deficits are so hard to come back from in this game.
Yeah, that ended up turning into a lost round 14, lost anti-bonus as well in the following.
It really went off the rails when that took place, you're right.
This is like a full save from Furia, though. They spent 200 credits on some buys util. They're making sure they have heavy armor going to the next. They don't get outlaw abused.
They're guessing the right site.
Okay. The game is gonna end.
Push towards
Never gonna
from
win.
Art.
And we can forget
Furia
this
just
ever
played the
happened.
Cringe 1-2 angle in Art with Price's face in the wall to swing off of the contact of the Yoru.
But this might be the worst game I've seen in a while.
My question is, how much do Lev know of what's on the other side of this? 2-spotted.
Like in terms of like
That's a
both
really good
teams.
assault drone.
Yeah, it is, but they spam on the other side of it and Havoc gets a kill.
On the
Juggle
fade,
those
too.
out there, yep. Get them gone.
On the fade, when Rossy has no util, the missiles will come back online, but the
Yeah.
fade is very important in this comp.
Not having the haunt to clear like backside, for example. Get the spam going down. The prowlers, if you ever want to run some kind of a split play too. Although, luckily for Leviatán, they've just decided to re-hit heavy through Art, and Furia have vacated the site.
They're starting to put the smoke, or the stars, excuse me, down towards A. Utility dumped, and the site should be theirs for the taking. I mean, maybe Rafa takes an aggro fight. He's never really been known to do that. That's delay.
All he's been doing is fighting this series.
That was the joke, Ender. It was a funny.
Yeah, I mean when I lie on the internet for money.
Salvos do a bit of damage to King.
Yeah, it did some.
How do
I
they
don't know
fuck
how
this
they
one up?
crack their way through this. They don't really have
they
the
don't.
utility.
Let's go.
They've got the cross. They have Art. controlled. Leviatán do and main. Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. I mean, either you have to have utility that's going to dissuade the flood out from Ard and main, or you just take the fight to them. And I don't know that they really have either right now.
Yeah, this round's definitely over. Yeah. Rafa just looks to die to the spike here. No more orbs.
Barely too.
Okay, let's see what Lev bring into this bonus.
Lev have been going for some pretty heavy bonus rounds. Maybe not like Vandals and stuff necessarily, but they're almost always getting like
honestly
an Outlaw, a few
let's go
Guardians into the
13-4.
mix. Now they actually are buying up on a couple of players.
Let's go.
Ooh, 1,000 kills on Tex.
Yo! Do you know why he's not the IGL for the team and it's Rossy?
There's no way the guy just hit a career milestone and you're about to make a joke.
Rossy calls. Well,
there's no way, bro.
Well, Tex doesn't like to call. He likes to text.
Oh no, dude. There's.
Do you want a prize for that?
Brother, you might have just.
I'm heated.
Yo, that's heat, man.
All right, the both of you just earned the mail. I don't know that I care about the rest of us.
Yo, Sean's the king of dad jokes. Don't get him mistaken.
Oh my goodness.
You're a demon.
I'm one.
Okay.
Minus
There's just
2.
havoc out here.
Right, the bonus round for Lev.
Wow.
Havoc 1 is +2 though.
Look, I'm just trying to bring some levity, man.
Minus 2.
Some levity.
Khalil shot a winner from here.
Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, get Rafa. Go on. Rafa your way through that. Right.
One down.
No.
Super.
There's no coming back from this. I mean, Lev, they're winning the bonus, man. It's cooked.
Given the try casting for these kind of games, but surely it won't be like this for important ones.
At this point.
Yeah. They got lucky that these games were dog shit.
Furia saving their 3 guns.
Tricasting works well when the games are
I've never seen
shit.
him like this. This guy's so serious.
And you can just turn it into a podcast.
You'd be lucky you can crack a
and just joke
smile.
around.
Watching like penguins slide down, you know, a ski slope. No.
Leviatán will get to 11. Fury will carry 3 rifles into the next round. The bonus was a disaster.
The whole game was a disaster, though.
Yeah, I don't really want to show my face after this one. Oh, good, we've got a timeout.
Oh, okay. Right. So.
Yeah, get us back on track, Doug. Come on.
So as Furious biggest fan, Sean.
Yes.
How do they get back into this?
Holy.
Set the scene for me.
I mean, they haven't really had a true chance at a gun round. This round, they gave that first split up on a jiggle peak. We haven't really seen what they even have to offer on this defensive half, which is honestly part of the problem we've seen is even when they look good, they overextend. Think back to the Ascent defense pistol, right?
What would happen if a caster just
I think they
outright
need to
said,
play
this team's
way
shit?
closer together. They're making way too many individual plays.
It's just sideshow.
Havoc on the Yor ults, coming out all by himself, not clearing all the angles, not cloning the walls. There's a lot of these little minor details that they're missing. So it's hard to pinpoint one specific thing right now for Furia, if I'm being honest. They're not getting a lot of ult value, and truthfully, a lot of
sacked for just calling a team shit.
Grinds, like really grinded out rounds where they're winning clutches. So
on your way out, you just say the truth hurts.
What you're telling me is there's no hope.
I mean, yeah, Pansy and Steel essentially called team shit.
After the initial B take,
even if they weren't.
If they fight it early, they're going to
last year in EMEA,
haunt in that corner.
They just called team shit.
Missiles. So they have to
even when they were good
and then aggress. If they play back, it doesn't seem like they have the rotational reads right now to play back.
But if they go for that aggress, I want to see them fight together. Because too often I think it's like one guy stepping back into the space or re-clearing, and maybe it's a 1-for-1, but it's only ever going to be that at best. That is some utility.
Yeah, Brent did say to uninstall the game.
Great damage on the Rossy though.
Although you put it as deinstall, which is, it like took my brain a second to like process deinstall.
You were looking for some of that regress. in fighting for the neutral space, and that's not the case this round.
Brentold
Heating
NRG
up
done
some of their
install.
fighting tools too. Havoc threw out a flash, only has the one more to go for the fight. Fade Prowler into A main sees nothing, but it didn't scout too much of anything. So here that A main re-step up comes, but might come a little bit too late to get the rotates into the B side.
An Indian cast to call an entire team shit and got
Oh
fired.
no, the flash doesn't bleed through.
Me.
Insta collect.
Oh, so Havoc was able to step up into A main, and the rotates from Leviatán are coming in this fight street. Oh, good shot from Tex. There's Yorl going back B.
Tex has been so good this map.
Yeah,
fuck are
and
we
the
doing?
ones that Furia were winning,
How's he going, though?
that were keeping things close, I feel like I haven't seen them win one of those in a little while.
Back in spawn again.
King spotted so much.
Havoc has to stay alive in
Cleared
main.
A main though.
He's gonna get crunched.
Great
Yeah,
timing
flank.
from Heat right there.
Oh,
He's
he's
gonna get a
gone.
shot. Another Havoc falls. But again, keep a close eye on Heat. Sean, you were just mentioning him. He's gonna face into two. Swings out, gets one, traded back though.
Good jump peek from Khan to set up Rossy for the fight.
The problem is that the Teo and Astra alive post-plant gods.
To be fair to
Yeah,
Lev,
but
I would
forget
say
it.
that they played this map like this wasn't a disaster. Ascent was
There's the
a
first
disaster by them for
set.
large parts of it as well.
You're gonna try to fight into this main. Demon one has been cleared.
As soon
So
as I
is
speak,
King.
we're in trouble.
Rossy, 1v2, now 1v1. He's weak. Prize is gonna buy a little bit of time, but a tap, a dare, a beckon into the fight, and Prize wins it out.
You have got to be
What a round
kidding
from
me.
Prize. Getting the A main frag and then closing it out like that. You could feel the pressure. He didn't know if he was sticking it, and I think
soon
he
as
was
I say
on the
that, there's
verge
a
of
3v2.
thinking about swinging art, and that's
Yeah.
right when that swing came in from Prize at the end.
I mean, you think about the very beginning of the round. He was the one who dealt with a ton of damage into A main to start with.
Yeah, he took down, I think it was Rossy, got super chunked initially. And it's, again, one of these late round post plants that comes down to, like, Furia either even or down in numbers and individuals clutching up. So, like, when individuals are put in some of these spots, they are able to win the rounds.
Well, the problem is they're not. At best, you got like a 50-50, maybe 60-40 chance to win those. When you're down as many rounds as you are, you can't lean on that.
I think the bigger problem is the econ, right? They're winning the ones.
Yeah.
So not many,
Yes.
not much is getting carried over. And you're put against the wall, and you must string together rounds in these
exact.
scenarios, which is where
I mean, I don't really.
struggle.
Again,
I mean,
what's
even
that
this
Euro was
situation
doing?
now,
for
they
them?
just won that round, but they have light armor.
Double suppress.
Big ulti. Wait, that might be a kill.
What? The missiles were
How long
just
have
a
you been
little
playing
past
this
it,
tail?
blocking off their exit.
Wow. The double suppress, the Yoru can't get out. They jump
the
through
fuck's
the
the
art
even one
smoke.
doing?
Maybe an overextension. Furia back in the
King should
round.
win the round.
Heat has ult too. Popped, but Khalil dead. Heat's been good. 1v3 good.
Fucking
I
hell.
don't know. Taking a step back. Again, the economy becomes a part of the conversation here.
He's going to give him 12.
I don't know that he really has another play.
Wow, that is crazy.
That was a really
Bro,
cool
this
way
might
that
be the
Rossy
most
used his
competitive,
ult.
worst
It was
round of the week
missiles on the other side of it
of
that
all
were most
time.
impressive for me. You often have those not
I
necessarily
mean, in
tandem,
this
but the
game
way he
alone, how
pointed
do
the
you
ult
choose?
to go towards
And there's
dugout
not even that
and then
many
missiles
rounds.
in the origin spot in case anyone was flushing out of there was really well done.
Yeah, and I like the fact that the ult came in, right? Instead
Yeah.
of giving the space of the site, when you suppress players like this, they have such a low likelihood of making it
Chat
out.
and Valen
That's a
beefing on
very
X the
heads-up play
everything
from
in?
Rossy.
What are they saying?
Just brutal. And we were talking about the econ and how he had to string rounds together. Yeah, okay, sure, Heat survives. Heat's able to still buy a rifle to drop over to Prize, I think, on the other side. The rest of the team's got nothing. And I'm honestly shocked that it's Prize that's being given the rifle here. Instead of a guy like Havoc, I guess Havoc, if he can get an orb, he's got the ultimate, but...
But a Sheriff and a Bucky for Rafa, I mean...
Yeah, the Sheriff isn't even what you want in the Euro. The upgrade
Yeah.
time
You
is
want the-
very slow. You want,
Yeah.
you want
Just
a quick
roasting
equip
each other
gun.
for last year.
They really messed up the econ here.
I don't think it was ever right to be fixed in the first place.
I mean, give him the Bucky if you want to make that play. Give him a Phantom if you want him to take fights. I don't know.
Questions continue to
What did
abound
Chet
for
do?
Furia.
What did Chet even do last year?
I don't know that they're going to be answered today.
Progressing into this setup.
Chet Ross anyone for last year,
blinds
what?
his teammate. and
That was
extends
their
the
on
round.
energy.
And meanwhile, Calm was playing anti the whole time. The flash landed on 2, but Calm was waiting for it. Swings out from mid and is able to isolate those fights cleanly.
There's no way for...
LEV have played such a better game today than we've seen them play in many of the past weeks. And
It goes back to what Ender was saying at the beginning of the broadcast, right? Like, the previous weeks has been against some of the best that Americas has to offer.
G2, MIBR, C9. The only team they've beaten is Furia.
Seems like they're going to have their number again.
How's he saying Valen killed Texas Korea when he's on fucking LEV?
Okay, that's 1 kill found. Heat.
I mean, looking at this team, yeah, you could say
in a
they
1v3.
chose Korea, but they did finish 3rd last year in champs. Okay, thank fuck it's over. Holy shit. It's over. We can cleanse the soul. We can cleanse the soul. Let's play Connections. Did I play Connections earlier? No. Spike Lee. Is he the Marvel guy? Resistance, charge, current, voltage. Cool, hip. Distant, remote. No. Maybe like remote. Cable. TV remote. Cable TV. TV. Trash TV. I don't know what the other one is. Hip, cool, pizza. Let's just try this with one other thing. Let's try fucking pizza, why not? Oh no, not even one away. It's something else. What would Dovetail go with? The dovetail into one thing into another. Or I guess it could be a dove's tail. Or would that be 2 word? Dunno. What? I was thinking like maybe cool, hip. Like reserved maybe? What would Spike Lee go with? Trash bag. Spike Lee bag. How is it not? Oh, I can't get a fucking TV out my head. But like, what if it's not? Like, because you think cable and how an American thinks of cable, it's like a... something that not everyone has access to. Water. Spike Lee. You pay for cable. Is it like utility bills? Water? Yeah. Is that what it would be? Gas, maybe? What would the other be, though? Trash? What, is that how you would word that? Pizza? It actually is that. It actually is utilities. Would you say trash, though? Is that the word you would use for that? I guess they do say, take out the trash. Just seeing this word, I don't know. There's something about the word trash that in my mind, it doesn't quite link to like a bin man. Maybe it should, I don't know.
You lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS game.
Stealth Hatch, thanks for the 6 months. Is cable a utility? Is that a utility, though? Isn't that like an add-on? Like, I don't know how American TV works. Can you have a TV in America without cable? I thought it was like, kind of like having Sky here. Is that a no, I guess it kind of is a utility, I suppose. What the fuck is Spike Lee? I mean, I don't know what the others are either. Hip. Fuck it. I'm gonna go for this. It's one away. Of course it is. It's this, isn't it? To be aloof. I saw it as soon as I pressed the 4. I fucking saw it. I just needed to press them. What is this though? What? Dovetail joint is a wood thing. Okay, thank you, trees. Because I didn't know that. Spike Lee calls his movies a Spike Lee joint. Man, that's shit. That's fucking shit. I mean, if a dovetail joint is wood, which is what I've been told. Rossy interview controversial. Why? Why? What was he saying?
Currently salivating right now about the prospect of a LEV
Mayonnaise.
NRG matchup.
Oh.
No. Dear God, no.
Me.
Look at that.
Simple, easy, we love it. Talk to me about your style of IGLing, because we've heard certain things like more kind of Prince here. It is Leviatán. It is, who is IGLing on Leviatán?
Me.
I'm like a micro, you tell exactly where people were to go.
First week, I was the IGL, and I'll just break it down like this. So the first week, I was the IGL, and basically after the loss, we made some changes, but we made a change in the IGL for the second week, but we quickly realized that was not the issue. I am like a more micro caller, but I believe the biggest issue, and we realized that the biggest issue was that our overall macro and the read on the meta was very wrong. So after the first 2 weeks, I just said, hey guys, listen, just trust me. I know what needs to be done. They put their full faith and trust into me. And then, as you see, the result is much better today. So I'm very happy with that. But yeah, I am a micro IGL.
Well, talk to me about that sort of like,
Yes, it was the read on the meta that was wrong. Okay, maybe it wasn't a set. Well, even so, maybe it wasn't.
guys, put your faith in me. I know what to do. What did you want to do? What did you want to change? Or keep going, rather?
I mean, there was a lot of things that I wanted to change. Like our whole style, our whole identity as a team was very, very bad. We were lost. We were very just old and old-minded, like, you know, like stuck in the past when it comes to certain ideas. So I just wanted to evolve us and just really adapt to the meta, because the game is much different now from last year to now and all these things. And I have different ideas from a lot of the NA players because I played in APAC for a year. So I just wanted to do my own thing, and I said, hey guys, trust me. Like, listen, we're 0-2. We gotta make a change, and like this is what needs to be done. And they trusted me, and as you see, the results good.
Well, I'm also talking.
Where's he from? His accent is very strange. I'm getting lost in his accent.
It was kind of your emotional leadership. We see you in the player reactions. You know, you're talking to your team. You're hyping.
He's got like
up.
the Arsene Wenger. You know, it is the very.
I saw you stand up and say, that's the world champ on Calm, got that clutch in the first map. What is that emotional leadership like? Or dare I say, what's that vibe merchanting like?
I did not
I
see
try
it.
my best, truthfully.
The Arsene Wenger. We did not play very well.
I'm not really great at the emotional leader stuff. As you guys see, I do try my best to be it, but I'm not really the best with it. So I keep trying to do that every day. I know certain players need more hype than the others, so I just cater to what my players need. Because at the end of the day, as much as they need me, and as much as trust they put in me, I have to put the same trust in them. And I think that's a really big thing that I learned over the time in my life. And yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Rossy.
Like, he sounds like, you know, I don't know. It's just a strange accent.
In the game. So we were kind of ready for your revenge match last week against C9. That was kind of, everyone's hyping up.
Yeah, I got fucking Brennan Sideshow. Look at that bald bastard in the back. Okay, C9 versus MIBR. An actual, a game we can work with. Let's waste some more time. I just fucking did this. Give me a better one than that. JRA. With what looks like... I don't even know what that is. JRA. The Japanese Racing Association? Oh, fuck. Sapporo Racecourse. Do I know where that is? No. Where is Sapporo? I don't see it there. But there's no reason why it can't be somewhere else. If it's not big enough to come up where I am now, then I'm in trouble, and I'll just guess outside Tokyo. And if I've gone past it and missed it, unlucky. Okay, I didn't see it. But maybe I'm blind. So let's just go. I think there's a lot of urban sprawl in Tokyo, so let's put it like here. What year is this? Does it say? No, not that I can see. Well, I know the time, but not the day. I would say fairly modern. Let's go 2014. 2015, but fuck, it's all the way up here. Fuck, I didn't check. I didn't fucking check all the way up there. Ford of Brasilia. Okay. If we're not in Brazil, I'm fucked. I'm gonna go Rio, I think. Does this look like an airport or something? Where are we? I mean, what's this? Just go somewhere here. Corporate towers, that's what I'm looking for. What year is this? Based off the car. Late 60s. Early 70s. 71. 77. And where were we? Is that Brasilia? Oh shit, they're building Brasilia. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna guess Russia. I was hoping this was gonna be like Lenin or someone, you know. I don't know who that is, but it's like the art. I mean, it kind of looks Soviet, doesn't it? You got like a library or something here? I suppose it could be a university library as well, maybe. Problem is I can't read this. Okay, let's just put it somewhere there. And let's go, let's say what year is this? Come on, someone have some obvious, someone be playing like some obvious. I mean, we could base off the computers, I suppose, but if it's a library, then it's not the easiest thing to base off. Let's go 2016. 2019. Not bad. Not a bad round. Master of Space. Something tracker. Oh. What is that? 460th space. It's 2:04 in the morning. Welcome Santa trackers to the NORAD Trex Center's Operations Center. I mean, I could give you a good guess of what day it is. Where the fuck is this? Where the fuck would you base this? It could be anywhere, really, couldn't it? Let's say it's in San Francisco. Because that's where a lot of this shit is. I mean, but it could be anywhere. I don't see why it has to be in San Francisco. This guy talks like this would be my guess. I bet this guy talks like this. Straining to get every word out of his throat. Would it make sense to put Santa on the West Coast? Fuck it, I don't know. 2000 and... I mean, let's look at the phones they're using. So they're getting calls from people. Who calls anyone anymore? 2007. Fuck, 2017. And where is it? Colorado Springs. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, this has to be pretty fucking early. What is this? An eclipse? These guys are probably a pickpocket or something. He's having a great time. If this is an eclipse, I mean, you could. If this is an eclipse in Paris, you could actually probably legit work out what it is by just Googling when the eclipses were in France. I mean, that's what kind of what it looks like. They're all staring at the sun. I don't see why else would you stare at the sun? Has to be very early, though. Let's go 1911. 1912, let's go. Down here. Place de la Bastille. Yeah, I just couldn't find it. 40,000 again. Honestly, pretty good. We take 40,000. Not only that, there's a new daily. What? That's not a new daily. Do you not base off that? Sad TMV noises. Oh well, global it is. I think I can get this one in under 5. 340. Not a actually not a bad number because it means it's not Europe. It's either. Well, it's most likely Asia. So we go with Thailand. Do we? No, we go Cambodia. Okay, Cambodia is adjacent. There are, I said to get it in less than 5. There are 3 countries it now could be. I'm going to say Laos. Why didn't I guess Vietnam first? Why would I guess the one in the middle? Why wouldn't I guess Thailand or Vietnam? Why would I guess the one that is also adjacent to both of the others? That makes no sense. Okay. I said Thailand first. Fuck off. What a bullshit game. Oh shit. Oh, look at you putting Malvinas in fucking brackets. Don't ask me why I knew that. I don't know why I knew that. I just kind of did. Falkland Islands in 1.
Whoa, I got proof. I got receipts. I got receipts. Hey, I got receipts. Listen, look, hey, listen. I know it's nothing personal, but I'm like, damn, bro. I was like, I'm not that bad. This guy's talking to me like I'm a bum. I'm like, bro, I was in Pacific last year frying. Went to Shanghai fried. And this guy's talking to me like I'm some tier 2 player.
Look, he's got that recency bias, man.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, god damn. This guy even watching the games?
What a ride, man. Cloud9's Mitch and Oxy can read the competition. Depends who you ask, actually. But
at least wait. Who's the, wait? What? That Wyatt? I think his name's Wyatt. Is that Wyatt right there?
Bro, give him the mic. Give him the mic now, Brent.
Yo, run up the things again. I want to see who voted against us. Run those up one more time.
Do not get me started, young man, bro. This disrespect is going way too far. Brothers throwing out all sorts because you don't have the
Hey, truthfully, I'm sorry for missaying your name. It ain't personal, but and yeah, let's hope for the best. You know what I mean? I put my faith in God, and I know he's gonna lead me to great things because he already has.
Let's have a look at the predictions and see who didn't pick Leviatán to win that first game.
Yeah, let's see that.
Here we go. There's our talent predictions. Oh, we're pretty split.
I'm surprised. Wait, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm surprised Sideshow.
Are you looking at this guy right here? Look at. No, that's not me.
I'm surprised. Wait, Sideshow's here? I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Satchel, get in the shot, man.
Yo, I'm surprised this dude picks us because this guy never says anything nice about me.
Give him the mic. Give him the mic.
What's the allegation?
Whoa, I got proof. I got receipts. I got receipts. Hey, I got receipts. That specific last year. It ain't personal, but so anyways, not at least when he says anything about it, like at least you don't pretend to know stuff. You know what I mean? Like you kind of like.
Are you talking about Josh? Still.
No, I'm talking about you. So at least when he doesn't know anything, he goes, guys, what do you think? You know what I mean? He learns from other people. You know what I mean? So I respect you. I respect you. I respect you for not claiming to know everything.
I can't wait for him to cast your next game, buddy. Oh, dude. You're done for.
It's a war zone back here, bro. It's a war zone back here. No one is safe.
Roll the video. Roll the video. Mitch and Oxy. Can they read each other?
Mitch and Oxy again?
Hey guys, it's Mitch from Cloud9 here with Oxy, and
it's very niche.
Pangaea type stuff, yeah. We're in Pangaea. I'll make sure to bring that up to them. I'm gonna need to ask them what they thought about that in that moment. Yeah, charter school. Oh, that's fucking... It's Always Sunny. Now... Ah, fuck. Are they in LA, though? Is this them filming It's Always Sunny? You should tell me, right, policeman? Or are they in Philly? You're on a bicycle. This guy's happy. Okay, you've got an Eagle shirt on. We're in Philly. I guess we could still be in LA, but let's say we're in Philly. Furia Charter School. Is there a place called Furia Darby? Where's fucking Ain't Me 2 when you need him? West Philadelphia, born and raised. Fishtown. There's a place called Village. Fucking hell. Got creative with that one, didn't they? Okay, I'm not seeing a Fourier. Camden Town. So I'll just put it fucking bang in the middle, even though I know it's wrong. How old do they look? They look... not that old, but It's Always Sunny is clearly big enough to draw a crowd. So maybe like 20... God, when did he get fat? And then go bulk up crazy, because that feels like we're pre that. 2013? 2016. Oh fuck, we're actually close though. That better not be what I think it is. I don't think it is. Is this like the dismantling of like nukes? I'm gonna guess we're in 1989. But where are we is the question. I'm just gonna put us in Los Alamos, I think. Which is in what? I'm pretty sure it's in New Mexico. Where in New Mexico? I don't know. Farmington. What a name. Los Alamos, here it is. Let's put us here. Well, it was a 50-50. Unfortunately, we ended up in middle of fucking nowhere, Kazakhstan. There's no way it's either Russia or US. I mean, you're right, it wasn't. But I don't think I would have guessed here. In Saryozek, Kazakhstan. Okay. A very cool photo, I would say. What is that? I'm very confused. Because I don't understand the words, but I understand the letters. But I don't understand I mean, it reads like Kusinen. It reads like Finnish. Musiikkia. Fiskars. Is that an A with an accent on? Do you have those? You do. Does Sweden have those? They do. So I guess we're in one of them. I think that... Is it more sweet? Does anywhere look like this in Finland? Does Helsinki... Does Stockholm look like this though? I mean, it might. Maybe more so than Helsinki does. Let's put us there. When though? Oh, there's a flag here as well. Which doesn't really tell me which one it is. When is this? We got a car there. Shit, the game's about to start.
Are going to be starting. Double dashes into back holes on B, double dashes into Secret on A.
Aspas has played 10 maps of Jet, only 2 on other agents. This will be his 3rd now. Interesting to see him off it. And
okay, whose pick is this? This is MIBR's pick.
Stealth drone going to be broken nice and early. Got to be careful if that was caught.
This Tejo drone was never a fake last time MIBR played on their attack side, and look how quickly C9 have got that as a heavy read. They started rotating players B almost instantly.
But Vic is still posted up in A main. His position will be really strong here, especially if he can win the 1v1 against Verno.
It's going to be the playmaker in this particular spot, MIBR. Open access now to the side itself, but dominating this angle right here. Verno wins out. Vitally important one, so A main no longer a worry. MIBR can settle in a little bit here, and they're digging deep into the extremities of the site.
Might be the
very
MIBR
difficult
way.
retake to try and attempt if you are Cloud9.
They've got so much post-plant utility for this. Fragment grenade, salvos coming through, pull on the post-plant as well. Looks almost impossible for Cloud9.
There's a nade flash
You
in
can
your
get
face
one,
if
they
you're
win.
in, but you just want to be buying time, staying alive for as long
Can
as
get
humanly
one.
possible. Cloud9.
But Aspas does.
Dissect various portions of it, but as you said, the post-plant util, a little bit too much to overcome, to be honest, so almost inevitable when MIBR get set up in that spot.
For MIBR as well, I love how proactive this team
Nice
gets
nice
when they're
round
in
from
their
MIBR.
post-plans. They're a team that
Already
is
better
super
than
willing to let the
almost
people
every round
who
we've
no
already
longer
seen
have
today.
key utility online get active. You see Shennom there walking all the way through, taking his 1v1 against Mitch, getting that pick, and they're always a team who's going to be kind of testing you, taking as much space as they can in these rounds.
Nice! Let's go.
There's a 3K from Aspas as well to get that pistol.
I do want to pay a little bit of attention, though, to that Verno drone that you saw at the start of the round. It went over towards B with the pullback smoke, and normally that's the drone is going to be where MIBR actually finish.
Almost
you
all
see
of them.
C9 fighting
You heard
heavy
the
over
dash
this
as well.
area, but I think MIBR are just going to spot this and leave, basically. One of the best ways, I think, to play against C9 with this kind of comp is going to be to find out where the duelists are and back away from them. You certainly don't want to be taking close-range fights against anyone like Net with a classic in his hand, either.
It's a race to be.
Rotation here by Cloud9. See them all already following up a lot of the sound cues.
Mitch is already outside.
Yeah, leading their way in, just trying to weave in and out behind the pillar as well. Flash up and over, and a decent peek as well.
Is good by C9.
Zeppa following up. Nice little two-piece on top of it. Classics in hand. There's only so much you can do. Cloud9 have been able to do a decent amount of damage here, but all wrapped up.
Okay, I mean,
here
not a
for
bad
MIBR. Second
attempt by
round on the board,
Cloud9,
able
all
to
things
reclaim some of
considered,
those
but
guns.
decently dealt with
Yeah,
by
it's not too bad
MIBR.
at all, actually.
Actually,
they only
the
invested
Waylay
3
TPing
guns
away
into
is
the
actually
round,
quite
and
nice there.
They come away with 3 players alive, so they're still going to have a pretty excellent bonus. And this is where we can start to see some ideas. Aspas is 5-0 already. Loves getting started like this, and if he has a big bonus here, he might even have some kind of like post-plant ult to be able to work with on the Waylay. So my eyes are on him. Where's he looking to path? Like I said, last time MIBR were on the attack side, double dashes into
Does he
back
have
holes, double
pacifist
dashes
game?
into secret, but this time maybe exploring mid.
With this comp, Aspas has a lot of tools to help set him up, be it the drone or Astra utility coming in to assist
Was that for the
him.
KO knife if it comes
I
in?
think it's such a
Shock dart?
perfect agent for him to play. You heard, I believe it was Oxy who said that he expected all the best Jets to be playing Waylay. Well, this map he's not, but Aspas locking that down.
My humble king doesn't consider himself one of the best Jets, apparently. That's
Big kill there, though,
a
onto
big kill
net.
to find onto net. So this one, it feels like a full B push from MIBR. They do all of their same protocols, but then they double swing through double doors. So they're adding
Why did they
layers
double
onto
swing?
what they
Aspas
showed
swings
last time.
TPs
Remember,
back,
last time
and
was
then
only the
they get
first
the
time
kill.
that MIBR had
They did
showcased
get
this
one
Waylay
void.
comp. So you know that C9 are going to have looked at those VODs. You know that they're going to be expecting certain things, and MIBR's coaching staff are adding twists onto what they showed previously, like this one. A fake full B hit into a double lurk through double door.
And going into Yoru comps, these long pauses in the mid-round are so strong, being able to time out that gate crash. And as it fades, they'll slowly start to walk up towards B. Only 2 defenders here for C9.
Big knife against the back wall here. Mitch is under a lot of pressure. Heat's being turned up against him, flash in your face as well. Needs a bit of help, and a bailout potentially. Run and gun is ordered up here from Anderson.
Zeppa.
Reset of the aim, rifle in hand, Zeppa. Deliver a death
2v2.
from above. Leaves it into that 2v2. Oxy creeping, crawling up onto the
big
angle.
kill from
Cortesia.
Cortesia.
Sharp, precise. Watchful
They get
eye
out,
onto
they
it.
both
Defends
live.
it, gets the plant down
That's
now.
2 thorns.
Leaves Vic in a very awkward spot. Has to isolate these fights
Nice
nicely.
by
just weaving it
MIBR
out.
again.
Playing off
Cortesia
one
off
another
the
here.
pacifist
MIBR
game.
securing up that third, rattling together these rounds.
And it's the 2 rookie players for MIBR coming in. Very much excited prospects, but from 2 very different regions. I don't think anyone thought Cortesia from Brazil and Verno from NA Challengers would be on a team whatsoever this year. But despite all odds, despite all expectations, those 2 and the rest of the team have managed to gel very well, integrating them into this roster and winning a key bonus round there.
Imi doesn't look very impressed about
Wow,
that one.
already a
We're not
timeout.
going into a tactical pause here. This is a tech pause.
Oh.
It looks like more of a strategic.
Well, back to this. Sweden. What year? This car makes me think 1946. And it was fucking Helsinki the whole fucking time. Must be pretty fucking early, but where are it? Must be very early. In fact, I would say it must be World War One. World War One. We got trains. Oh, tramway. Looks German. Tramway. Gloria? No. Glulum? Something. Ah. Maybe it's not World War One then. No, it still could be, but we're in Switzerland. I mean, yeah, also the background. We're in Switzerland.
A bit of a failure on us sometimes too, but often there's not reasons to get as excited about the strategic components of them. They've both made some really
again, 4-stack aggro
difficult decisions this year.
Controversial ones at that.
Yeah, some of them certainly have been, yeah. But they've paid off, at least in the short term.
MIBR again finding a fairly open B site here.
It's all slow to begin with here.
He gets a
just
bow.
cannot root out Cortesia.
Josh, you're so on the money with calling out Cortesia, because he just has such unbridled confidence, moving all the way from Brazil, playing on a bigger stage, and it has not seemed to skip a beat outside of his very first match in this league.
Now that is one of those spots where if he goes down and they end up picking up a rifle off the back of that, we're like, oh, Cortesia, you got caught out in the open there. Maybe a little overconfident from you, hey, buddy? But he takes down both Oxy and Mitch on the anti-eco, and it does work out.
And that's been part of the beauty of MIBR for me in Stage 1, that Kickoff was all about them playing basic, boring comps, executing on them really well, Osbos having incredible individual performances. But now, like you said at the beginning of the cast, they're starting to pick up more interesting comps. They're starting to play more on meta, and I think we're seeing more strategic depth and interesting stuff alongside just the great team play and individual confidence that these kind of strong Brazilian teams have always been known for.
Frod's talked about that in interviews too, and he said that one of the things that they really needed to work on was, at the time they weren't sure what direction the meta was going in, and so they didn't want to put their eggs in one basket too early on. And after Bangkok, I think it was, listen, there were different ideas about where the meta was going, whether it was double duelist or whether it was Super Tejo focused, but when you pick up somebody like Verno and your roster doesn't necessarily flex super comfortably into double duelist unless Ardazine's
I mean, they
having a
should
day
just
or
dive
something.
the spike here, even to be honest. I mean,
think it just
Zephyr
makes
already has
perfect
all.
sense
Maybe
where
Big wants
MIBR
to get his all online.
It's going to be a quick clean-up towards the end of this round. Cloud9 just attempting to see if they can get any cheeky pick-offs, but they're going to be going down to the spike. There's Zephyr, last one left. 4 rounds in a row now for MIBR. An important game overall for them, to be honest. We haven't really set up the stakes too much at this one, but with a win, Cloud9 would make top 4, no matter what, for stage 1. So they'd make it into playoffs. Exactly. And for MIBR themselves as well, bit of a tougher task ahead, because they're 1-1 currently. So this is a very important match for them to try and seal up.
Yeah, sometimes you look back at the end of a round robin, and these are the kind of games in the middle of the stage where you're like, damn, this was actually mega important.
This is the focus of the comp for C9, though. They don't pick
Okay,
the Neon,
you got
they
your
lock this
ult
Jet,
Astral.
and a
You
lot
can
of
play
that is to
retake
get
if
Oxy
you want.
time with the Operator. Instead, it's going to be over towards A, though, and another one of these brawls.
Looking to aggro A heavy.
MIBR biding their time. You can see Util is prime.
I haven't seen them
waiting.
fight this
Ardazine's
before.
holding it. It's going to be probably a flash overhead. Yeah, and here comes the
Flash
peak of the
shot's a
play.
great stun, though.
Goes pound for pound, though. A lot of Util just trying disjointing all of this, and
They
somehow
realise
Ardazine's
that
the one who's
Victor's so
taking
far
contact,
up?
taking point. And this is MIBR being dismantled in the process. Just trying to play and weave in and out here, but caught into the corner. Verno's got nowhere to run.
First time this A fire's been taken, and C9 probably going to get their first round
off
from
the rest of this round.
They're so far out of this play, though. Oxy's got an operator on the other side of the map. They have to retrieve the spike in A main. C9 with a triple lock have just destroyed that A main hole.
Now, any damage
that
they
MIBR
can do,
were trying
really,
to take. They
probably
needed
should
to
just
get
be going
Aspas into
around the map
position so that
trying
he
to
could
take
ult and
fights.
exec into the site.
Like that one.
Spotting these players out as
Get
well.
the info he has an off at least.
Shanum's going to be hoping he can take the op out of Oxy's hands. Oxy realizes it. Want to be trying to hold on to this one. For MIBR, it's going to be meandering around the map at this point.
30 seconds
And what
left.
Oxy's op brings to the defensive side is
They
not
should
just
try and
his
kill them. I
skill
mean,
with the weapon, but it
their
affects
money
how they
is
play
good
their
enough,
macro
like,
quite a lot.
I
C9
know
likes
Cortez
leaving
doesn't
him
have a lot, but his
on
teammates
these
have so
longer
much
angles,
that
say B long or walked up into A
like
main,
they should just be
holding that space,
any
and
kill
they're being
you
really
get is
proactive in
better
other
long
areas of
term,
the map
especially like when we're
with
so
their
early in the
initiators and
half.
their Yoru, who are going to be a lot stronger at going for the fights
10
there.
seconds left.
Really changes the way that they can actually
I
set
don't
up
like when
once
people
they
do
have
this.
that
Like,
in
you
Oxy's
don't
hands,
need
and
the money.
him holding on to it into another round, even if it didn't find
Like,
a kill
you'll
here.
be fine. Trust.
key.
You'll
It's
be
super
okay.
valuable.
But
But
them
also,
losing a gun here,
C9
like,
deliberately go
if
for
you
that player, I
kill,
think,
let's say you
because they
kill
know that
3 of them,
Aspas
right?
has
Let's
a
say you
massive
both
ult
die,
that he
but
can
let's
just
say you
use to
kill 3.
obliterate the A site.
Right? If you kill
With
3,
the Waylay
and we're
ult,
so
he
early
can
in the
ult
half
towards
that like
Secret,
giving
double
ult
dash
and stuff
into
like,
Secret,
I
and
mean,
basically any spot on
they're
site
gonna
is
get
either
ults. They've already
getting
got 2 of their
highlighted by
most
a
important
Tejo
ults
drone or
anyway.
cooked by the Waylay. Now, the problem with that is, he can just do it again. And so what you're just gonna fight A main every single round until he gives up and goes somewhere
Like
else?
now, if you beat
Maybe.
them, they're gonna have a
But
buy.
look,
But had you
MIBR are
killed
just
3
back
of
to the
them and you
well.
beat them
They're like,
next
okay,
round,
well, C9 are probably not gonna
they're on
fight
an eco.
A main with 3 players again, so we can just set up for the
You can
exact
just
same
start a
thing.
snowball.
Keep flash overhead. Salvos might be a little bit too late for that one, so MIBR get access to the front of A here.
Just gonna ult in.
Refract's going to be fading away here for Aspas, but they're primed and ready to get onto this site.
C9 know it's coming. They're playing full retake here.
Tejo drone clearing out.
Tejo drone's
Looks
cleared
towards
so much,
Secret.
they can just
Spots
go
the
onto
Secret's
site.
completely clear. Now
And
Aspas can
suppress on
think
the-
about ulting maybe towards Flowers.
Oh, that's on the
He saves it.
In the midst of all of that as well, and here it is, convergent pass in through the back, because that's a big connection to multiple players. Armageddon,
Wow.
keeping these players locked into position, trying to
he just
escape
didn't
to the
clear
side net. Had found himself the slightest of pockets to
Oh,
try and
you
play
didn't
in.
destroy the trip
Now
when he was
making their ways
suppressed.
forwards, it's a no command, let rip, but as it emanates out, it just points the perfect direction for Zephyr to spam through the wall and off onto the flank. Oxy, bide your time, wait it out, you've been
kill.
handed a freebie, he's going to claim it. It's left now
And they
just
know
to
where he
shade him.
is, surely.
Last player standing.
Mike Down, he's got a lot to do in this spot. To tap the spider, force out that pull, almost ISOing these fights from an attempt of it still through the cloud
Okay, thank
burst.
God.
And up in the air, that's Oxy shorty
If they would have
in
lost that, that
hand
would have been bad.
to seal away the round.
I love the way MIBR played that to start, realizing off the Tejo drone they had a
So they got a
preset,
little unlucky
saving
on the
their
first
ult
kill, which
to
I think was, yeah,
combo
just to spam
back
through
towards
the
Flowers, but unfortunately the C9 players
then
slipped the net and
unfortunately-
end up setting up a
So the
really
tail
nice
ult just
retake
wasn't
here with the left
quite
flank coming through from Oxy.
in the right place. I mean,
It's
that's a
hard to
big win for
tell.
Cloud9.
I'm not sure whether there was
they
a
hate him.
mistake in where the
These
Tejo
3
ult
ults.
was put, or whether that's just the kind of way that it tessellates onto the map. But there was like a tiny little pocket towards the back there that Mitch
He
slipped
probably
into
would have
and
been better
didn't
off just
die.
doing
Because
this.
otherwise, I
Instead, he
agree with
kinda
you.
did
It's
it
a
like
fantastic ult
this. He
combo. I
tried to
really
catch
like the
too much.
idea. Because the execution didn't quite work.
Probably should have just gone like...
And now grouped all the way up towards B. But this is where both Oxy and Zephyr are looking to fight with a bit of a bait and
And then
switch
just, like,
setup.
push these.
Already crossed though behind the box. Oxy has to account for multiple angles here.
Oh, it didn't go off.
Broken as well, so
Salvos.
I'm still able to double up. Zephyr not being forced off this angle. There it is, wide face in the end. That's Zephyr with a bit of spam to force him out wide into the open. There's plenty more targets, so where that came from. And
now he's
Oxy
out.
quick to capitalize. This guy is tearing them asunder. Dash back and active.
So this not suppressing
Faded
him.
down. Doubled up. Discipline on show here by
And then we need
Cloud9.
the smoke. I mean, how do you deal with that? What's
wants
the
more.
best way of dealing with that? I mean, that's a nice shot. Do that
It's a
shot.
nasty
Brandon.
shot from Artisan. Straight
This
through
is
the
a
wall.
difficult setup to beat.
Thumbs
This is
out
a good
Oxy,
setup,
but
isn't it?
a lot more to do where that
With the
came from for
Yoru.
MIBR in a
And
2v4
it,
spot.
I mean, obviously with the
They're
Jets,
already
pretty
in their
good, but this
spawn.
could
They're
be anything.
fully encircled here.
That's what Oxy did in the previous round too. So C9 super happy to push out behind and either trap them in or flank them as soon as the Vice dies.
I mean, ideally you'd say KO knife, probably.
Vic
We
should
need
just
a
be able
KO
to
knife in here.
Seal up this round, although it's being cleared to some degree, but Addison just not quite ready for it. Onto that angle, 28 seconds left. Now, Shannon gets himself a pick. But in terms of an open side, it's a different ask, isn't it?
The rest of C9 though, they are actually starting to book it over to A. They think there's enough time for Shenom to be running in that direction. Shenom is getting himself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I mean, you could say Oxy whip, but this isn't necessarily the easiest shot,
Being
especially when you know
responsible.
someone else is like close by and might swing
He's
you
got
as well. Like,
4,200 in the bank, but
it's a little
I don't
tough.
think he quite realized that he would have had a 1v1 on B. He might look at the VOD later and think, damn, I kind of missed an opportunity there.
That is exactly the round you're looking looking for
MIBR.
with this C9 double duelist comp. A bait and switch setup. Oxy going crazy with the operator and completely locking down space towards B long. MIBR's comp doesn't actually have a massive amount to perfectly clear out those angles. If that stealth drone is being broken, Oxy's almost always going to find some path to weasel his way through and get at least one shot across.
Yeah, it's basically just all on the drone. And the bait and switch setups like
It's
that.
just saying Furia behind
Even
them,
if they work...
It is MIBR. Right, Switzerland. We're on some sort of lake. Which one? I'm gonna say we're here. I'm gonna say we're on Lake Constance. Why not? I'm gonna say we're fucking here. In 19... I mean, we got horses in their shit still, so let's go fucking 1913. Fuck, it was in the middle. Unlucky. Market Square. Dremore. Colorado? The Harvest Thanksgiving Festival.
Now, in this round, he's looking to work a pick through mid. So C9 varying up their defensive setup once more.
We're watching DRXGE. Probably not.
And actually, MIBR did not do very much defaulting at all when they played against G2 on this map. They were mostly just grouping and going A or going B. Sometimes they worked some A splits. But this round definitely feels like they're just walking straight into Oxy.
There's a lot to consider. What a snap! Straight
come
up,
off a
Aspas
timeout. We know
removed,
that they've
taken
got an
out of the fight.
They go for the... This is a good setup,
Two
though,
was head-to-head that we were setting up, teeing up, talking about.
By C9, because they've
nice
got the Yoru
reposition out
here,
of the
like
timeout,
baiting as if
expecting
it's
the
the
mid
same
play.
setup,
Oxy
but really
ready
our
for
offer's
it.
in a
Now
completely
C9 gets to
different
play
spot,
from
we got
a
our
clean
Cypher
advantage
setup
here.
behind it. So it's a nice little change up from C9.
I have lost mid-control, though. There's going to be a lot of unknowns.
And it wasn't like
around
MIBR,
Cloud9,
I mean, they
think,
did
in terms
try
of,
and play
oh,
like a
we've lost
little high-low,
connector.
we were just kind of
Zeppa has the position to punish the solo player coming down long, and that's the spike.
Knife thrown, and oh my god, stomping up through B long. That's a critical kill at that. Zeppa taking out Steel Garden. The abundance of util now being thrown forwards and straight
Nicely
into
done
the
by
two
MIBR,
players
got
waiting.
themselves out
Get
of
out,
the
MIBR
round.
in a very good spot. Cosmic Divide partitioning this one up as well as blind fires from the Shockies, an attempt to try and dismiss most of this one, and the adjustments of Oxy just not quite on target.
See now,
and at this point, Cloud9 going to be considering
back off.
different course of action. They just pick up that operator, and they don't even want to play into it.
Especially with Vic being able to retrieve the op, this is definitely a safe call here. And the whole round essentially
Zeppa
comes
just
down
loses
to...
I mean, if he wins this 1v1, they win the round.
Out, Mimi. He's got the gate
But
crash
then
to
we
try to
Visalt,
escape.
we
I wasn't sure
KO9'd,
exactly
we saw
what
that
the
he was
timing
in
of
there,
that
then
was gonna
double
look like.
salvo, and you're
But I
just
think that was
done.
his second one in the round. So he should have still had like another 10, 20 seconds. So that's not even going 1-for-1 and dropping the spike.
Can you
That's
make the worst
straight up
team
getting
across
yourself
all
into a player
regions with at
advantage,
least
spike
one
completely
player
lost,
from each
and getting
region?
out to help the site tanker.
I'm not going to do that.
I probably should have just been
But
the
you
round
feel
right there.
free. Type whatever
Especially
you
with
want.
how it started, Oxy getting a beautiful kill onto
Also, there
Aspas.
isn't 5 regions.
And that's all it takes for it to fall apart. MIBR, though, going to be pretty happy to wrestle back some control here. Thankfully for C9, that save means they keep their key weapon online. Oxy's still going to have the operator, and this time he's considering joining up with his team on this A main fight that they showed quite a few rounds.
Which implies that they're just going to leave him posted over there. And MIBR not super heavily focused towards it. You can see that
You did say at
Aspas
least? Okay, fair
and the
enough.
rest of the team looking like they want to take a bit more mid-control rather than
I think a
focus on
better
finding
question
AO.
is,
One, two,
like, who would... AJ10 Tyne, thanks for the 3 months. Like, you wouldn't want FNS on duels,
A
right?
little bit, see what advantages.
Like, who would you
are
not
to
want
be
on
found.
smokes?
South going to be broken, use pound for pound. There's that dash on top of the box.
It's funny, you might have said... it's funny, what's funny about that question is you might have said
Hold on,
Jing
this is
last
a
year.
bit reactionary. Mitch is looking to try and punish out through mid. Sending up a couple of pot shots, and Vic just lands a shot onto Artisan. He was cut up away, isolated from the rest of his
Who dies
team.
first all the time?
They clearly don't realize the spike has been dropped in such an open location, because otherwise they could be taking a fight over towards here.
Their
Oxy,
backs are just open completely towards us, and Aspas may have just realized he has the timing. Oxy just peeks back around again, understanding that, wait a second, massive opening, and right under sewers, just being caught out into the water. Shaneham no more, 2 versus 4.
See, you gotta wait for that fight.
An attempt as well
before you
to
go for
salvage
that,
a round.
I
Now the
think, from Shenno.
spike is in the hands of Verno, and they're making their way to an open site.
They are, but there's still an early warning Cypher trip down long.
30 seconds
And I'm not sure
left.
how much is left on that gate crash. No, it dissipates. So it's going to be very long rotations from C9,
Okay, but
even
they
with
know
the
that the
perfect
Cypher's
info
near them.
off this Cypher hat.
Verno got stunned up there.
It's
Might
good
have
by
tripped.
Verno.
Still, it's going to be able to stick this plan down in time. Cloud9 quickly realizing. Missed a beat with this one. Still, MIBR doubled up. Verno and Cortesia. Salvo's online for Verno as well to stall and delay this one, but you can see them aggro, aggressive positions. Looking to see if they can turn it into a 2v2 before this retake even gets started. Oxy trying to clear most of the way. He is out wide though, and his team nowhere near. Still doubled up, almost there in time. Leaves it just down to Verno. Primed, holding it with the salvos. That's off the first tap. Forcing these players forward, stunned up, has to ISO.
Nice
every single fight coming in his way. And there's just enough time on the clock for Cloud9 to win that.
God, it would have been mad there if the stun had actually won them the round. Net was staggering
He
back
wins
over,
the
but
fight
still had
though.
a
If he
minute and a
wins
half
that
to-
fight, he
sorry,
probably
second
wins.
A second and a half to play with. This round.
Because if he has, if Net has to run all the way to him and then run all the way back, that probably takes 1.35
That
seconds.
kind of A split fell to pieces. Shenom's push
Like,
through
if you see
water
Andy
is
stunned,
really
yeah, he definitely
ambitious.
would've
I
won.
think it's quite unlikely you're going to get away with that against good level teams like C9.
And I think even later in that round, the way that MIBR have been defaulting, they haven't managed to get
Mitch with the
that
up, so we're
deep
gonna go back to
into
this
street
super
over towards B
aggro.
at all throughout this half, and thus have either been running into a late round operator or late round Cypher trips on this side of the map.
Now, of course, Mitch is going to pick up the operator here because you always want your Sova opping in this kind of situation.
Yes.
What the heck is going on here? That was just so that Oxy could fight over A main if indeed there was a brawl in that spot. And now it's been passed back over as Oxy goes to meet the brunt of this. The only noise they've heard on B.
Gotta go to pick up back mid once more though. Util to Cloud9, and this knife gonna be no connections in through the back of the horse here. Opportunity to send it in. That's what MIBR are really looking for here. They got to time up their util correctly.
Zeppa has his ult. They're happy to play full retake here and might even consider pushing through a flank.
Plans out in the open. Bit of stray spam by Net. Counter spam in order as well to push
Oh,
this
he
guy
got
back.
revealed.
Cortesia has been spotted though, and now getting a bit of a
What a
run on
shot.
and a move on.
Oh
Train
my
in
goodness.
sight.
Oh,
Cortesia
no.
not to be removed. And now,
What do you do now?
firmly
Now you
embedded
have
in
to be
through mid.
constantly
This is
worried
causing
about it.
all sorts of worries into the back of the Cloud9 players' minds. Dimensional drift out wide, doubled up. And a swift dismissal.
Cortesia is one of a couple
through the
rounds
back
on
of
his
the
own.
horse, rifle in hand.
Despite even getting
Seals up the
revealed.
round.
That round is just all Cortesia in mid, getting a massive 2K there, dismantling C9's flank, and at that point, what could have been a really strong Yoru ult,
What do you think
clearing
about
into
MIBR's
backside
comp?
and flushing out the
I mean,
MIBR players
again,
there.
I'm not a massive
As no one
Waylay
actually in a
fan,
position
but
to follow
if
up.
you are a big Waylay fan,
And the
then
round ticks away,
it's
and
a good
MIBR
comp.
take a pretty solid lead now in the first half.
I'm not disagreeing that Cortesia was the difference maker there.
it
but
maybe is
just to
lacking a
focus in
little
on the
bit of
B,
info, but I think if you've got a
defensive
good
setup
KO
as
player
well. Net's
and you're
got
confident
a
on
trip
KO,
that's supposed to catch, I think
it's
Aspas
fine.
as he goes for that double dash into back halls. And Aspas just glid over the top of it. And then when the plant comes down in the open,
it's
they
on
also
C9.
don't deny the plant with spam.
So they've heavily lent into this A fight. That's kind of been, a big part of their game plan. But they've only had it once. MIBR have only been there once. Like, I think personally, I would prefer the Yoru with, the Fade or Sovereign tail. I think that's a bit better. Than this version that MIBR are running. But if you're really, if Aspas can't play Yoru and he's like, I want to play Waylay and he's Aspas, then you say, okay, that means we need a flash. We'll play KO. And I think that's fine.
Getting that tool online, so it does look to be another fight towards A.
Oh, AJ10 Titan, did I say?
Gearing up for now.
For 3
It's
months?
going to
I
be
can't remember if I did.
soon enough here. Not too sure how much pushback there will be from Cloud9. Looks like they're just feigning like they could be potentially in that spot. Aspas full sprinting.
I like this from C9. They're reacting players into mid.
So this time they
Trying to
go
flush
away
any
from
lurk
the
bits there, be ready
main
to
aggro.
fight back through, maybe even a push, a flank in if this does turn
So
into an
I'm gonna be able
AF
to go away off the timeout.
They know that Cortesia has been fighting pretty aggressively on the lurk.
They're trying to find
if you pick him
Cortesia.
off, then suddenly the Vice wall's down.
Just
They
spotted
do.
out. Packed up there, slow to a crawl.
No, they have
One
tail
bullet to the
wall.
head. We'll finish
Need
him
to get
off
the
here.
spike
Open
down.
access though. They might be able to get themselves into the A site, get a plan down.
You don't even need to flank retake here because you're always worried about the flank as MIBR.
It's
the
the
threat's
wall.
there.
Armageddon. This is a lot of ults being layered down on top of it. Saturate to try and slow them to a crawl. Fights being taken in through the back of the site.
Actually kind of like that
Positions
ult
you can
from
play in.
Verno, to be
Kind of
honest.
isolated right now. There's a lot of chaos thrown in. Time ticking though with a spike drop down here. Shayna pushing back, looking for that free fight. Leaves it just down to Verno. 1v3. Flash through the wall. Instantaneous is the trade.
Flash round by C9, not necessarily a bad round by MIBR. They just kind of lost
Looking to try
one
and
too
drag
many
this one back
fights.
to even for the first half.
I like the idea to try and rally there for MIBR,
think
but
maybe
C9 makes some really
The
good
one
macro
mistake they
decisions
did make,
throughout.
and this
Fighting into
is
mid,
they
you're flushing
perhaps
that
altered the
lurk
wrong
for
way.
basically the
This
first
is
time
maybe
attack.
one of those
Cortesia has been
situations
getting
where you should
so
say,
much value in
I
that
mean,
part
it's
of the
tough in
map.
the moment. I'm not like
Funnily
blaming
enough, they have
Verno. It
actually
was
been
a
trying to
decent
double fight
attempt at an
occasionally.
ult, I
They just
think.
chose
But if he
both.
ults
You
the
gotta
other
take
way and
four,
C9
Josh.
get
Yeah.
pushed
Don't take
back
any risks.
and have to
And
like
then, I mean, just
retreat,
finding some nice
that's
level
going to
twos
give
as
them
well,
time
make
to
their way
push
back through the site.
CT. Like they're going to be able to push this then.
And Oxy buys an
Right,
operator
so
again.
maybe in that one
small
situation, you would say
adaptation
you're
for
better off
Cortesia in this
ulting this
final
way
round would just be
to
to
push
sit
C9
back
back
a
to
little
here and
further,
here.
or maybe
And that's
even just
going to
go
give you
with
the
the team
time
and don't worry
to
about
push Vic,
controlling
kill
mid
him,
over for the
and then
lurk.
they're retaking
MIBR
in a
have got
bad
ults to
spot.
be able to get in onto site. Null command. Aspas
Whereas
is way
by
late
doing
ult
it
as
this
well.
way,
They
you
should be
kind of
able
sped
to
them up
absolutely
when really
obliterate
they
Vic on
needed
A.
to buy time more than speeding them up. But
They'll attempt to hold his ground.
again, that's
The
like a
anti-KO
that's like
setup
an
as well.
ideal
Both of these
scenario
trips
kind of
being
thing. It's
thrown
not
down.
like a massive
Cypher
mistake.
not going to get turned off.
Vic in a position to get out though, and Aspas will save
He wants
his
to
ult.
ult from closer. He
Yeah,
also wants
speed
to find
straight
these
in.
trips.
These trips are awkward. Ocean's 11-esque, but going to be saving a conversion pass now for this retake. That's going to be primed, ready, waiting now
Don't
for
go before you
Cloud9.
pop
Still
ult.
suppressed for the time being, but a quick pick-off.
Oh,
Underwater's
he
in.
missed
Here
one.
it is. Slowed down now, in
Oh, no,
through
he
the
didn't.
back, and this is it. The go button has been hit. Aspas looking to lay claim to a couple of more lives where he's
Oh.
at least hunting, but now scurrying straight backwards, and there's Oxy in your face. Shorty in hand once more still. MIBR have control of this
Well,
one.
killed the raid boss, but it's still
It's
2v2 and they have
quickly being
Astra
wrested
Suck.
away from them. There's a 2v2 scenario. Cloud9 in the midst of it. First tap, forcing out that pull. Salvos are on 4 next. That's Verno here. Zephyr. Another tap, forcing it wide. He is stunned up. Bit of damage into the process. Time is of the essence. Half. WinCon.
Oh, the
kill on
140.
the backside of it. That's 7-5.
That's unlucky.
For a finish of MIBR on his first half of Pearl.
Switching sides.
Hotspot.
The difference in level quality of the two games is almost remarkable, I would say. Like to see teams with plans that make sense, you know, like playing as a team and doing things that are good. It's like a different world. Okay, I mean I mean still a game that could go either way, right? Where's Dromore? Is it in Colorado? Bro, imagine having like half your towns on like a road. Craig. Unfortunately, I am not seeing this place unless it isn't. What would WL be? What would also 800 grams is that? Market Square, Dromore, CO. I was really hoping Dromore would turn up. But it could be some tiny place. some of the names are quite funny. Brush. Brush. Ray. None.
Bottom. I don't know. Was Rossy on drugs? He was coming in with some energy. I wasn't ready to meet. I wasn't ready to match his freak for that. But the guy was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour and throwing shade to everybody.
I think it was the high of beating Furia.
Yeah, he was on pure adrenaline from beating Furia.
I stepped in.
Tell you that.
I didn't know what the context was. And I'm like, what's going on here?
It's nice to see the players coming elated off the win, to be honest. We don't normally see all of the players like
yes.
jumping around at the end of the win.
We'll see how that energy stays through the rest of the stage for Leviatán. Hopping into the second half, though. C9 on attack with the double duelist comp. Oxy and Zeppa were great in the first. And
that felt like a little dig.
Here it is, Aspas.
Oh, they were ready, but he still got one. He's the GOAT.
Peek anyway. Bullets flying through into the box.
Getting one is even good.
We'll see if Leviatán is still happy at the end of the stage. We'll see.
Zeppa's been excited in A main. The team will call back
sneaking suspicion they might not be, but you know, we'll see.
And Zeppa, despite being down 5-7, has been a monster individually. Will have his opportunities in this attack half as well, especially with Oxy going down.
I mean, they have G2 next. Oh god, yeah.
The spear.
God, oh please, please, Riot.
Crash to get in this
Pop Burn and Sideshow on the LEV versus G2 game. Oh no, shot
Zeppa. That is ridiculous stuff from Zeppa, and he's going for even more here.
Okay,
siege to the
big
site,
win
and it's
for C9.
Available. Plant down now, extension into the round here for the pistol. That is in.
What would I do if LEV win? I'd be shocked. Oh no.
And, okay, net was low enough here. Rapid turnaround. MIBR finding their ways back into this potential.
I'd genuinely be shocked. I mean, if G2 are in the mode of, hey guys, we need to show just how dominant we are.
Gonna know at least what
when you're in that kind of form, like you're not in even like. Oh no.
To the side, and the gamble goes the way of Vic here. Cortesia just not checking the corner.
I'm a fan of C9's macro. I think they have really, with this new roster, found a style that works for them. A lot of their attack side calling has been really solid. I think it's the defense that we've been focused on maps like Ascent, for example, with their double sentinel comp. But it's good, sensible stuff. I mean, leaving Zeppa inserted into A main, returning back to him, and then getting the entry through, waiting for those refreshable timers to come back. It's all good stuff.
And it's nice to say that for an IGL and Mitch who, you know, he had his heyday when Valorant was fresh, when TenZ was the best player in the world.
Dude, you can't be bringing that out. Bro peaked in high school kind of stuff.
But that was the narrative. That was legitimately the Mitch narrative for a while. And then he had his good year in Tier 2 last year. Got this opportunity with C9 after they controversially dropped Rossy, who knows your name, in the offseason.
Yeah, definitely knows my name.
Yep. And brought him in, and I think people had low expectations, and thus far he's definitely been surpassing that as a leader and as an individual for C9.
Maybe ME4 saw that Rossy was going to be
he didn't peak in high school.
He didn't peak in high school. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. He actually looked good when he was calling for them in one of the off-season tournaments before they brought Rossy in.
It was a Red Bull Homeground qualifier in Seattle.
Sure, there you go. You even know which one I'm talking about, yeah. But that version of C9 was looking pretty solid too. And once again here, they've managed to navigate away from the stack from MIBR, finding the right place to end the round and get an extremely simple, correct macro call, which avoids all of the potential variants.
Skip me ahead. Skip me ahead.
I got nothing. Mimi's looking at me to talk about this round. I got nothing. They're gamble stacking aside on the eco. They're going to scurry over. They're going to try to die to the spike.
What between Rossy and Bren?
This is a die to the spike kind of round, to be honest with you, isn't it? And this is sometimes where you see, like,
if
one
you
of the
didn't
C9
watch
players is just going to run
interviews
forwards
with
and see if they can
Rossy,
find the people who are waiting to die to the spike.
It was interesting, I would say.
Yeah, first into the...
And then he called Bren White.
Doing a 1v5.
Yeah, I don't want to give away any guns, so Riper's going to be nice and safe. Pass. Yeah, casual reminder of who you're playing against.
I've liked some of the innovations coming out of Tier 2 of using like Teo Missile plus Molly to
Aspas?
all die without getting ult orbs early. Saves a lot of time.
Aspas, bro.
Aspas?
We are not saving
Did
the
he just-
stinger there.
What just happened?
Saved?
We are not saving the stinger
I looked away
there.
from the screen because the round was over.
That's got to be a tech problem, no?
What? The...
Did his keyboard stop working?
He...
He pulled.
Why are you trolling?
He's trolling.
But also, like, he's not even the one that gets punished for this because his teammate dropped him an op. Artazine, you legend. But Artazine just gets the most trolled anyone could possibly get trolled. He's got no armor and a stinger. Aspas, you better pop off this round, mate.
Well, op in hands. He's going to get his chance. Whole multitude of targets! Oh, now he's refracted into the corner. They know exactly where he is.
Oh my God!
Spam just finishes him right off. Uh-oh.
Minus 4,700.
That is
Another
not
retaking.
ideal, and this is flooding in fast as it happens.
Oh, don't show me Artazine's POV. He's got nothing.
Down to the sides, weaving in and out though, past these smokes, and again, that's going to be the stun. Lay it down into the back of the hall still. Suppressive fire,
King.
lay it down by these Cloud9 players, looking to try and combine their might, and Zephyr with a cleanup. Trade, instantaneous, Shanum slipped his way in through onto their side.
Oh no.
Tappy tappy
That
with the
actually...
rifle, that's Vic, cleaning it all up now.
no.
Oh, that's diabolical.
A lot to talk about.
Oh, that's diabolical.
A lot to break down, a lot to discuss.
Oh, that's
really.
diabolical.
Oh, he doesn't get anything with the op.
Is that a vibe destroyer?
I mean...
It's destroyed my vibe, Brent.
Ooh, if I'm Artazine in that spot, I'm gritting my teeth and thinking, he's a great player. I don't want to tilt my duelist star player.
Let's go, Vic. Good.
And C9, I think, in that spot, maybe don't even realize. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they did do a great job at dealing with Aspas there, completely punishing him for going for that peak.
They're still buying though.
Good spin.
Artazine is now on a judge, which I've seen him do filthy things with the judge. So have Lev, they were talking about it on the couch. And he's holding double doors. But he's doing the gun game here.
Yeah. Players down and A gets tagged into the process. I think he's hiding his intent there. He had the pistol out. But Cloud9 are going to be walking into him, updraft, up and over, just spots the head. Right over to the
Nice
side
from
there,
Shannon,
Shannon
big
though,
kill.
plucks Oxy out of the sky.
Who's next?
Aspas still kicking out through the back here. As the dimensional drift earns up for Zeppi. He's going to make a go of things now, just try and spot out these players. In through the smoke, that's 3 sighted.
Okay, they know they can get the
He's
side.
fading at a moment's notice here. TP back to safety, and there's chaos happening in through connector. Gun seeking to be reclaimed here by Artazine. Does actually end up picking it up. Tucked to the side. It's an important fight for Net to win out. Disciplined by Artazine, not enough to really survive into the midst of all of
That's
that.
unlucky.
Though.
You wouldn't
Divide
expect someone to push
going
that
to be
deep,
isolating, cutting up the site to some degree. MIBR looking to
They
see
have
if they can
smokes.
get themselves into this one. Smoke blooms up.
Gotta
Ball's going to be
go.
forced out nice and early here.
But get on it.
Cloud9 still working with that player disadvantage, but a bit of spam might just seek to correct that, and indeed it does. Cortezia though, spamming away, sticking away. Someone needs to get on this!
How's
They
Net picked
all-
up 4 in
they
half?
all
All of that.
died.
It's just ridiculous.
He was in
Now they're on
passenger
an eco.
princess mode all the first half. They were avoiding his sight. Comes out into the second and wins this round for C9. It started rough. This shot from Shannon was incredible.
That was a 3v5 as well.
And a silly judge kill only to somehow bring this back, working all the way through Art.
This is a 3v5, and Net's, I think, got 2 of those kills just pure spamming into the smoke, right?
Okay.
And then jumps back in through.
I don't think he would have got it.
I was a bit confused why MIBR weren't trying to put too much pressure forwards into Art and into A main, but they were relying on the fact that Shannon was still alive and they could play inside the smoke, I think. A gamble that didn't pay off.
And now C9 in the driving seat of this half. MIBR on some rough money.
Yeah, MIBR have had a couple of tragedies here to open up their defense. They are going to be relying on a big individual round, I think, from Aspas at some point here.
He does have the Hero Guardian this round, but not in the best position to get value. He might have a chance, though. A couple members of C9 heading his way.
Slow and steady, though. It's going to create openings for MIBR to capitalize. Trying to rip off a head or two, because he's here. Feeling the heat, and a couple of bullets to the chest, still alive. And kicking Aspas! It's a filthy off angle. Now he needs to dominate this position up through B long. Still taking point. It's a light speed as well. Gets out of dodge, so...
Okay, 4v2, you can't lose this if you're
these Cloud9
MIBR.
players, and they want to try and take a fight a little bit further forwards, not anticipating these angles here. Jump spot reveals the
Nicely
hand
done by
anyway.
MIBR.
To gun given up and over. Mitch in a very difficult spot. The squeeze being applied to him.
No way.
Oh, Flick with an adjustment. Mitch could be an absolutely legendary play. Cooked up 7 bullets left to work with. Just needs the timing, just needs to take it. Waiting for the player to wade right in.
Oh,
Verno.
massive
It's
from
all
Verno.
Verno here today.
Good try by
Tonight's
Mitch.
a
That
chance
was
of
a
greatness
filthy
there.
shot in the second.
That was a disgusting shot. And the 180 flick to make that nearly doable, I was worried for a moment.
But it was this moment from Aspas earlier on. You asked for the Aspas round, he delivers a massive 2K there, and not only is it those kills picked up, but it segments C9 off, forces them to go into that disadvantaged fight towards spawn. And Mitch's heroics not enough. Aspas now gonna be purchasing the operator.
But remember, last time, this didn't get any value at all. Completely caught, predicted, and dealt with.
This time, there's a couple players heading his way.
Yeah, everybody. He's got the stampeding hordes.
There's going to be a clash developing. Flash into the face. It's going to force that refract immediately
Just get
straight
out.
back.
Ooh,
Salvos,
I've seen-
Hunter's Fury trying to
Sorry.
be used. It's going to ease the pressure that's coming out their way on either side. Maybe a connection onto a player or two, and Shorty's into the smoke. Zoxy, you will be able to find that value. Convergent pass
All the
in
time.
order. Verno dominating his position. Slow to a
Great
crawl.
ult.
Nobody can lay claim to the site. With reinforcements arriving, MIBR.
Drone.
So quick to correct the course of the
Seen
round.
them both.
Drone off to the
Oh.
side, but as I say that, Vic, how have you found that one? Armageddon out. Oh
No
my
way.
goodness! What is going on? From the brink, Cloud9 just bring it
4v2
straight
again.
back. They leave it into the hands of Cortesia to see if he can make anything of this round at all.
C9 walking all the
Do
way
they think
back
he's
through spawn
flanking?
to B. Cortesia does have a bit of view till there, maybe a flash to get info.
No, I think they've completely cooked him. I mean, he has no idea at the moment. They could be looking to still finish A. They could be clearing out different positions on the site. Only just now is he thinking about backing up and headed towards the other side of the map. And this is going to be so tough because Vic, Midge could be positioned in any number of a multitude of spots.
The thing is, they don't know where
Especially
he
if
is.
they bait this wall out. Oh, that's not a bait.
Hard committal. Yeah, Mitch is locked off.
But the thing is, the position in heaven is
No worries though. Slow play by
almost
Cortesia.
impossible, no? To beat.
I don't see how he can deal with Vic up in heaven.
He has to just walk straight at Vic,
He needs
kill
an
him.
ISO fight. He needs to find someone at least, a straggler potentially. He's sniffed out the position
Yeah.
of Vic, but Vic is just
Tough.
on point today. We got to see a replay of how he's
Oh,
managed
how
to
they lost
salvage
that.
that. I mean,
4v2, great start to the round.
the
for
opening
them.
kills there.
Great ult from
It's
Aspas.
outstanding, and it's shades of the last match Vic played on
Into-
that ascent. I think a 6.0 KD against Leviatán.
And they
He
knew where
was
they both were as well. It
incredible
just
there.
lost 2 lost fights
And
and
in
then
this round-
an ult that's too late.
I mean, Verno nearly did it. But these
Oh,
shots
yeah,
from
okay,
Vic,
buddy.
my God.
Yeah, they're trying to hold a crossfire there. That's a 2v4 that Cloud9 win. 2 rounds earlier, they won a 3v5, and then they almost
I'm OBL.
won a 2v4 again on their anti-eco.
It's good by Vic though. We continue our search for Dromore. It could be fucking anywhere, couldn't it? Kim. Okay, fuck it. I don't know where this is. Let's just assume it's somewhere on the road. In 1907. I mean, I understand now why it says county down. Like, I get it. Why does it say Thanksgiving? Fuck.
Beautiful shots. Stun doesn't connect either. Artisan, he's worked his way all the way in here with a shot.
Oh, you not got a kill.
No way! Those shots missing. Rifles. Oh my. As soon as the round begins, essentially, they get themselves in and get the plan down for Cloud9. There was definitely a danger here in the form of MIBR potentially being able to do something about it. But it leaves Aspas with only a Sheriff and a 1v3. Zephyr low enough that a single shot to the body will do it.
Odscene, how did he not get a kill?
But he's going to find any of these fights, and I think the discipline that's been on display so far by Cloud9. Not going to look to let anything slip too much, as I say that, Ned. Peeking out wide, time's ticking away, and with it, options and chances to win.
Okay, 11-8. Gonna need to be a bit of a comeback here. Interesting for the Cloud9 to pick Lotus. That's actually a map that they've struggled on a bit.
I don't have a big strategic adjustment that MIBR need to make here, because I feel like they're getting into spots to be able to win. It's just about closing things out. And I think that's got to come down more to the individual awareness of what risks to take at the end of some of these spots.
They just lost some crucial kind of rounds, situations, 2v4s.
Digging deeper, making the plays when it matters.
C9 showing a different look to start this round. Oxy gonna put some attention over towards the street.
Okay, you've got Astra ult here, but this is a must-win for MIBR, especially with these 3 ults.
Keep drawing down. There's a lot of presence, actually. They hear this rotation with the footsteps. Drone's going to be broken.
Does he want to go for this?
Oxy can get out if he chooses to. Salvo's up and over the top. They're going to try and double play this one. Forward! Shorties again, this guy. He's making a mockery
Net, what a play.
of the game.
What a play by Cloud9.
And now the map has just exploded. MIBR is scrambling to close off the middle here.
Try and pick up any sort of information they can. And
he
kills
gets both. Wow. And now they don't know what to do.
Two-piece Oxy and Net cleaned up. In through main, Shanum.
I mean, those are the 2 that were in mid, so you're not too worried about like someone having pushed this.
Walking into him, and they are closing in the net. MIBR working their way in behind.
Okay, he got one at
Critical
least.
Kill, Shanum.
He got one, and they have.
2v2, and are they going to be expecting this fast off onto the flank? Cosmic Divide.
They have Vice-ult.
Cuts up the sight. Stalled out here by the Thorns for now, buying time for MIBR to get these rotates. It's all about whether or not they expect Aspas to be in a position that he's in. Steel Garden is good. Even better, denying all these weapons, and Aspas has been given that perfect timing again. Immediately capitalizes. It leaves it all to Zephyr. Very difficult spot to be placed in. 1v2.
You just tap.
Aspas not choosing to play main, just trying to play tucked up close here. Spike.
Oh no.
Already found the first one.
Jesus, if he would have lost that as well.
He doesn't stop.
Those are the rounds
Tessie's having
that
a map, though.
MIBR have been losing all half. And finally, in one of these close ones, Cortesia pulls it across the line in the 1v1 and somehow wins that one.
Wins these 2
despite this ridiculous start to the round from C9.
I think they just stayed there in that mid connector for a little bit too long. I love what they were cooking, Oxy and Net. The way that they went past the wall, the updraft to play Net in, it was all magic. But then sticking in that spot, you're worried about way too many angles. I think they just needed a bit more proactivity in a moment like that. But great credit to Cortesia too, because cleaning...
They used your ult and Astral there, which obviously not ideal. Right, this here. Is there a way to go back on the picture? Right, look. Oh, it does say 1904. Probably should have got that. It is also a Methodist church. Oh, no, it's a tech pause. This is County Down, you see. See it. And I thought it was Colorado. Fuck's sake. But it said Thanksgiving and CO. Bruh. Sometimes you get baited. The word Thanksgiving just baited me. Hard. It's the Harvest Festival, not Thanksgiving. Yeah, I know, but it says Thanksgiving in big letters. I get that. Again, it's one of those things where if you looked at it a little longer, if I spent a little longer just thinking about it, that often happens at Time Guesser, but those are the ones that interest me most. Like, if you would have just spent a bit more time looking at it, or just like looking at the buildings as well, they didn't look very American. Like when it says it's Northern Ireland, it's like there are a lot of clues that tell you that it's not, and also the fact that I couldn't find the place in fucking Colorado.
A little bit by that tech pause.
But you just get fixated on the wrong thing.
Coming up with a TP to regain a bit of A main control here for Cloud9.
MIBR want to look to re-clear mid. Drone gets broken out though, and
have KO if they want, if they really want to stop.
A lot of pressure onto A. Spike still not committed to anything yet though.
But our team seems to have figured that out.
I like this in terms of the C9 attack macro though. They keep Zephyr inserted over here, gives them options to return back over to A.
It's so powerful when you have a Yoru on the insert too. Can stay longer than other agents and TP back, but MIBR, they're going to go for their second mid re-clear of the round, and they might have a brawl.
Very proactive. They're going to be meeting a lot of presence, as you mentioned. That brawl, the timing is taken against them.
Another great.
Their heads ripped.
It feels like he's lost a lot of
rifle in hands,
important duels. He's statistically doing okay, but
now look at the shortest one up as well. A fight to potentially be taken.
It doesn't feel like
really
he's
getting a ton of impact. Updraft though, how do you deal with that one? It's a high-low setup, and Oxy clean sweep so far. He's looking for even more. 4-piece ace on the cards. Dash active. You know this guy is hunting, clamoring for it. He knows it, and Mix steals it away.
Anyone got Oxy?
Tragic.
Or smiles.
Tragic.
No, not all smiles.
Well, some smiles.
That's a smile of like, haha, yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
What are you working for iBuyPower? Why are you upset?
Oh, no one was watching top mid. Sorry, that was my bad. I thought that someone. So that was just shit. Aspas has just lost all discipline.
You loop back into mid to try to catch the reaction. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he said no there at the end. I don't think he was saying woo.
Followed it with the woo after though.
He did.
Still a little excited about that one, but
the buy's horrible here for MIBR. If they need to win 3 rounds in a row, this one's going to be the toughest.
And Oxy's bought the Outlaw. Makes the task even harder with 3 of these players on half armor. I think you need to ask for another Osboss round here. He has the hero rifle, he has the full armor.
No complaints from the way the Cloud9 are playing it. Bit of A pressure. Pulls these MIBR players heavy over towards this site. Macro game has been good. The prep game as well on top of it, to be honest. Cloud9 have been very well versed and what to expect.
MIBR on B playing much more hard
They
anchor
destroy
setup
the
than
knife,
we
that's
saw
good.
from C9.
But then they see the jet.
Here, just going for that little
They know
jump
this
spot.
is a fake. I think they're going to read this. This is your classic just solve a drone fake.
Yep, hit's going to be coming through though, and Aspas is going to be the one to take that contact and
The wall's going to delay them long enough though.
Stalled out, at least by the wall
Teo's
for
going
now.
to be here. Vernock on missile.
Up into your face. Cloudburst up, draft, dash up and over with a flash to supplement. Oxy's trying to be set up nice and cleanly here. Snap to the side, short in your face, too much to overcome.
Gets one, though.
Even if you are Aspas, that heaven
Spike's
control is
in a
going to be
weird
vital
spot.
now. Oxy lays claim to it, lays
Cortezia died,
siege to
GG.
it. MIBR slowly
And you had Astra
closed out
KO
any
as well, so it's
chances
like you and
of
you're
taking
just,
this map. More than dwindling at this point. 13 seconds, plenty of time to get this plant down.
I know exactly.
But the play has to be made, and Shanem just not capable of doing it. Big reveal on Artisan. It's the last one left. It's all up to him to stay alive in this map for his team. And Cloud9 know it. Can play a more disciplined game here. Wait for him to take the peek into him. And your angle from Mitch is
I mean, MIBR, they'll be kicking themselves for that one because there was quite a few rounds there that they could have won, but that was well played by C9. Good map from them. What was map 2? Lotus. Which as I say, is a strange choice, I think, for C9 because they lost Lotus to NRG. They did beat MIBR on Lotus, but they have lost to G2 as well, but there's not much shame in that. They did beat NRG earlier on as well. Okay, so it has been a bit mixed. But still, a map that you've lost twice already in this season, I thought was an interesting pick. And for me, more Time Guesser. Prisoner transport, Iowa. Or it's some kind of bud tent, some kind of carnival or festival or something. Well, let's hope we're in Iowa. Let's go to Des Moines. Let's say this is some. Let's say we're at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Sure. Let's say that this is. When's this car from? Does it say? It's from May. Do cars not have like a date that they tell you what year? I mean, that was established in 1947. I don't think it's 1947. What does this say? The guy is actually wearing a cowboy hat. I don't know. Should we assume that Iowa is the peak of fashion? I don't think we should. Let's just say 2014. 2022, see? I mean, I was in the right spot, though. It was the Iowa State Fair, the largest state fair in the U.S. Okay. I think we're in Salzburg. Where is Salzburg? RB Salzburg. See ya. Where is your stadium? Is it this? No, I think it'd be bigger than that. I don't think it's that fortress either. Where is your football stadium? Is it this? That seems too small as well. Fuck's sake. Well, either way. When is this? Salzburg, Austria. When was there a Euros in Austria? Or were part of the Euros... Was it part of the 2021 Euros one? Where it was across Europe? Where's it been? 2012. 2012 was Poland, Ukraine. 2016 was France. 2020 was everywhere. 2024 was Germany. 2008 was that Austria? Was that Switzerland, Austria? 2008. England weren't in it. I guess it's probably 2008 then. Let's go. Why can't they all be football tournaments? Super Prime. Okay, what the fuck is going on in this picture? My first thought is Libya. Is this just like the green flag with some text on it? I don't know. And then this kind of looks like the new Libyan flag. We look to be in the mountains, somewhat. Are there mountains here by Benghazi? You know what? I'm gonna put it in Benghazi, and I'm gonna say, when were things kicking off in Libya? 2011, 2021. It's Afghanistan. Is that the Afghanistan flag? I mean, that makes sense as well, to be fair. Okay, we're in New Zealand. Looks very nice. What's the nice part of New Zealand? Auckland? I don't know. Let's say we're like here. To be honest, I mean, you might be able to find it if you're in the right place, but I'm not sure I am. Has to be pretty recent. When was being like a hipster cool? That was like 2018, right? Oh, fuck, it's in Wellington. I mean, that's quite cool. OMBOTA Ombota. Made in America with a K. Shit. Right. What's this say? S something something FENHOL or FE. Lindorf. Oh, hypotheken. I think we're in something German speaking. I think we're in Germany, or Denmark, or maybe Sweden. I mean, you must be freezing. We're in, like, I would say yeah, let's go 60s. Maybe even a bit earlier. Although maybe not. Although maybe yes. Where does it snow in Germany? Let's go kind of in the middle. Let's go... Okay, let's go Hamburg. Fuck. Munich. Does it snow in Munich? Bruh. Bayerisch is literally right there. I don't see it. I honestly, maybe I would have put it in Leverkusen. Oh, what's he called? I know what he's called, unfortunately. You can only assume that these are terrible people. Where are we? Oh, it looks... Why can't I see this? I would assume we're in some American city? Maybe? Was he part of the American government? Why do I recognize his face? Where would we be? Somewhere on the coast? Probably. Although I guess this could be the Mississippi River if it's pretty big. It's not New York, obviously. It actually looks... I mean, they're not wearing shorts or anything, are they? So I would assume it's not... Then again, what would Boris Johnson wear if he went to, like, LA? Would he still wear a suit? Is it... Well, no, it can't be DC, can it? Could it? Could it be DC? No. I don't think so. Could it be? I mean, I've been to Philly and I don't think it looks like that. It's not New York. I don't know what Boston looks like, I'll be honest. But it has a river. It's by the sea. It could be like here. Can I recognize the city hall? Oh. Not really. Got any buildings here? Green. I mean, Boston would have a green flag. Why would he be in Boston, though? What other cities could it be, really? This isn't Miami, surely. No, I feel like it has to be somewhere pretty... My first thought was bloody Birmingham, not Alabama. The Birmingham. But this is too big. It's not canals, is it? Right, this little bridge. In fact, I should be able to see that bridge. How many bridges have you got? Fuck. Why does it zoom me all the way out? You got one bridge, but it's a road. But that doesn't necessarily look like a road. Arlington Memorial Bridge, but the Lincoln Memorial... I don't think it is DC. Well, why would you be in Baltimore? Fuck it. Go in Boston. Could be this. Let's go there. 2019. Oh my fuck, it was. I don't think that's where they were. I think I was right. Whoa. Whoa, what the fuck? That's fucking crazy. It's not the UK. And my first thought was it was the UK.
Fight ready to go
but
every
it's not
40
the UK.
seconds, and this is going to be a game that is going to be honestly decided in a lot of rounds by these opening gambits.
Because we
Who
did
can
have
get
a
the
recent
most
farmer
space? Who
protest.
can actually get an advantage player-wise with that first burst of Teo Breach Util?
But I can tell you it's not the
Taking
UK.
a look at where MIBR is set up on the pistol round here, Brent. 3 players ready to defend against a potential B hit.
Okay.
And this...
Cloud9
I mean,
go away
I'm not
from the
exactly
deadlock.
sure what C9 are going for here, but they're certainly looking to pressure B early while taking
Getting
mount
breach
control.
tail from both.
Yeah.
Oxy on Neon.
Holding down a fault line.
Both on
Salvos
Neon.
as well. As soon as Aspas takes contact.
Maybe I'll pick
which
defense.
Might be shortly. Drone spots it. Fault line to follow. And here's Aspas swinging wide to the side. Stun to help him out here, but narrowly avoided and dodged and juked. And Oxy is making the most out of a chaotic situation. 2 picks
But
for
well
him.
played by Oxy.
Cortez still has wall on C.
He's going to attempt to slow this one down. Stall it out, try and get these rotations all the way back in, leaping into the fight like a salmon upstream. Able to trade out these kills into a 2v2 now with a pistol round net. Plant down. There's no stopping this one, and control towards CT is called for.
And a push.
Oh yeah, all the way deep as well. Oh my god, just missing the moment there, and just seeing, spotting the shoulders net. He's taking a bullet there for his brethren. That was meant for Vic. And now forced to back away, isolated into this fight here, paranoid up. Can't see much in this spot. He's got to know roughly the positioning of these players, but tucked up now, tight to pillar. It's all a gamble. It's all what he's banking on. Spotted, right click here. Toppling around, man. Just dropping off, and Werner watchful eye onto the perch, so it's going to be able to get that defuse.
C9, the push into spawn there was maybe a bit further than I would have liked from them. I'm not sure exactly what the call was in this kind of situation. Oxy did a great job of avoiding this trap play. It looked like Aspas had outplayed him, but Oxy managed to wiggle around and even get 2 out of that. But here, as it got down to the 2v2, sorry, Vic may have just stretched himself out just a little bit too far there, trying to take the fight into spawn.
I do like that opening from MIBR, though, setting up the trap play on B. Ends up being very effective to get those 2 kills. Combining the util to get full coverage of that space is this round. It's going to be a fight towards Mount.
I am anticipating that we see some massive rubble fights at some point in this game. But the meta has trended often on Lotus away from them. They're super high variance, and so you'll often see the attacking teams try to take mount control and then re-clear rubble, which is somewhat what Oxy's trying to do here, but I don't think he's expecting too much success when he's got a sheriff against, you know, whatever weaponry MIBR might have.
Okay.
Playing this Neon means you have no Yoru clone to deal with that Vise wall. You basically have to commit bodies,
some problems,
take it down.
Oh, a bit of spam from Cortez here goes a long way.
Only 20 bullets.
Avoids most of it. Oh, players running him down. 20 bullets did play a part in it, as you said, maybe as well on top of it. Just not quite enough ammunition to plant down here. Mitch hard committing, hard sticking. A bit of stray bullets at the Guardian shots, almost laying claim to a couple of kills. For Cloud9, the plant is what they were really looking for. Repeat occurring, but all cleaned up in the end here. So MIBR,
okay, they get 2 kills.
Good beginning.
At
Nice
the end of the
early
world,
start here, getting 2 rounds underneath them.
This map trends really fairly heavily attack-sided, but I think the Neon adds an extra wrinkle to it, because it means you can be even more effective at going for flood retakes than you would be with other compositions. Aspas is almost always going to be able to rotate over in time, be ready to actually get out on site. And that's especially true when you're playing this Vise, having some of the strongest stall util in the game on those Thorns. Means that C9, probably, despite having excellent exec power, are going to have to sometimes play these slower rounds, try and set up pivots into B and
Okay, they're gonna
really
take A control
work
this
to get rid of their
Again, looks
opponent's
like we're going for a
utility.
pistol round
Same
setup here.
defense trap over towards B from MIBR by the look of things. This time maybe triggered off Aspas contact, whereas C9, this is what their rubble take's going to look like.
Wall up and over, there's no pushback from MIBR.
Going for the non-shim play.
At least we're set up for the B main aggro, fault line, 7 flying forwards along with the salvos. That's to disrupt Zephyr. Tucked to that spot here. Paranoia though, still going to be sweeping into the back of the side.
Him down.
Shinham is no more. Quickly taken care of. Plant now for Cloud9 on top of it. Cortesia is making himself known. Getting tripped up in the process. Util's going to be used pound for pound here to try and stall this one out. Maybe I'm still going to make a decent go at this one here, but the one-way reset up into your faces, trying to cross past this one is difficult at best, yet still making the most of it. MIBR still, there's a path to be paved, and it's paved in blood at this point. Is he making the most? And good with the movement, at least to stay alive for a moment there from Aspas, yet Vic is doing the most. 3 kills so far into the round. Cortesia noted. Not much more you can do from this spot. A bit more economical damage. Could be what he's looking for.
Not very Aspas-like, was it?
C9
right here, but
easily cleaning this one up though when all said and done.
I mean, the pace that they attacked with was.
And Cortesia just slumps his way to his knees into the spike.
I do like this look from C9, ready to accelerate really quickly through tree.
Super fast. So this is something that
you will see fights
fuck
as
me.
was the case
Early today,
this round, where the defenders come back through Baby Door
they just
and are really trying to fight
they
out
did this.
before the attackers can get
Cloud9
onto
just
the site.
did.
By pathing heavy through
They did this
tree,
about
they can isolate that site anchor and take them down before support
6
can
times on
properly
their
arrive.
attack side.
You know,
Just
Oxy's going to be good for
run
those
down
skills.
here, send
Aspas has the
Dambi
operator
in
looking
through the
over
door
towards C.
on his own,
C9.
die.
Rubble take again.
Like this.
What's on the cards?
Run, sprint to the
Use
door.
the salvos there to stop somebody fighting them aggro, teleport, but that was out.
Like,
rather than
imagine if
further
there was
in,
a
so
guy
Shenon's
here
gonna survive at least for a little longer.
and he just dies.
He was the player that got caught anchoring the A side previously, so he's going to be hyper aware that Oxy could be looking
That was
to run him
Nongchim's
down.
whole game
It's
plan.
going to go into a B split, it looks like. Release the option for it. Cloud9 don't like what they see. Smokes propped up, blooming. Gonna try and break some of this util, and that's Baby Door completely knocked down. Cortesia is going to be hearing this now. Rumble of footsteps facing his way. Main control is pretty essential.
The heavy pressure towards Revolving Door means that C9 had to spend, or MIBR had to spend a lot of time re-clearing. They're only now arriving to retake.
And through heaven, the first line of defense is going to be Oxy. Smoke's going to be dissipating at some point. That's his team laying down some util. They know the timings inherently, and as the doors opened up, well, let's go on for a bit of exploration. Quick snap to the side. Hospital flick to dodge the flash, but not enough to dodge the bullets. It's going even ever so slightly, still player disadvantage, but Cloud9 may be able to equalize. Zephyr weaving in and out, Armageddon at your feet. Nowhere to stand, nowhere to hide. You're gonna wait out that ult though.
There's nowhere to
Plenty of time on the clock to make the go of this one for Cortesia.
Cortesia's just Mr. 2K today. The amount of rounds where he is
Another crazy round. I didn't even see, how did Bono even die? I guess the
1v2 situations is beyond impressive. I want to see it back how he managed to pull that off.
It looked very chaotic, didn't it? It looked like there might have been potential for C9 to slow that one down, just ever so slightly.
C9 here were
Take a look at
trapped
it here in the replay again.
They didn't have like, holy shit.
I mean, that's
like
pretty
they had
nasty.
maybe one too many
The
ideas.
double face there towards the end to play the 2v1 is not, it's not necessarily a bad call, but they could have, I think, forced Cortesia to
multiple
make
players back
the
here,
moment happen
Oxy
for him
alone
rather
off,
than
some people on
rather than
site.
kind of peek into him one by one.
There's
like
a lot
that.
of like
This comp though, all gas, no brakes.
Sending it
Again,
once
they
more
do
straight
this.
up into the double door, and there's a player waiting, watching.
So
Ultimate
that is what
Lion
happened to
ripped out
Dambi
and
a lot.
taken out in the blink of an eye. 4v4 for the opening of this round. Smoke up and around, leaping into the fight again, sets up his team for a bit of success there.
Aspas has ult
Zephyr
here.
with the cleanup and the trade instantaneous at that. Jump spot is good, they know. Aspas trying to take a fight, drop down into pit, and they're just trying to run these players down right now.
Yeah,
but you
like-
really
like
want to
this,
contest this
it
guy
was a
right
very
now. Zephyr, last
non-shim
one
round.
left, and they're making a mockery of the situation.
It's a very
Running around
non-chim round
Zephyr.
where it's just like,
Back-to-back rounds, C9 create the chaos. They send it on these wild rounds, and then
where, you know, it's just a bit like,
fail
huh?
to thrive in some of the chaos
Like,
they end up bringing through.
Shen being able to pick up that kill is vitally important, I think. Oxy is such the tip of the spear for the team in these kind of spots. If you let him get going,
Let's go.
can get dangerous.
We have 3 ultimates.
That they
All
do.
right. Cortezia getting fired up, though, as well, making sure that he's keeping his team on the right straight and narrow in terms of the calling and what's important for them heading forwards.
Here we go again. This time different pathing. He's headed towards Baby Door.
Salvo's immediately breaking that one open, but it's a counter stunning. Alter Bucky's in play. Still followed up and cleaned up, but it's a rifle obtained. Quick plant now down onto the B site.
Maybe they just picked this map because they
by
want to have
Cloud9
fun.
seems to be the name of the game.
Aspas has to neon
Vic is
ult the shot.
hyper aggressive. Could be trying to take this peek into him. Aspas! Straight transfer. Not quite aligning there, but he's just doing definitely done enough damage. And to this point for Cloud9, Zephyr and Net, last ones have to stand against most of this. Aspas running them down and away, and a quick snap to the side. Shainum dismisses and deals with Zephyr almost single-handedly, and baiting Net out wide.
That was just an eco, but this is the third round now in a row.
Yeah, they're just
C9
full.
sent
This
off the
is
rip, got
Nongshim though.
themselves
This
a
is a lot
solid
of.
opening and position
Well,
into
actually,
sight,
it's
but then
probably a
in
bit
their
better than
post-plant, have tried
Nongshim
to
because
continue that
their
momentum
teammates are actually
forward
following
into a
up.
deep
When it
sweat
was
into Spawn,
Dambi,
into Link,
he was looking
and
like
ended up
Dumby because
losing the round
he was sending it
off
like
the trades
Oxy is,
because
but the
of that.
rest of the team was playing a lot slower.
Yeah, it's the fight over there towards Waterfall that just goes so badly for them. And I think MIBR look really happy to play at this higher tempo, which wasn't something I was necessarily expecting. I think C9, more naturally, we assume are going to thrive in the chaotic situations because they're the ones that are creating
big
it.
role
But
fight this time.
that has not been the case.
Buddy, these barriers are going down, and I'm seeing 5v4 in terms of the players. There's a stun immediately to try and dissipate some of this action, take a bit of bite out of the round, but as you peek past that one into the fray, Rolling Thunder, pushing them all the way back. This is MIBR looking to equalize. Succeeded at least at that first level of the plan, but now battle lines being drawn out, a bit of a stalemate being called for now.
Pretty sure the openings of these rounds would kill a Victorian child if you showed it to them. Just chaos every which way. For the first time, though, it's a bit slower. C9 slow down, send the drone back towards C, and now look to retake space into A. They're heading towards the operator, though.
Yeah, Verno's holding it steady. Hand is required for the moment. And, well, just can't quite adjust in time. Bit of a micro flick missing off to the side here. Forced way out of the line of sight, so he potentially would have looked to take.
I know exactly. Swapped it for the Vandal, though, didn't he? So now Ned gets into a position where he can use his ultimate. They realize that the A site is pretty empty, but both initiators from MIBR could try to flood.
And through heaven, Armageddon as well. You can use this one to try and at least clear them forwards. The goal
Pivot to B.
Yeah, to try and push them back in, and now straight over towards B as well. Swing some roundabouts.
Nice call.
Zephyr being left.
If he would have taken the rub straight away, that would have been trolling because they haven't even
MIBR
tapped
don't really
on
know
B.
where this has ended. They've lost track.
Cloud9 just holding as well. I think they were waiting for the smoke cooldown before they actually had committed. And now, play goes backwards once more. Steel Garden overlaps Cloud9. Not too many guns to use here. Got to rely onto the util and just try and buy time for the Zephyr lurk all the way through. But Vic has already fallen. Fault line is waiting. Net's going to be in front of this, though. As soon as this one gets sent flying, there it is. Forwards once more. Artisan sticking. They don't really know what to expect from where these players are. And the salvos are not coming out in time. That's half already onto the defuse. Going to try and preempt this one. Send the salvos out nice and early. Cortesia, a tap. Pulling these players out wide. Cloud9. The positions are noted. And MIBR know exactly what to do into this spot.
Nice play, MIBR again.
Last-ditch hurrah and effort there from Zephyr. Decent go of things in the end, but MIBR are in control, even when it gets scrappy.
They're doing such a good job of handling these chaotic rounds, finding their moment to slow things down and play the retakes the way they want to do it.
This one was quite different, though, to the previous rounds. Normally,
Lack, thanks for the 30 months.
C9 or two players on C9 tried to fight aggro and get into a pretty pushed-up spot. This time, MIBR themselves were the people setting the tempo with that Vice ultimate that really...
I mean, they are just fucking sending it. But... it's like they want to avoid C because the Vice is there, and they don't want Oxy to just run into the fucking wall, and they don't have a great way necessarily of dismantling the wall. And also, on pistol round, he showed that the wall wasn't in the choke point. It was actually kind of just behind. So they actually could scale up this way towards pillar, but they probably don't want to. And the problem is with that wall is there's no way really for them to actually bait it out, because they'd have to actually be on the site, right, and open themselves up to just dying. So... like, they want to avoid C because they're worried about, like, a wall being here and Oxy running past it and then just dying, and the rest of them just sitting here like, what do we do now? So we've seen them basically just, blitz it to A, go to B, but like they're avoiding this part of the map. So MIBR are reading into that, hey, they're worried about this Vice. Just keep putting Vice on C, and we'll be all right.
A rating.
You're going to see a brawl once more here. It's a bloodbath over towards A Rubble. Bit of evade and switch, seeing if they can pull some of this util out blind as anything. Oxy is just slowly crawling towards it, but into the open arms and crossfire setup that MIBR have got cooking and set up. Vic somehow in the midst of all of this one ended up way out of dodge. And he's on the last one left.
He's on defense with an op.
Picked up the stinger. Gonna be waiting for you though. How do you deal with all of this? Aspas happy to be the sacrificial.
So this is a nice adaptation by MIBR as well, right? Knowing that, hey, they're worried about C, they're not going to go there. Let's just put our wall on B and force that fight in.
Bit of a happier 7-1 for the Brazilians.
Literally every time.
It is every time.
It's hard not to.
How many years has it been since that semi-final game?
We're not going to be let back into the country.
I mean, we've got to find a different one. Surely.
We love Brazil.
It's been 11 years.
Imi is not on Cloud9 at the moment, is he? He's having a bit of a nightmare out there.
That's a horrible thought.
Yeah.
He is on Cloud9 still.
Artazine picks up the operator as breach.
Listen, guys, reset. Fight to be taken, stun tucked up. Smoke's not going to be helping you out too
Holy
much.
shit.
When Vic is pulling off magic like this, like a rabbit out of the hat, pulls a round out of his ass as well, man. This is just unreal stuff from Cloud9 when they needed it most.
What magicians have you been going to see? I
don't want to know, mate.
Yeah.
You don't want to know.
It feels like if C9 just go into that quantity of rubble fights, one's eventually got to have a huge play coming out of somebody to turn it around. Vic tried the same play when they had the stingers in the previous round. Like a super deep double teleport to be able to kind of get behind them.
What kind of magician?
Although this is different.
Oh. So clean from Vic there.
Oh.
Yeah, just do that again then.
If they're starting to get the read on the rubble fights, then maybe it'll make a difference. But the best case scenario here is still a 7-5 lost half.
But as you said it yourself earlier on, when you're rubble fighting every round, you have really high variance in the round. It comes down to the brawl.
Okay, they're going to try and fake this
still sending
and go
the neon
C,
there,
but they've read that.
But the brunt of the forces of both teams instead posture towards C, and it's a quiet stack from MIBR.
Yeah, MIBR fully in control, aren't they, in terms of the game plans? The way that they're setting this one up feels like they're in the comms almost. Salvo's at your feet. You have to really respect that.
Oh my god, he's found
the... He's dodging. Most of the stuns coming his way out. Is it happy to help out? Over the shoulder there. A couple of straight bullets and Oxy will drop.
There's still Thorns front B. C9 is not going to be able to call this pivot immediately.
It is the nerfed version of the Thorns though, so they've got a slightly earlier entry.
It's dissipating now, finally laying claim to a bit of space onto the B site. Stealth thrown out wide, has to be broken, we'll do just that. And where are we going, man? Swings and roundabouts, you're just making mad pivots all over the bloody place. And they're trying to go in through baby door. Shaynum! Sky could be more than a menace right now. TP just to try and back himself away, and his Cloud9 players are being corralled, picked to pieces. Chomped at the bit.
Great call by MIBR, great read.
Round from MIBR. I mean, they were like...
that was a flawless round. They played that very well. I mean, Aspas is timing to avoid like World War III here. He's behind the breach ult.
MIBR just runs them down.
I think you could see the awareness right from the beginning as to where C9 wanted to go with the breach ultimate, right? You see the way that Aspas is set up. He's looking to try to get
big
an
ass
op pick.
I was trying to run after, then your big ass in front of me.
He's looking to try to get the odd pick right before the breach ult comes through.
Another fight towards A. Seen this round many a time before.
Salvo's breaking the door nice and early here. Oxy's trying to get ahead of most of this. He's been dying first in a lot of these engagements. There's that counter util as well for the refight, and it's called for MIBR on top of it all. And Vic, we saw magic from this guy, but blinded up still, altered to the hands of Aspas. Hungry hunting.
They've switched the sides of the map.
The spike dropped down into the middle of nowhere.
He has ult, but they know where he is.
Vic has his ult to recover that spike, but he's completely separated from that.
Okay, now they know what the second player is.
Just missing the stray shot. MIBR.
They have to pick a one though. They need to pick a side. Surely you pick
really
net.
Just in terms of where Vic's playing, but he reveals his hand anyway, opening up the door. Aspas does not really care for it. TP up and above, behind. Will be that cleanup in the trade, but still a lot more obstacles to try and overcome if you are Vic.
Oh, he's got the
TP ult, but he needs to try and find a safe place to use it.
Yeah,
He's not going to be given any of it. Verno, quick to hunt him down.
Last round.
Giving him the Tetlings at the end as well. What's that about? A little bit of beef. 9-2 up. And this has been way more one-sided than I would have expected. After what we saw in the previous map, where it was back and forth basically the entire time. 13-9 finish. And this is Cloud9's map pick as well. Sure, I thought there would be some like high variance, big rubble fight rounds going on, but this has been very consistently MIBR coming out on top.
And only one full shield, net 1 and 9.
Back to the well for Cloud9. This time, just sending 2 players instead, probably looking to turn this into a B split.
Just trying to condition, like they've got the brunt of their forces over towards that area. Paranoia swoops forwards though, it spells it out nice and pretty. The Thorns sidestep for now. Cloud9 have access to front B. These A players could really do some damage. Oxy's already removed one of them. Rolling Thunder to try and disrupt this one. Plan not going to be going down. A bit of raw spam as well coming in through the main choke points. And okay, we're going to be pivoting back over towards A.
Yeah, they'll have a clean post plan here. It's going to be a second before MIBR's rechargeables come back online.
Aspas realizing it. A lot of contact to be caught up top there. And aftershock to swing. Mitch sets him up nicely. Stealth drone trying to get a handle in terms of the player positions. It's broken, so they know the rough position I've had is in still ult are available to be utilized. Zephyr, he's considering it now. Armageddon held ready, lying in wait, and there it is. It's going to be buying even more time. Well placed. Slight pocket to play in, but time is being bled out, and the refight up towards heaven is even better still. For Cloud9. They're going to deal with Cortesia, this guy is not stopping and not slowing down. Time is against him, though. Oh, nice my. That just delivers it. Bullet to the head.
Finally, in round 12, Cloud9 get the round that you're looking for, where they bait the plant onto B, draw out that attempt at a flood defend with the breach ult there that you're just witnessing, and find that safe pivot into the A site where they can actually play a bit more of a solid post-plant setup. And even then,
9-3. I think that was a good help by MIBR. I mean, we saw Cloud9 looking a little one-dimensional there, right? They just did a lot of fucking A rubble fights. Won 2 rounds from it and lost a lot of rounds from it. It did look a bit like Nongshim. It wasn't great. This is they use kilometers per hour, I'm gonna guess. Estimem I defensem la something. That, I mean, it could be Spanish or Portuguese as well, couldn't it? But my first Optim. Why did they need to burn a tree though? We're going France. On a motorway. Well, actually, what's the, there wasn't there a sign? I can't quite tell what that says.
It's a different team on attack, but no
the
different
French are always
with the
popping
neon
off
breach
about
tail
something
here.
Okay, Aspas and Ghost, light shield.
Try and put the squeeze onto the players in through spawn. Stuns rattling.
Bro,
Ricocheting, blind as anything. Addison's lucky that he's alive, but barely a shred of health.
Okay, they know the
left to
round.
his name here. They're able to just put a stop to any sort of pressure being applied, but Cloud9 relentless in their approach. It's all or nothing from them. And they're able to clean up and at least follow up, putting a bit of a vice grip on them. Shanum. Signs of life for him. He's barely there. He's got the spike in his hand, so he's going to be able to scurry away and potentially get that plant down into A. There's a chance to make it winnable.
Spike planted, cover going out.
7 HP in a dream. Paranoia, but no safe position to use it from. He's just got to hit some ridiculous headshots.
He's got to kill one.
The spot he's been placed in, as you mentioned. And Cloud9 are not going to be giving anything away
They weirdly
for
might
free.
expect
Still there's
these
a
in heaven.
chance with the timing to be taken. Guns have been looking the other way of things. Smoke propped up. Just out to the side here. Net's going to be sticking this one onto the defuse. Paranoia forward still. It's already just being stuck all the way forwards. And one round for Cloud9. Consolation kills at the end of the day for Shannon.
Bit tragic there for Shannon. If he was slightly wider on the angle, it hit the shot on the player defusing first. No doubt he would have won that round. But instead, C9 stick things through, and
initially it
after
didn't look too
losing
good
pretty
for
much
them,
every one of these chaotic brawls in the first
that's
half
the
on
one
their
really.
Rebel
The
fights.
Aspas one is the big one.
With a very critical one here to get the pistol.
Blind faith that you're going to stick the defuse there.
Yes, let's go.
That's a round that Cloud9 needed to get back into it. Absolutely. Their pistol round strategy worked. And now MIBR are stampeding towards them on C, where there's a trip set up.
Oh my god.
But they are in so early.
It's the kitchen sink. Ricocheting backwards, man. Aspas are being slingshotted. TP's in, up and over towards the top here. Blind as anything for close quarters. That's where the classics are going to be thriving. And the site is now theirs. MIBR, they claim to it. Spike potentially going down. Straight bullets just missing, so extension now earned. Pocket change on top of it, but MIBR not content with that. They want the round win. Trying to press the advantage. Util being used out towards the back here.
Okay,
But the weapons
trade.
picked up. MIBR not able to carve out too much more from it. Verno and Adson. Adson on an island.
Ambitious,
Left
I
alone.
would say.
Verno miles away. Salva's going to be pointing them. If you even choose to use it there to try and dislodge them. But yeah, it's a little bit too late for that.
So a good anti-eco for C9 here.
MIBR with an opportunity to knock this momentum really early. If they can pull something aggressive like that out, but with rifles in hand, I think you saw that C9 were not ready for that tempo. The thing that actually saved them in this round was the fact that they had superior weaponry. But Vic was pure backpedaling on the defensive C. He was not ready for how fast Aspas was in his face.
Okay, they've all got full shield.
A heavy clash about to occur once more. Rinse and repeat out towards A rubble.
Just the usual
Patience
C9
played by
tricking, so they're
MIBR to
good.
begin with.
They're definitely...
Feigning like they want to try and play this one nice and
I would say
slow,
they're
and they've got
definitely
the
at least
Util for a
good.
reclear, but Vic,
Again, as
Paranoia.
I say, I feel like their strat here was maybe a little one-dimensional. But I said before the map, right, this is perhaps a bit of a strange pick because they have struggled on this map. Maybe it's going well for them in scrims, obviously.
Ricocheting out
Smallest
towards their
little
side
wall
as
of all time.
needs to be found. Players toppled. Cloud9 still right
There
from
you go.
behind. It's Oxy with a quick return. Even faster
They win the
reactions.
A-Rebel fight.
Spike down and out. Cortesia.
This
just
is how you
rattling
win a
off bullets.
9-3.
One through the wall. Not enough to
9-3
get it all done.
cuz. This is
4
how you
piece for
do it.
Oxy in this one, and this is now 9-6 momentum building here for Cloud9.
If you sell a story of a comeback on this defensive side, it has to start with Oxy. Had a rough go at things with these Rebel fights in the first half, but picked some really nice targets on this one. Great awareness to turn and face Shannon. And definitely going to be building the confidence back.
Don't know if you caught it there in the replay, but that is a sad little neon wall that just ran into root and didn't go anywhere. And so the entirety of MIBR were just left out in the open. I think somehow Aspas's wall just disappeared. And here we go, this set play.
Oh my, there's
lots of teams love it.
I mean, it's a set play, but not coordinated with too much more past that point. Shannon has immediately dealt with trips. Not going to be too much of an issue here. MIBR find themselves.
So interesting, they've got Net again here with a judge on B.
As well, but Cloud9
with Cypher set up on C.
Up for the retake with Oxy's ult in hand. One stun to Ricochet. Aftershock and Thorns already being used here. Blinds in your face. Aspas glides to the side, hoping to catch that timing here, and still trying to control this space, but going to be meeting the other end of the shotgun, made into mincemeat on the other side of things here. Now the salvos push them out wide. Oxy's momentum completely stalled out, but the bullets raining them down with lead. And a bit of fire in theory here.
Okay, we might get a timeout MIBR. Interested to see the different approaches, right? We saw C9 basically avoid C completely.
When Shenham dies at the very start of the round like that, you're kind of cooked. It's not that you're missing the smokes, but you're also just missing the paranoia that you'd love to use in some kind of post-plant situation. And MIBR have run this round
you see
before.
the Omen's
I remember them
paranoia
running
back
a
from
very
where they
similar
came.
thing at kickoff. I assume
Right,
it was
they
against Hunter
TP
Thieves, but I can't exactly recall. But their
TP
coordination
into
on
their
this
smoke
play
or
does
whatever,
not make
then
sense.
paranoia here.
It's really far
Flood
off.
back in.
You have all the freedom to focus on Shannon before the site hit
I actually think you could
comes through.
do-
There are definitely teams that run.
Probably the best timing of that is to actually go, if you're Omen, wait for the drone, drone C, smoke, Neon start running, TP after you smoke, stick it in the smoke, so the second smoke, flash, Neon wall mid-sight, and actually try and like almost pinch on them with the Neon. That would be the time. I mean, I'd have to go in server and have to test that out, but that would be an interesting play. You'd need something to deal with people close waterfall. What could you do? You could go for a stun maybe, or an aftershock. You could aftershock this. You could aftershock here. Neon run up here. Omen ult here. Flash. Me in the middle. And then if the guy stays here, your Neon turns around and then the rest of the team pinches on him.
As you mentioned with the Odin.
Okay, they're going to go big rubble
Raining
fight.
down and hailing down with a couple of bullets. Maybe that's enough to offset this one. And MIBR going to be finding it difficult, yeah.
It's just chaos.
Unconventional, a bit awkward at best. Shannon, though, is TP'd right behind him and lines up with these players. Vic is just instantaneous with the return, man.
Vic
How
has
is he
been
landing
hitting.
these
Holy
shots?
shit.
Snappy as anything. It's a 4-piece in a round for him, and one player's left to stand. Cortesia lets them all know. Breaking the trip.
It was net 1 and 9, and now it's 10 and 10.
Just stewing in the air right now for MIBR. That tension that, listen, maybe...
I mean, this was obviously fucking
we are
chaos.
reading
You got
into
the
things a little bit too
crisscross.
much, but at this point, this is a map that is getting away from them, and not just a map, a
Crisscross
series.
neon walls.
Vic has got to be one of the most calm players with the way he's aiming in these chaotic positions, keeping his crosshair perfectly placed at head level, predicting every one of those players.
Yeah,
in
net
what
was
is a
1 and
round
9, he's
that's
now
very
11 and
easy
10.
to lose yourself in. But it's his second time getting a 4K from that same position this game. And C9, the gap is now down to 1.
Okay, it's a force. They're going for the
Both
pistol
Omens are
round.
playing their teleports really nicely around the Neon meta at Rubble. But this round, they're just going to rotate the map around each other. C9 push out through Mound. Don't quite catch Cortesia there, but MIBR are going to realize and react into A.
Now
And
they do
RC
have
has this breach ultimate for post-plan.
some ults here.
Then again, but I mean, both teams do.
Let's see who gets the better of it. MIBR being allowed a lot of space to set up here. Thorns lay it down. Backside control is theirs. Oxy, wall up and over towards the top. It's going to be cutting the site, splitting it.
See, this is
into
the problem.
twain,
They've got a
but
lot of util to
slowed
go
down
through here.
by the util. Rolling Thunder, first line of it.
Bro,
So we're going to see
where's
how
our
this one
breach
gets
ult?
used. And Astos has been left alone. Sacrificial is the nature of his position in that spot right there.
This
He's
is
gonna be
poor
taking
by
most of the
Artsy. He has
contact.
to
Rolling
ult
Thunder
straight
pushing back
away,
once
no?
more. Just trying to hold the line against this net. Perfect time to strike, but the smoke dissipates and Oxy is revealed. Door needs to open up wide. MIBR winning this one out. Spilling out blood now onto the side, and net just spraying them all down. Bitch.
Wow, 9-9.
Able to capitalize in the end. Time
got
just online for him. Cloud9 now making it even.
Oh no, MIBR.
MIBR have got to stop the bleeding real early here. Everything that
They-
C9
they
are
have
doing
to
on the
breach ult
defense
when
side
they
is
breach ult,
working.
no?
It doesn't have to be some major
Just
fight
ult
over towards Rubble.
Aspas
This is a
again.
5v5
You already
retake.
ulted once, just ult him again.
And I really like this twist, going really heavily for that push.
Or if you're
through
gonna do
Mound,
that,
instead
just
setting up to flank, but then still
like
getting
Aspas
an
can't be sacked.
opportunity
Like
to
if your
reset
plan is like,
themselves,
hey, we're gonna
win
retreat
out in
to
that
tree
retake there.
to avoid their ult.
Started this half
Like
only
after
Vic
they threw this
positive for
util,
C9, but the
everyone
rest
should
of
have
the
been
team
getting
has
out,
come
waiting
online
for
here.
their ult,
Net,
and then
Oxy
we're
having
gonna
a
fight
lot
back
of
with
impact.
ours.
MIBR,
We
another
need,
chance
like,
on this fight.
See it. Just a smoke propped up. Snellman. They're trying to feign like they could be lurking through, but at this
Yeah,
point,
they're gonna try
Cloud9
and
they know
slow it
fully
down.
that is not the case. Stealth Drone's going to be clearing all the way through. Net's got to be cautious. He's going to be hearing this util now coming his way. Cam being broken spells it all out. And this
Holy shit,
re-clearance,
he's on
Cortesia
another
missed
round.
the 2K himself.
How many times has he done that?
Offers
on
his team
own?
a bit of a lifeline. Now trying to enter their way back in, and the shot's just about missing. Aspas needs some help and needs some bailout. He's trying to play his life and play it. He does to perfection.
Don't lose this,
Weaving back
MIBR.
with fourth here. Any attempt at a return of the fire from Cloud9. He's coming up with naught.
Once more, MIBR get around, basically because of Cortezia. It felt like it was happening multiple times on Pearl. Wasn't enough for them in the end, but this guy's had his moments for sure today. In spots where you wouldn't expect it. A 2K with a Guardian. C9 is still going to go for this one, but they are on the outside looking in round 19.
No flashes, no stun. This is going to be difficult.
And Aspas off angle, loses the first engagement, 6 HP. That's what Mitch has been dropped down to. Util still to be spent out, layered out. It's an Armageddon trying to force the issue. Verno
very
round
good.
to the side here, and in the midst of all this sound cues and the chaos, he takes himself out. Shanum spotted.
Still should win.
He's the last
Just
line of defense
chill,
for
bro.
them. Time
You've
is
won.
ticking with that spike rapidly approaching, and at this point, Circle probably already shrinking. Saved from a dire circumstance.
It's a Red Bull clutch, only because his teammate dies to his own Armageddon.
I mean, you saw what he was going for. He's looking to try to get the hop up to get the punish down into water, but it's, yeah, not exactly thriving in the chaos there. Bit of a rough one. Little bit rough.
Should have
but
shown
all
that
good.
from Mitch's
They win the
POV.
round.
You just see
And
someone
that's an
die in front
important
of it.
one for MIBR to get on the board. It's their first attack round that they've been able to win so far here.
Okay, we're gonna get Neon on.
If that's what it took. Hard to replicate still. Oxy up in hand now, and he hears it. Ult offloaded as Aspas trying to galvanize the round, inject a bit of speed into it. And Oxy's lucky to just get the hell out of there. Aspas in through the back. He is isolated, alone. Not sure if Net's going to be communicating that.
Oh,
Oxy
no.
has found Shanum as the door was just peeking wide open.
Yeah, that's not great. Now, no smokes, no paranoia for the post plan. They're going to be relying on Cortezia with his Vice ultimate, with Thorns to try to slow the round down. There go the Thorns.
And the Steel Guardian's going to be even better in the back pocket. Let loose, perfect timing on it. Cloud9 looking to try and get back into the fight rapidly at that. So now we get in to try and layer it all the way down and swap around with a weaponry.
ugly from
Aspas. My
Oxy.
God. Two-piece again for him. Time has been bought. TP forwards as well, trying to cut up these angles. Mitch has found that first kill inside with the salvos. Enough to buy that time. And at this point, yeah, it's not going to be happening. Mitch realizes it.
A much cleaner post plant that round, but it did take everything from them. MIBR had to invest a ton of ultimate to close this out. But they have found a way in here.
Trying to get it off towards the end. We'll see if Mitch is able to find it. No, he
Not
didn't.
quite.
Bit labored there from Oxy, isn't it? I mean, that's because he's
had the Oxy
got
whip,
the operator and was just swinging back in. What's he using there? Some kind of, was that a classic that he was shooting with? I'm not totally sure.
Nice! Nice round, guys. Nice round.
But if that's more of an even duel between the two Neons, then maybe Aspas isn't able to get the 2K and would make it more difficult for them to be able to hold on in the post.
Second
Credit
time
to
out,
Aspas, he's
C9. We guess France. We go 2016. Fucking Spain. Okay, I think I know where we are. When are we is the question. Where's the Sphinx? Happy Pyramids view.
To go back towards this
Okay, can MIBR close this out?
with the initiators and Oxy.
C9's money getting low as well. This is a big round. I mean,
See which
MIBR's money
way
isn't
This
great.
fight ends up going. MIBR haven't been opting all in at the beginning, usually just feigning with an Omen smoke, but this time it looks very much all in. So flash TP up towards the side here, Salvos. Yeah, James gonna have to
That's with
offload
the
both of
first
that
kill.
immediately and rapidly here, just trying to escape from the Ire. Mitch backs himself out just in time, away from that aftershock here. Opening kill advantage. Going away of MIBR. with Oxy being dropped.
In these positions in the first half, C9 always heated up instantly and sent it on a site. MIBR have done a solid job here of slowing the round down and giving themselves some options with their player advantage.
Does become a bit more difficult for C9 to play some kind of flood retake style with Oxy gone. Net started this round with the judge as well. He's going to tuck himself close to B.
It's a perfect position to play in.
He'd love to get a couple walking into him here.
He only has light shields.
Thinking about pivoting.
Might die to one
one
pump.
Control, smoke layer, down, drop down, and there it is. Judge in hand.
Both do,
Net.
wow.
It's just ripping them to pieces. And now,
Fire
there's
Judge.
no pivot option. You have to send it. All in is the play to be made. But precision is the name of the
Big
game
from
at
C9.
Cloud9.
Verno clutch it. I mean, he doesn't have
one
spike.
man left alone, not for much longer.
Wow,
Sent
Fire
straight
Judge.
back to the spectator seat, and Cloud9 not willing to give up the map just yet.
And in taking their time there, MIBR almost turned into their own problem, not having any utility to really re-clear front B. Get eaten alive by this judge.
And if it wasn't a judge, if it had been a rifle, wouldn't have been on that angle. They probably would have been able to get in.
The judge, bro.
But yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
The gun makes all the difference in that
the
spot.
money not
it really
great.
does.
2 classics.
And it's allowed Cloud9 to stay within 1.
And the money's awkward. Outlaw picked up by Oxy. Long sightline to be watching for any sort of action.
The money's horrid. What is going on with MIBR's buy?
I don't know at all.
Every player's one shot to this Outlaw.
Yeah. And this is where
Yeah,
Oxy
why
could
is
do
Verno
that
ball?
damage. Again, he's just waiting for any sort of signs. And there it is. Gliding to the side. Second bullet will do it.
Well, Cortezia had a pistol, and now he upgrades to Aspas's rifle.
To be wary of this. Why not do you, Oxy? Not to be denied. Chance of a highlight clip here.
Plant and say.
3 in around for him. 2 players left to stand. Drop down to 10 HP.
And the reason I was saying the money is horrid is because Ardazine and Verno, the last 2 players alive, kind of forced up into this round.
This could be dire straight. Not looking in the right place.
And they
Not
have
in the right
breach ult
time
as well.
whatsoever. This is
Well,
Mitch.
one off
Sealing it up. 11 to
MIBR.
11 here for
Start with the
Cloud9. There was an
CD4, get the orb.
instance, a blip on the timeline of MIBR able to get those 2 rounds, but
What are they going to buy here, Brett?
yeah, it's all over the place with the money.
Ardazine and Verno bought down to 100 and 500 credits, so now they've got nothing to work
They've
with.
got the timeout to talk about it.
Yeah, they have to at this point. And there's a lot on the line here. C9.
Okay, timeout. Bro, where the fuck is the Sphinx? There. So we are like here. And what year are we in? What year do you think this is? Tough to say. I mean, very tough to say because famously these things have been around for a while. I'm gonna just... Well, I mean, when did they do the excavation? When was it? Let's go the 20s. 42. Fuck. Oh, it was World War II. The sandbag. I did wonder why the
trap setup
sandbags
on
were there.
B with the stun salvo. Maybe a bait and switch.
There's a hard shot to hit, and Aspas immediately returns with the
So
fire.
they did
Look
try
at
and
this
fight
guy.
them for the
Lights
orb.
out.
They
Plays
tried
in
to
hours
fight them
into
for the orb. I
perfection.
don't
But
love it
also,
by
it was
C9. I
actually
feel like
just
you
a
want to
great
go
economic
trap play
investment
here,
to
no?
have a stinger this round.
Yeah, genius.
Not full fight, just trap
yeah.
play.
What did Frod say to him? Just run at them? Aspas, skip through the meadows over towards Mound, man. That's an incredible round for MIBR to suddenly pick up the aggression and storm over C9.
It's a 2v4. Mitch's position is very much known.
They can try and play for this. They have money. Don't have to worry about not being able to rebuy for the potential last round in this one. And if you snap to a couple of more heads, maybe there's a chance of it here. Yes, Rolling Thunder's committed. They think this one's winnable. Already laying siege and laying claim to this site. This is a 2v2 at that. Just missing the timing onto this one, but the phone line is perfection on top of it. Leave it to the 1v1 Mitch. Time ticking. 3 kills into the round, and what a WinCon's just dwindle away from him. It's a risky call to make for Cloud9 there, an investment into it, but they do take a heavy knock for MIBR's economy for this final round here of regular time.
Yeah, massive economic burden here. They do get the plant money, they got a bunch of kills as well, but taking out every single rifle, that's brutal.
Oxy can buy another Outlaw here if he wants. He's going to have his ultimate online as a backup as well. C9, this damage has set them up to send this match to OT.
The only silver lining there for MIBR is that Mitch used his breach ultimate and Ardazine was in a spot where he actually couldn't. He just had to stay done out in water.
And C9, oh, it was a fake on the A fight.
Yeah, trying to at least feign it potentially here. Through B, through C, familiar scenes. MIBR seen this one before, but how do you withstand against it? Heat's been turned up all the way, and they want to take this one to OT.
What a fucking ballsy call by C9 last round. Holy shit.
Just decide to send it through the spawn and C9.
It's a good idea though, because you're just neutralizing their breach.
Keep the dreams of a 2-0 alive here.
If they can't escape. If they are, I mean, you're basically taking the risk that they aren't just running A at the start. If they are running A at the start, you're in a lot of trouble. But if not, then you're neutralizing breach.
Back-to-back rounds where both teams just threw caution to the wind and went for it.
C9, if you remember their attack side.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Hey!
They sent it almost every single time on A,
but
that's
I think the problem is they were caught in 2 minds because I think our team was already starting this side. So to breach on C, he'd have to cross across B, which he didn't have the chance to. I mean, he...
Same play,
I don't know, yeah, I mean, yeah, you just send it out. You just fucking throw it
going for the same play with
you just throw it any way you can, basically.
It's their pistol rounds again with that trap play, but no one's fighting.
Well, I mean, we've seen C9's attack.
A lot of heat being applied now to Shanum. Spotted out here, suppressed, and yeah,
again, this was when they had success, was when Shanum was getting caught out on A.
Space here. Here's it, dashing up and around here. Stun's going to be overlapped, overlaid.
Don't overheat, Oxy.
You dare overstep yourself and try and take this one. Peek, forwards, and he's just ahead of the timings. Util's flying forwards. MIBR trying to gear up for this one into the retake. This guy is unstoppable. To 4-piece before finally the rabid dog that Oxy is shut down. And Verno's left to watch in dismay and see how we can just try and find a way through into this round. It's so damn unlikely. 1v4, cam in your face. Too many layers to peel back and find a way through. Cloud9 get themselves up to series point.
Here we go.
The pace from Oxy completely overwhelmed what Shannon was expecting. We've seen that swapped around a couple of times where it was Vic super heavy backpedaling, but you've got to be well ahead of the play to anticipate that and get out to safety in time.
Oxy ended the first half of attack something like 4-11. He was getting rinsed with those same fast A pops, but in overtime, it's successful. You see how much it means.
It's over. It could be over. It could be GG. Now, I wouldn't be too worried for MIBR because I even though they've lost this game, I still think they've looked alright for the most part. They threw some rounds on the first map, and then obviously this has been close. But like if you take a look at their next games, as long as they beat NRG, they're fine. All they got to do is beat NRG. They can't lose to Furia. And then they end 3-2, and they're fine. However, for C9, this is setting up for if they beat G2, they are in. They are first seed. Now, can they beat G2? I don't know. But it'll be a good game. And, I mean, this does have written in the stars. You know what this has written in the stars? MIBR beat C9 in the playoffs. That's what I can see at some point. It feels like we're heading for that.
Bit of disrespect past this one way. Delayed with the salvers as well. Reclaiming control of Mound. South drone forwards. This looks pacey. MIBR at least feigning like they might want to go fast, but thinking twice about it.
Okay, bit
This
of a different
camera
look this time.
that Net's positioned out here is going to be giving him really nice mid-round information.
He sees they've all cleared out.
That's going to call Oxy back over towards A. Stun ready here for Mitch. And a great timing on the drone to re-clear front B.
And Mitch doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Double hold it up. It's him and Oxy. Utah being used to try and clear their way back through rubble.
Keeping Cortesia, though, over towards Mount.
Okay,
And
they
the fact
saw
that the
two
cam and
people
the
there,
drone
they're
both got
coming
used
back.
at the minute mark means that they can now regroup for a C-pop. And I think that MIBR have called quite a nice round here. Net's starting to realize.
But Vic Series been great all map.
How do you hold this one down now? Utah being used all over the place, and he's getting tricky with it again with the TPs!
What a play by Vic again.
Adjustment, spray transfer. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. Vic delivers it once more. Aspas alone towards the back, but finally some backup reinforcements arriving. It's Verno. He's quick onto the scene, and a jar with a movement, spraying him down. Mitch left alone to his devices into this 1v1 scenario. 13 seconds left on the clock. This is it for all the marbles for the series and all for MIBR to survive at all. Plan stuck down, bullets spread wide and past Armageddon. Forwards, Mitch, what position are you playing in? Narrowly avoiding.
The reposition.
And a reposition from Verno. Could be exactly what MIBR needed. Rotating around, the question is, does Mitch clear it?
Oh, what a round by Verno,
no.
and that looked
Cross-up
like it
placement,
could have
not
been
quite there.
GG.
So intelligent with the reposition. Verno saves his team.
The one American player on the Brazilian roster saves the day in this game. Gives him another chance at overtime, but Vic, I mean, what an incredible round it was from him, getting those two, setting Mitch up to nearly win this clutch.
You're looking at that from Mitch's POV as well. He has so many opportunities to nearly win that. I mean, Verno dancing with death in multiple situations that could have had C9 winning the series. But we're back to level.
And we're back to an A fight, Brad.
There won't be any pushback. At least not initially.
Okay, this time they put the
Alternating up
Vice
setup
will
here.
be a
MIBR
nice different setup.
Util playing up over towards A here. Big delay, but in for a tree. Cloud9.
Look, I mean, they've hard read
Already
them.
taking this space. TC needs to be careful. His team, though, happy to back him up here. Off to the side
Again,
here.
they're almost getting caught out by the same thing.
Forwards. Plenty of bodies,
But
plenty
this
of
time
targets.
they fight together.
Laying claim here and just
So this is the thing, they know that they haven't been smoking
Cortesia
that.
making good usage of it. The rest of his team happy to bail him out. Bit of extra fire
Chance to go to map 3.
It just goes both ways here for MIBR now. Map point.
MIBR with a
Nice
completely
call
different
again.
setup as far as I can remember. I don't
Really nice
recall
call.
Cortesia having a super
Again,
defensive setup like that.
C9
over towards
a
A
little
with
too
the Vice,
one-dimensional.
and
They're
it
kind of
bought
hard
so much
relying on
time.
this, it almost
I
feels
thought
like.
C9 were going to back up once they realized that the defense was super layered in, entrenched on the A position, but they continued battering their head against it, even as the flood was coming through and through.
A truly great call from them, and
Okay,
for Cortesia,
timeout C9.
another one of these rounds when it's...
I mean, I might almost trust them to win a defensive round, but... Do you? Viva Dubsek. Sweden? Pakoa, Vastan, Ekstrom. I know Sweden wasn't. I'm just basing
Next
off the
round.
language.
Like they're
Ekstrom.
mentally alert.
MIBR's done really well with these C hits in the last couple rounds of attack for them. And again, it seems like Vic and Net will be in the...
Right. It's going to be probably a fast
To
C
try and
exit.
push this one back. Usually slow going off the rip here from MIBR. Just dodging to the side here with a... Oh, the full line! But you've got to be careful here, Vic. Lying in wait here, plenty of util, and Aspas is eager to try and lay claim to most of this site. Still angles and pockets to play and weave in and out. Net.
They were in pretty much
Two
this
beats to be
exact
found. The
scenario
rest of his
before.
team, time has been bought for them to try and play themselves all the way back in. Stalemate and pause court for tempering
Aspas got one
in the
as
midst
well.
of the round. A beautiful moment. And it might be finding all the success in
Pretty
the
much
world.
we had a replay of the same
Another
round where
chance for
C9
Mitch in
stopped the
clutch,
initial hit
this
somewhat,
time
but the
to
second
save
time,
this map.
the kind of refight they lose.
1v3, this is MIBR just trying to sail all the way to Haven. MIBR not taking any chances. There's a tap to try and pull Mitch out wide and open. Aftershock forwards and eager to draw blood. It's 15-13 is how we finish here.
Well, we go map 3. Oh, that's a sickener for Cloud9. Puolesta, Pacoa, Vastan. If I could only see the flag. Oh. Slovak. I mean, the name. Kekstrom. I mean, it's definitely Slovak. Is this the Velvet Revolution?
No.
Where would we be, though? Would we be in Bratislava, or would we be in... I'm going to base off this Strom that we're closer to Germany. I'm going to say we're in Prague. Based on not much. When was the Velvet Revolution? 88. The signs are in Finnish. Don't say that that's not a strange one. Okay, where is Google? They're in San Francisco, right? Where is Silicon Valley? Like where are they really? Croker, Amazon. They're in like... Are they down here? Are they in Berkeley? I don't know why that rings a bell. When was Google founded? Oh, no, earlier than that, right? Let's assume this is the founding of Google. When was Google founded? 1999. Oh, they're down here. Oh, the first office was all the way down there. Unlucky. Right. I'm going to get some water. The headquarters is still there. Well, sorry, I don't fucking live there. What was map 3? Haven. Right, I'm going to leave it on this first one. And you're going to tell me when I get back where and when this is. I'll zoom in on some stuff for you. There you go. Chat, enlighten me. Deutschland. You think? I don't recognize the 3 X's. I thought it was Dutch. Red, white, blue. Oh, it could be the old German flag, I suppose. Beeren. De Bredsche Kurrent. He's not happy. What's this say? What does it say? It's BRE something something something. It's not Bremen, is it? Brenna? If it's Bremen, see, that's that. I don't know this sigil, unfortunately. My EU4 knowledge isn't great. I mean, the thing is, this could be the old German flag. But that surely is Dutch, right? Fuck it. I'm sticking it here. Perfect. Where's Eindhoven? Sticking it there. When and where and why? End of World War II? Dutch liberation, maybe? I don't know. Could just be any fucking thing, really, couldn't it? Oh, it was Beretta. Fuck. Taco Man talks. Thanks for the prime. Elton John. Hunt for bombs on Queen Elizabeth II. Is that what? Hunt for bombs on QE2. Well, let's just say we're in London. Camden Town. When was Elton John big? $1979. Oh fuck, it was in Italy. 73. Early. That's a tough one. Europe? But where? Could be in Rome again. Would be my first thought. Let's fucking send it. Rome. Rome in what, 19... $68. Fuck. Well, correct. I know where it is, dog. Don't you worry. Do I? Where are we though? Is the we're on some big road. I mean, is it this one? Let's say we're here. What year is this? 1907. Ah, fuck, we're on the other side. 1913. After coming on... Oh, this is suffragettes. That's cool. Okay, we're in.
It's gearing up for a nice little A rubble, at least A main
we got
clash.
Little old school versus
at the beginning though. No
tail
signs of life.
school.
Just creeping up to the angles, and Oxy is going to be looking to explode at a moment's notice here, and he spots it. Body's going wide, luckily. There's a complete collapse as well. Bullets are going to be flying forwards here. MIBR going to carve out a bit of a path. Make it nice and even, 3v3.
I love that little sidestep by Verno. You see how he walked super wide, way into A main, and just pulled the crosshair away from the rest of the team. He's allowed it to get back into a 3v3, but Net's utility is covering a lot of the middle of this map.
C9 though, they're only going to really have the breach stun to make this retake happen. Got you. And all of these players are going to be quite late to actually make it over on the rotation.
So stealth drone in through the back, clears the way in towards C. Util's going to be dealt with. Cloud9 now happy to set up, bide their time, try and play this one into the retake.
Smoke.
Shadows traveling.
Shannon still has a paranoia to work with.
Seeing their fault line flies forward here. Salvo's going to be used actually preemptively here by MIBR. Looking to see if they can find a win con in the midst of all of this here. Vic!
A little
It's just
slow.
lights
The
out.
aim just wasn't
Dude,
clean enough from the other two.
He has been on
Vic's
fire with these
insane.
multi-kill rounds. And after a pretty heartbreaking way to lose that last map, it's gotta feel good to have that impact and clutch up the pistol round.
He was basically top fragging the entirety of Lotus. He was dominating the previous time that we saw him on the stage as well. Vic's just out here. He's consistently putting up big numbers.
Let's go! Sit your ass down, boy!
You look at this lobby, you talk about contenders for Rookie of the Year. Maybe you're thinking of Cortesia, Verno, the long-awaited prospects from their respective regions. But Vic has kind of sneakily come up and had a really good showing with C9 thus far, especially in stage 1.
Vic or Rookie?
Aspas.
I feel like I've known the name Vic for a long time, but maybe that's just the offseason.
So this is a big investment into the raid boss. See what he can do with it here. Rattling off the bullets out from short. It's a quick evacuation from Zeppa. Doesn't really want much more to do with it.
So 3 of them on light shield.
Assassinated. So that armor investment is gone. Though the outlaw, of course, can change hands, get passed down.
2 guns picked up here, but a good spot on the drone from Zeppa.
They saw the outlaw as well. That's a big
Forced
win.
MIBR to reconsider their options in this round.
And on a round like this, just take a look at the Cypher setup here as well, because this is what Net's going to be doing in a lot of the rifle rounds too, where these things matter a little bit more. But he's getting full information down C, he knows that nobody's playing in that area. Tripping garage, I mean, it just means that Cloud9 never have to worry about the kind of west side of the map at all.
The west side.
Yeah, don't have to worry about Beto coming up. It's a fault line. Oxy's going to supplement, at least. He's going to add in a bit of extra fire. Paranoia sweeping forwards. The judge in hand. He's trying to do work with it. Gets rewarded. Vic is quick.
Okay, they got
clean
3
up. 2
kills,
players
so
surviving here for Cloud9.
Not the worst thing in the world.
What does Verno buy then in the next round, considering that he funded
not
that
gonna have-
outlaw purchase?
Or does Artson take the sacrifice for the team, as we've seen quite a few times this series?
Yeah. My thrifty goat. Does look like at the moment Verno's going to be the one tanking it with a Stinger purchase. Seems a little bit strange, but at the same time, C9 don't have the world's best bonus round buy. An Outlaw and a Bulldog to work with is not much.
Looks like they're going to try and get Oxy posted on down C long.
It feels strange to see double jet on Haven in 2020.
Push deep, but MIBR have no
2025
inclination to work their way over towards C. They've all grouped up now. A long control is theirs. Sending it forwards now with a stealth drone. Zeppa, it's a critical break for him, and Paranoia is going to sweep forwards. Push them back. Anchor smokes now, lay it down, updraft dash straight into the site. Looking for a bit of a skirmish. Fight to be taken here, but that's rapid and quick. Zeppa is just weaving in and out, just trying to survive. But the response from MIBR is just immaculate.
MIBR, if they had not succeeded in
They
this
can
A
pick
hit,
up
they wouldn't
a
have had
couple
many other
rifles probably
options.
as well.
Had no map control really, except for A and A long. Actually, there was some really nice team fighting from them, and Artson picking up a couple big kills. Gets them this round and keeps things in control.
Nice that
Nice
they
round
still
by
have the utility to be
MIBR,
able to go for a
recognizing
two-phase hit
they
there.
needed to go as well.
The first wave of just the Taeho
So that's the thing,
drone
obviously,
coming
with
in.
this
But
comp,
you know, if you don't
with the
break
Jet
that
instead of like a
response to it,
Neon
they're
or a
gonna be
Yoru,
instantly on you with,
we're used to like
the
fast
flashes,
rotates,
the dashes.
fast flooding in, but
But Artazine still
playing
had
old school
enough
here.
in the back pocket and a rifle to boot to be able to get that one through.
Shenom's been such a fun player to watch, the way he's using these TPs proactively throughout this series now.
gonna ult heaven here. Yep.
This time Aspas.
Ready for it.
Similar playbook
Oh,
here.
they just
Ult's gonna be
cancel it.
negated.
See, normally you
TP up towards heaven.
And Oxy looking for a fight. He was stalled out by the salvos early on in the round, but now he's popped his dash. He's looking to take the fight as they're
Towards short.
pushed back from long.
Yep, dash is going to be dissipated though, and your chance running short. Oh my goodness, they just about missed each other.
I thought he spotted a leg there, but he can't have done.
Tucked tight to the side. Util considered. Cortesia is just checking a cam, I believe.
Does he dare show an ankle?
It's like
a
a Victorian era, mate. Yeah.
Well,
Just
Beyond
wasted.
still a 4-stack here because they've
Biding
just
their time.
they've got all the
Stacked on
Cypher
site,
style.
though. This does not look good for MIBR if they commit.
No,
There's a
they're
bait set
gonna
as
get
well from
fucked
Cloud9.
here.
Look at it, tuck 2 players to the corner.
They're doing a
Thinking
little
twice
dance.
against it. This is awkward. 44
wins
seconds. Tazia, okay. Collects that kill. Looking to move in a different direction when you have 37 seconds left.
They're canceling off of this one, and they don't have a ton of control, but they did keep this cam down mid. Know that no one has walked up.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it's all on net.
Yeah. He's the one to try and hold them back. It's an onslaught that's going to be approaching. It's going to get gifted at least with the possibility of just one fight, but as he's activating the setup, that's when Cortesia strikes.
Wow, the timing couldn't have been
Oh,
any
it's the
better
best
for
timing in the world for these
MIBR. They're
MIBR
just gonna
players to be
save.
taking.
Two absolutely perfect 1v1s for Cortesia. Just wins the round for MIBR. C9 don't want to risk losing this one out. Don't have a lot of money left. Their bank would
Well,
be broken
I
if
mean,
they lost these
Cortesia has
guns.
won them. Honestly, probably about
Just clearing out short, wondering
probably about
if somebody could be
6
around him. I
rounds,
think he's
7
just looking to
rounds,
try to upgrade
just
his
like
weapon.
getting a 2K
They
on his own
pinged where the body was.
throughout
I
the
think
series.
I might be wrong here, but I think there is a Vandal down short behind him. But surely you're not happy with saving a Guardian in this spot, really. That was a beautiful timing from Cortesia, who's been pretty
Where the fuck is
fantastic
that?
today. We've had
Germany,
his
probably.
name on our lips so many times
Litzmann
where he's
stat.
had double kills, triple kills, or just, like in this round, a crucially important single frag to be able to knock something open.
Yeah, Cortesia, I think, stole that rifle that you were talking about.
Yeah, so Mitch did have to just keep the Guardian in. So now you've got 2 Guardians and a Judge into this round. Pretty horrible way for Cloud9's
Gonna force them.
economy to have gone,
Timeout.
considering that they won the pistol.
Last 2 rounds have been all about A. On the defensive side,
attack-
Ned has
don't
been
be
throwing a
attack at
cam
this time.
down the bottom of C most of these rounds and getting a ton of info over there. MIBR's never cleared that out. They
Okay, it's a Ortskommentor. Tomazau? Right. Littmanstadt. The problem is Littmann, it might be in Austria or fucking Switzerland as well. Petricow sounds more. I mean, this place sounds fucking Hungarian.
They were going to force into the round. They had double Guardian and a Judge. And now they've decided just to go for a pistol.
I mean, I have never heard of any of these places, so maybe it isn't Germany. Because why would they be on signs?
Or as a, wait, hold on guys, you got the wrong read here.
great call out of the timeout from MIBR. They're sending it towards C. Only Ned is here to receive.
They don't break the cam. They're waiting until the final moments to do that, and Cloud9 eager to take a bit of control towards A lobby, but
they went for a
it's
save,
already
but
coming
didn't
through.
buy.
And I almost feel like you want to save pretty quickly here for C9. Maybe see if you can get something early on, but if not, losing these weapons would likely mean a pretty big reset into your money.
There's the opener again. This guy's been Mr. Consistent. Tazia eventually cleaned up though. They hunt him down.
Clean it up, but he
the gun.
gets a kill and
a
he
bit
gets
of
info.
Recycling.
MIBR grouping
heavy.
to fight spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of players in through spawn. But that refight once more. It's a Sheriff in the hands of net, not the weapon of choice to really deal with, but counter stun is even perfect on top of it. Bullets lay it down here. 3 players left to try and make him out. That's Cloud9 trying to do the most here, but time is ticking away and getting away from them at that. With the player positions, Verno is even going to be that safety net. Has his salvos, and already it's ticking. They realize that the job is done.
Good damage
the
by
kills they
C9.
needed there. It was just a matter of doing it a little more quickly, and Cloud9 might have been able to make something happen in a spot like that. They did have to be a lot quicker than they actually were, because as you said, Salvo's still in the back pocket of Verno, but Red Bull Clutch, probably the easiest one Verno will ever get. He just sat there towards Cubby, and the threat was...
And that is why clutches aren't in
the thing that got it across the line.
VFL.
I do think this is going to be a good idea for Cloud9 overall, the idea of hunting that lurker. Back when we saw MIBR play just last week against G2 on this map, Cortesia was almost always part of a one-person lurk on the opposite side of the map to the rest of his team. And so if you can find him and hunt him down, you can actually play retakes up a man fairly consistently.
Now we're going zooming through, seeing what MIBR can cook up. Drone out through and wide, just trying to sidestep past the smoke as well. That's Vic hunting for a timing, but we're receiving it.
Full 5v5 retake here.
What? Okay, Hunter's Fury off the top. That's not going to be getting any tags at all. Doesn't even clear him through the back of the site.
Look at the rest of Cloud9 waiting for Cortesia to come through garage. And Cortesia's just sat there at headshot box like, nah, I ain't moving.
And these bullets are being laid down. Addison holding.
Reach at some point.
Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. And here's the kills collected.
Hits 3 of them.
Trying to push them back as well as the fight was just about to be taken.
He gets that paranoia.
Inserts a pause unwillingly there for Cloud9. Just being stalled out to such a high degree. Already to Cloudburst though to get themselves back in along with a dart. Moving it all the way around here. Cortesia off to the side. It's a salvos, but has been earned to WinCon. The Cloud9 can work with. A couple of taps there. Bullets flying forwards. Just trying to go off the neural theft and the reveals net.
Wow.
Stands his ground.
Big win.
Holds it down. Cloud9 finally able to get around.
So the problem they had
similar
was
actually to the previous one, except C9
once
sent
they
it as soon
breach
as they
like
possibly
this,
could. The retakes are
Aspas
looking
made
good.
a mistake.
The
Well,
way
they
that
made a
they're
mistake
fighting
here.
together, the
What they
kills
probably
they're
needed to do was
leveraging,
not
and the uncomfortable spots that they're putting MIBR players into, like this one, for example, onto Aspas.
So the second time, right?
Really nice util usage
Don't
as
smoke
well.
that. Smoke
Zephyr
garage.
sends the dart for Oxy to dash in
Someone
and get
hold
that
for your
2K.
breach, and your breach just stuns again.
And Zephyr himself
As
taking
soon
a
as
bit
you
of
hear the dash, you just
tour
stun.
Get the up, get the up.
From that double duelist comp playing Yoru to start now.
So the
top
breach
ready
ult
on
was
the
fine.
Silva. As again, MIBR
This is
head
sometimes
towards
the
C, but
problem
this
when
time,
you're like
Oxy
obsessed
the
with
open
just like,
hands and
oh,
a good
Teo
bait
has
from
to
net.
missile,
Still think it got spotted, actually.
you know, for the
Oxy's in a
spike.
lot of trouble. Updraft up and away. He's missed the initial shot. Bladestorm, an attempt to salvage, but Aspas straight back at it. It's making sashimi out of the rest of the players out onto the side here, and Vic will do quite a bit to try and offset the damage done. Running and gunning, classic right clicks. This is pure carnage.
Aspas is playing gun game. Goes from the rifle, 2 kills with that, and now
Oh no, they're
a
gonna
1v2
lose.
for Zeppa.
And he's finding the perfect timing on
it's
top of it
Aspas,
for the
never mind.
final boss himself.
Never mind.
Aspas. It's a 4-piece overall into the round. Locks it up. Wasn't pretty.
Dude, that crouch peek at the end from Aspas was filthy, though, man.
I mean, this was a pure chaos round. What the fuck was going on?
This is absurd. Like, how do you keep up with the chaos of what's going on here as the Jet players on both sides? But look at this one at the end. Crouch, and just, oh, I'm not even sure he threw the crouch in there, to be honest with you. It looked like it did from the other POV. But he's so precise with that first bullet.
It looks like he's just giving Imi a migraine.
Okay, 4-3.
Oxy has
And
a
now
hero
they go
rifle.
for a C. I mean, MIBR, they
That's all to
pulled
speak
the
of
right
for C9
round
this
again.
round. MIBR have wrestled control back
I
here.
think Cloud9, at some point, you just
They
got to go
pivot their
for
look
a
back.
more
Oh, we've gone
standard.
C for 3 rounds in a row. Now we're going to just go back to our same 4 towards A look. It's just been a 4-1 all day from MIBR.
Yeah, and this was really the same
Trip
thing that they were
destroyed, and
doing
he's heard
against
the
G2.
Cypher, so
And
you've
that's why
heard
I'm
that
saying
Cypher trip,
finding
right? So you
Cortesia
know that Cypher isn't
really
Neon,
trying
right?
to punish that is going to be key for them, especially when he's playing
You might call
aggressive on
them back.
anti-ecos like this. He does give his team a really nice option to pivot back to him whenever he likes. And I think he's just giving so much info here. The fact that the trip goes down and
So
then
what I
nobody
like to
reclears
do
this,
in
they
these
heard
kind
them
of
running
spots
through. Yeah.
It's
watching
just like
Cortez play
throw a
this
smoke
map
here.
reminds me a lot of
Just so it
like
makes
early
it
days
look like
Lex
you've
back
crossed.
when he was on Loud with these really proactive lurks into mid, into garage. He's willing to take those risks, those liberties that give his team,
This is a
his
nice shot.
IGL,
Nice call by
great options
Cortez,
to pivot
basically.
as it's an open C site that he's earned.
Yeah, good call overall. Gamble stack Cloud9 not working out. Very good macro. They want to try and get fast into the fight here, into the fray all the way through.
Absolutely
but
ripped to
looking
shreds.
against the rifles into the hands of Aspas. Good luck. MIBR, it's inevitable at this point, going to be sitting at that 5th round. Vic will look to do a bit of damage if he can. It's not really going to do much overall to the economy. If anything, you want to go down to the spike, you don't want to build up Verno to that ult.
It was worth you commenting that.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see Verno hunting for it, actually. There's definitely plays that you can make with the Tejo ultimate that'll make that
Aspas might go to
extremely
get in my
valuable to
throat.
use. He is sticking around, looking to see if he can find the kill onto Vic, who's presumably looking
You
to die
missing
to
side,
spike.
Joe?
He's a bit too slow.
Seen a little horny chat?
Bruno dies to it as well.
Oh, he does. Yep.
All good. He's got 4K in the bank. I'm not sure he's too worried about the economic implications at this point. Operator coming online here for Oxy. They're going to need a big opening pick, I think. We've seen C9 looking to try to hunt the lurker, looking to try to flank retake. But these early contests for space have been going the way of MIBR.
But yeah, I think just a more standard approach.
Oxy looking like he wants to
Cypher
be posted
try
up
and
short.
hold
He's just
this.
gonna get
Yeah,
stopped
I
by
think,
Salvos
well,
again,
I think that's an interesting trip. God, if they go for a B hit here, they'll be cooking MIBR.
Range
Playing
them
with
for
UAV.
now, and chance to take the peak.
If they get Oxy posted in A, it frees up a lot of resources to go deal with the lurker in the rest of this
They're
map.
waiting for some aggro to come
And
out.
of course, if Cortezia tries to lurk down short, he's going to run straight into Oxy.
First time MIBR has sent any exploration towards B this game. Looking to maybe fake this space. Have the 3 strong force down C send it as well, or maybe it's just a lurk. A very interesting round here for MIBR.
Yeah, hoping that they can pull players, I think, on the rotate potentially. Net is under a tremendous amount of pressure. Receiving a bit of help in the meantime, but MIBR, these mid-round audibles are going to be calling. Look, they're not hard committing. They've got access to the B site, and they're making it very well known. Damage done, multitudes of players, and betrayed by the barrel, just
Cortezia
poking
gets a
through.
kill here.
Zephyr is no more. Oxy is going to be joining him, I think, shortly. Just giving a hop over, but Shaneham's
What a nice round by MIBR. Using the C fake, obviously they've been going C a lot. Using this as like a
try and
fake.
save these rifles.
Such a cool round for MIBR. They've conditioned
And
these
the
4-1
double
lurks,
lurk
only ever
into B.
committing where they insta-show or calling back onto their lurk on the other side. Here, for the first time, sending forces towards B, faking C with the spike, and then calling back into it. Really nice mix-up from Artson and the hang at
Nice to
MIBR.
the salvos.
They kill net with the salvos, and deny C9
So
an
now
economic
you got
advantage here.
Teo ult.
Artazine as well. What an IGL. I mean, this is a guy that
Now it's an
hasn't
eco.
got a long history of doing it at a typically top
He's
level.
got like 2 months.
Right. And Fraud just decided,
But
like,
Cortezia
you're
getting
the
that
guy
kill,
to
right?
do
He
it
thinks
for
it's
this
just
team,
Cortezia as he's
and
walking
he's
into that
been
smoke. Because it has
getting
been
better and
just
better, I
Cortezia
think,
before.
while still having great individual performances. Rounds like this, it's a beautiful idea.
Artazine wasn't really the
Bro,
guy
I'm
to...
destroying these guys, oh my god.
He wasn't the one who was pitching to be IGL. Fraud was like, hey, you know this game, you've been with me for a while, you understand my plan, why don't you try it out? And, well, that trial has been so successful thus far as
Hey,
C9 on
brings
an
back
eco,
out the
they'll send
judge.
Oxy on a mission down mid.
We've seen these half-pipe weapons, they can do damage. If MIBR make mistakes, they're not really in a habit of making them, though, to be honest, at this point, as we've been giving credit to the calling. Their mid-round audibles, the way that they've been calling around whether a player gets a lurk or not. It's been quite fantastic, but Oxy...
Oh my god, what a
that's
shot.
what you get, to be honest. Superstar potential, he's going for even more, but... Yeah, rifle in the hands of Aspas,
Maybe
that's
a
going to
bit
be
too much, but
swiftly dismissing the counterpart.
Cortez just pulled 3 players over towards A, but MIBR might still look to call back into him.
Down for a short. It's a hard clear for MIBR. Gonna have to play this one tight together. trying to contact all the way through here.
That should be
bullets
round
through
over,
the
really.
wall as well. Slow down to a crawl net. Still Judge in play. Uh-oh. I'm sensing danger, yet they navigate it regardless. And now, Mitch was supposed to be that danger player. Verno's running and getting a jumping in the air. Somehow still getting value out of it. For MIBR to make out with a round win here when there was all that danger just circling around him on the A site. Near enough a miracle.
Felt similar to that Lotus round where Net was tucked towards B with a Judge and got 2, and then he was cackling about it afterwards. But this round was not to be. And I don't even know really how Mitch lands that shot, but it's...
And how's he avoided the
not
paranoia as well?
One of the round, as it happens.
Okay.
So Oxy goes for a walk down mid though in this round.
What is this? What is this? Do you know that ghost bug?
Okay, I don't know what
I don't know what he's saying.
I don't know. I don't know what Ghost
Full
Bug he's
stack?
talking about, but also the tech pause has not come through either.
Yeah.
So maybe the admins didn't know the Ghost Bug that he was talking about.
He's making a joke, I think, about them having walls, but
I don't think so. He looked serious about it.
well, Oxy, that's an opener that Cloud9 have been struggling to get for quite some time.
Haven't had a ton of them.
Puts a pause into the exec. MIBR not choosing to commit.
Cortesia has a very good lurk up into garage window, but it is being held from Mitch backside B.
So they want to go
pick
B
his
here
timing
to
very
really
carefully.
activate this. But they seem aware with that aftershock.
Through mid. I mean, the way that MIBR are dissecting a lot of the weak points here. Cloud9 set up. It's a critical fight. It's about to be one out potentially. My God, it's labored, but eventually getting it.
What?
He's getting away with bloody murder. Shorty out. You get away with that. Aspas, why not? Put a cherry on top. Bake me a cake while you're at it.
This is a collapse, a crumble of C9. I mean, that's just tragic. The fight itself is so labored.
How?
I don't know whether he was trying to bait out the swing or whether he was actually going for the wallbang shots, but the fact you also land the shorty kill after.
And this was a Cloud9 that had 2 chances to close out on Lotus, to clinch their spot in the playoffs, go up 3-0 in the group before they even have to face G2. But now, having to face the music here, 8-3 on MIBR's attack side. And they're going to have probably both initiator ults heading into this final round.
Yeah, like we said, we haven't seen C9 win on Haven, as far as I'm aware, since late 2023.
They're so rich, they're just going to die to Spike. Don't risk giving Zeppa the ult. That's actually pretty base. They don't want to... They don't want to give him a chance, I think, to get the kill there.
That's just disrespectful, man.
Min-maxing.
That's so disrespectful. I mean, after you lose a round like this, and then all of your opponents die to Spike. Yeah, that's brutal. Cortesia is just getting into garage. C9 are not running re-clears through that area of the map, and they're just waiting for him, and then even when they wait for him, they lose to him.
So, Net with a Judge again.
Armageddon's out.
And it's a 4-stack big fight on A.
Chaotic.
Oh, but they might rip an ult off the rip.
Hold on to your seats. Here's the clash and the skirmish. You've already caught the contact of these players, and here it is. Ult offloaded. Armageddon all the way through it off the paranoia forwards, and a TP on bricks. Mass cleanups in order here, and it's Zeppa and Oxy on janitor duty. Just trying to make the most of it. And definitely finding the advantage. An edge they were looking for.
No
Still
way.
double fighting. This is how you throw it.
No way.
You do not want to
He
be
should know
giving
that
this
the
guy
Cypher
in.
isn't here.
Cortesia has been on an absolute tear this entire series. And you may have just given him a lifeline.
Net only as a Judge. He wants to get a gun. And Cortesia is defending these weapons.
Hell of a read, but anticipating that it could be in a different direction. And Net's just going to be waiting for the spike to be planted before he can receive that upgrade. Wants to play it safe.
I mean, the trip's there for good information anyway on the flank, so if he has the confidence to go for a plant, he's going to have great info about where Net is coming from.
Cortesia has a camera in the post plant, and there are no cages for Net.
He knows where he is. Go play Heaven.
Planted.
Oh no. He's going to try and wrap
Now it comes
around
down
him.
to a game of timings. Both these players going to be drifting around.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, it looks like
Well,
it's
you know
planted for
he's...
CT.
Well,
it looks
I mean,
like it's
he
planted for Heaven.
could have broken it and gone the other way.
You're not really going to think about a guy being tucked short, I don't think, here.
Yeah, it's Unorthodox.
It's kind of one of those things, like, do you check short just because you're so used to checking short?
Working, trying
You
to
see the spike
all
planted
those
there.
unknowns across the map, but now getting a move on, getting a run on because he can hear it. Spike stuck, but net none the wiser, and it's all Cortesia.
Wow.
It's a 9-3 finish to this half of Haven. You cannot give
Wow,
this guy.
what a round.
He said it himself that he was destroying these guys on comms with his team, and he has just been outstanding all series long.
What is this though? The double swing from Oxy and Zeppa overheating in the moment in a 3v1.
And that Red Bull clutch puts the half to 9-3.
That should be GG.
They'll have to mount a massive comeback if they want to rally in this series.
They want pistol as well. I mean, that's about as rough as it gets. Lichman stat. Where the fuck is Lichman stat? Patrick Howe. I give up. We go here in 1903. Poland. Thomas Au. Why are they all on horses in World War II? Normally horses means World War I or before. Embarrassing, many are saying. Well, I'd be embarrassed too if I was you, ain't me too. I think that's embarrassing. So, who's the real winner? Check our places on VFL. But bro, you're falling. After T1 play, I'll be ahead of you. I wouldn't even... After Buzz gets like 20 points and gets me 40, I'll be ahead of you.
MIBR to be the ones that made the play and came to them. Now C9 are on the attack though, and I do expect Oxy to be the one driving the
must win for C9.
Waiting with a Sheriff.
Oh yeah, this is a bit brutal one. Faultline's going to get a decent job of clearing him out wide here. It's a dart that's avoided. Dash popped off, and everybody wants to avoid him. Don't blame him. Skirting around from the raid boss. Slowing it down into the mid-round. Calling for the walk-up. Flash pop play in through B. It's open access, but there are these sightlines that are opened up, and there's no smokes forward after shock. Pushing it back once more. Paranoia is going to be sweeping through anyway, blinding up most of them. Causing it even, though. It's 4v4 as it stands, and tap, a push forwards. This is Cloud9 potentially overcooking because Verno has got a bit of a read on it, but he's just missed the timing onto this one, and the smoke's going to be pushed. Doubled up with the discipline there. Shanum, hard committed, hard stuck into the corner, near sighted as.
Oh, how's he not got a kill?
Trying to play themselves in. Cortesia!
Ooh.
Oh my, finally
5
denied,
HP though.
Surely done enough in terms of the damage. Vic, 5 HP and a dream. The tap pulled out.
30 seconds left.
He knows
he's not
now
blinded
he knows it's not quite the case. Just hold in for the re-push.
Vic has been outstanding for C9 all series, but in the 1v1 against Ospas, can't bring it through. And that's a dagger in the heart. They had opportunities to close out this round. Chose to push deep and try and work their way through A, but this multi-kill from Cortesia and Ospas in the 1v1 might just put an end to C9 in this series. 10-3 now.
Cortesia and Aspas, look at the kills that they've been able to
they are going to force.
Haven.
They should expect it.
Kills with 13 deaths. I mean, that's spectacular, and they've been so important for this team all series long.
Fast C split.
C9 are going to force Unless they win this round, it's looking pretty unrecoverable.
It's all or nothing, Aspas. Here's your time to shine and listen.
Two in damage.
Of targets to pick from, and
See, the Guardian pick here
happy to
against
just
obviously what
collapse
you know
in
is
after the
gonna
fact.
be light shields or nothing if they.
Quick dodge. A flash actually, just not quite avoided in time here. Cortesia, gotta be careful. Oh, he's just bumping into all sorts of furniture and geometry. He does not matter. He's still alive, still kicking.
Oh, they beat the
MIBR
Force.
up to
Okay,
11. The Force just not working out for
bro.
Cloud9. It feels like a bit of a collapse at this point.
Cortesia full blinded twice, doesn't die on the seaside.
And the Guardians are so good in those kind of situations too, because just double body shots and all the players on light armor are gone. I mean, Aspas throws in a headshot there for good value as well, but it's a bit brutal. C9, they started with a great performance in this series, and especially coming off the back of a really dominant series that we just watched from them. I was feeling great about their stocks, and it's kind of just trailed off as the series has gone on.
Yeah, C9. I mean, they had their chance. Take a timeout, but it's GG. Where are you on this leaderboard? Go on, let's see. Ain't me too. Search. Oh, you're exactly 100. Wow, good job. Exactly 100. And me? Okay, I'm down to 340, but that's fine. That's fine, because I've still got my IGL to play. And I've got Sylvan to play. So I've still got 2 to play. Wait, how many points are you on? You're on 262. I'm on 245. 17 points when I've got my IGL? Bro, you're cooked.
After MIBR, we're up 9-3.
It's over. I need T1 to beat Team Secret, and you're cooked.
Poor Mitch at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's not good. Pie watch in order. 2 to 13.
Standing ahead.
To 3.14. To suppress immediately here. Eager engagement there from Vic. He's looking to see if he can draw some of that blood, but immediately disengaging.
I mean, they force again. At least they're actually trying, Cloud9. I appreciate that.
How does C9 get the Stingers into position to actually find any value? Cortesia is just super bold holding this angle. Might get pushed off the line by the drone, but I think he's confident enough. He could pick it back up if he wanted to.
Has support as well. So his teammates
What are they
ready
doing
to fight
wrong?
down short here.
I mean, the defense side, I feel like they
hold
went
on
for
towards
too
the
many
A-side.
aggressive kind of stacks.
Fine.
They were
This point,
playing
they're
as if they
never gonna
had
be
a
setting
Neon
their
or
sights onto it.
Yoru
See
who
if they
could
can clear
fast
it away.
rotate,
Util's
but
gonna
they
use
weren't. So they kept going for like
responsive
4-1 kind of
There it is,
stacks.
dash in forwards with that dart, but no clearance into the corner. And Cortesia, you can't be doing this to him, son. He's just like trying to take your time with it.
Okay,
And
should be
Seven just
round over
whips it
here.
all the way around. Quick 180.
No, yeah, he had the worst gun for that, really. didn't he?
Spray down in order here. 2 players left to stand for
Might
MIBR.
just
Looking
save,
to try and
honestly.
play into this retake.
I think saving here is probably
Ospas
correct.
is still alive though. And Verno has at least the salvos
Because you
to
save
try
and then
make
everyone
something
can
of
buy.
this.
You can just buy artsy.
Last player standing.
Or you can
Didn't
just
anticipate Vic already being in heaven.
walk into heaven
He
and die.
wanders forward and whoa, what are you doing up here?
Aspas, correct me if I'm wrong, should be saving onto this rifle.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you were criticizing him for last year.
Yep.
He's got 2250. He's confident to at least find nothing here.
Where's
He knows the
Sideshow?
timing, though. He's just hoping and hunting for a bit of an exit, but he should be able to get out.
Sideshow is 47 right now. He's
everybody on C9
slipped
evading.
27 points to top place now, which is
And going out with better
Junkai.
weaponry than
His
they came
rival
in with, but
Madam
still not
Pudding
like an amazing
is still up
arsenal
there.
to work with here. You got one
Who's this guy
proper
got?
rifle out the back end of
Jemkin
that, 2
IGL.
Guardians and a Stinger.
That's a pretty
So,
bold choice.
Still a bit
He's
wonky,
got
the
Leap.
economy.
I mean, this is a pretty good team. Prentice,
difficult
Crashies,
round for
Berserk,
Cloud9, but
Leap,
the momentum
Nats,
was
and
not halted
Munchkin,
instantly.
Zeus.
So there is
Super
still
Shados
hope.
Hero. That's a pretty
Admittedly,
fucking nice
a
team.
flickering and very weak flame.
They're heading back towards A. Here. But MIBR, I think this time want to contest a
How
little
am I
more.
losing my
They're
own
both
game to
initiators
Egg? It's
ready to
fine, it's
go,
fine.
and
I'll catch up.
Teo
I'll
makes
catch
this a lobby fight.
I'm
a
fine,
real
I'm
tough
chill.
task.
Just trying to dodge to the side here. Smoke to weave in and out of, hiding from the initial dart, so Aspas is tucked to the corner. A bit of a fire going back and forth. Cloud9 are gearing up, though, to try and go into this hit here. Stacked. 3 of these MIBR players are going to be realizing it pretty soon enough. Stealth drone. Only broken by net, so it doesn't really tell them the whole picture. Now a drone signifying quite a lot here. We're going to be sending this one flying forwards anytime now.
Cortez has a lot of info, walked up down C long. They can keep this stack on A.
Yeah, and here it is. Flash forward to the fault line as well. Bit of spam into the smoke on top of it. Lighting these players up, but obviously just can't quite spray them down. Still an attempt to flip back in is punished. Cloud9 got every avenue watched for there. And
So just another kind of slow walk up
immediately dismissed.
The raid boss is still alive.
Left down into a 2v4. Pretty similar to a previous round, except that Cortez is in a much nicer spot to make something happen. And it doesn't really look like Mitch is thinking about this. Vic not holding it either.
Yeah, he was just watching it and ended up looking in a different direction. Kezia, what are you going to be doing? Putting on a bit of a show for us, I think, here at this point. Oxy with a reposition, trying to be smart with it. Cover the avenues. Make sure that he's that backup policy, lying in wait, and finally tapping away with the Guardian in hand, a bit of precision. And Calm ordered for in the middle of the round. Shaynum's going to be doing a lot of damage, though, to the economy. In these stray moments, and hopefully holding onto the rifle of his own.
For C9, though, these are simple rounds. Open towards A lobby, take that space, re-exec. They've done it 2 rounds now. And
Hello,
those re-execs have
Carlos.
looked
I regret
very
staying
nice.
up, but might as well.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Wait for it to
I
end as
hope
I
that-
committed this far.
And
Yeah,
basically, MIBR don't make major adjustments.
just in case you
For
watch
Mitch now,
another
in a weird
Cloud9.
position.
Surely Cloud9 don't
2-14
come back
at this
from
point.
like,
He
you
gets
know,
a
way
kill this
down.
round, and
That's
he's at
never happened
high.
before.
I know.
Hoping to die here.
I was looking for it in that round as well, and Mitch didn't actually end up taking a fight at any point. Kind of a bad situation where you're rooting for a player to get a kill in order to pie. MIBR with 4 players stacked over towards A again. I mean, they had the stack in the right place in the previous round, but C9 still won. This time, C9 managing to find the weak side of the map.
I feel like I'm watching the first half all over again.
Yeah,
with
this
these
is like exactly what was
4-1s.
happening.
Start heavy towards A 2 rounds in a row, then go back 4-1 into C.
And I wouldn't believe, except that C9 did actually run it back on Lotus.
It's always that inclination at the back of your mind that it could happen.
Different halves, of course. They
Yeah.
ran it back on the defense side.
Here it is, an attempt to try and flood their way back in here. MIBR have bodies and weaving in and out as well. They play Aspas in beautifully. He's able to pick off Oxy, remove one of the rifles from these fights, and out wide here, Vic with a bit of a spray down. It's a mad attempt to try
And
and
they
get some
get that gun?
control.
Where the hell did it
Coverage
run?
in through the back
Mitch.
once more.
That is
There's Mitch! And he's got another kill, so immediately the pie is averted.
Yeah,
But it was there
half a
for a
second of
moment.
pie. Half a second of pie.
we got the pie.
Do we get to eat it?
Yeah, we get
is
the
that
pie.
fine? But he didn't. But
He did pie,
It's
though.
when round ends. I feel bad eating
it's not
it.
when round ends.
He pied.
It's when round ends.
No, it's not when round ends.
It is.
He pied.
It's at any point.
At any point,
Eat the pie in your mouth.
He pied for like half a second.
Pie in your mouth.
Well, it doesn't seem fair.
Red, pie in the mouth, pie on the face.
Alright, no casting for 30 seconds.
you can eat the pie for half a second, okay? You can eat the pie for as long as you minute 5. And he did a good job, and you know what? Maybe he'll end up getting back into this game because he got that kill. You can do play-by-play. No, I can't.
You can go.
You're forced into it. Alright, I'll do it. Half a mouthful, Oxy up and over, up, down, down with the power door up.
Maybe I'll let you go.
Why have they gone like full comedy
He's
week?
going to try and make it go
Oh,
with
wow.
it. Decapitating towards easier. Had to mid-gulp in the middle of all that action.
MIBR set up for the retake here. 3 players working back in through garage. Drone realizes there's no one on a lurk, but Oxy in a position to make the difference.
Sidestep.
Oh.
Beautiful movement. And
Trade,
Oxy's gone for a little bit more there with
trade,
that to
trade,
disengage.
trade.
Weaving in and out. This is a hard chokehold. Cloud9.
We're gonna save.
willing to give up
Fucking hell.
any
Take a
section
timeout.
of
Holy
the
shit.
site.
We got the
Why
first
does it
kill.
actually feel like C9 are
We
going to run
killed
this one all
Mitch.
the way back? I mean,
Yeah,
MIBR are
they
about
are.
second
They
already.
are because
Look at them
MIBR
backing off
should have
over
won this
towards
round.
spawn. And Aspas, he's
You
got the
killed
weapon they would
Mitch.
most
Couldn't have
like
been
to
any
save.
better.
And yet, he's reluctant to retreat. Now, though, with a drone heading towards him. Yep, skedaddle, buddy.
Tacked up too, just through the gap in the door.
And it does really feel like C9 are going to be able to get back into this game because every round, it doesn't matter how much
Yeah,
resistance
every round
there
is just-
they're able to get in onto a site and win a post plan.
Do this.
This forthcoming round is going to be very important for that aforementioned comeback. Verno, Artzin, both 1 away from their ultimates. I
But
imagine
Mitch has ult this
MIBR
round. It was like
wants to
you,
try and get
you got
those
the
online.
perfect start. You
C9's
killed
gonna know
Mitch.
that
It was
too.
like
These
we're
are
in a
some
perfect
really
spot.
simple rounds, though. You know, Aspas spots them out and even gets an opening kill right at the beginning, and yet C9 just goes straight up the gut, exec.
C9 just not letting me and Carlos sleep. Yeah, that is quite a nice team. It's quite good. Quite a good team. What was the best team this week? Jogmo IGL, obviously. Jogmo and Floor. That's pretty good. EU Riens. 50 feet of earth with 5 Canadian dollars. I feel like most of my team was decent. But pointed on Koi winning a game with Philo as a cheap duelist. Feels bad, man. Yeah, that's pretty feels Canada, man. Yeah, never trust Koi. What can I say? It's a decent team as well. I mean, yeah, it's the top scoring team. Oh, if you imagine if you went, oh holy shit! Imagine how much you'd be cooking if you went Gior IGL instead. That could have been
from the Aspas operator. They just sent it up the gut in that round.
Yeah. Still, that was Aspas because I think first round they actually had the Oxy's been rifling a fair bit this half. Yes, this should do. Here's the second.
But I don't want to see him get tricky with it. Like, it's literally working. They've got 4 rounds in a row here just by picking a site.
Yeah.
And they're not just sending it off rip every time, but they are picking their approach.
Yeah, they're just
and then
picking a site and then
good
just going there,
executes to be
basically.
able to get into nice positions.
And danger zone now is Aspas. Dart. Oh, it's gone way past as well, so he can take a cheeky peek here. Rolling Thunder. Where's that one going? Straight through into garage. He just tanks a drone shot. A lot of patience being played by Aspas.
Well, they must know, no? How do they not know?
In your spawn.
Why do you think that?
Lovely. Shorty's going for more.
Why do you think the dart landed there? Like,
finally shut off.
Why do you think the dart is landing
You
here?
said you didn't want Mitch to get tricky with it, but that is
What are they doing?
nice call on the set play.
No,
they
that
send
was awesome.
a dart all the way back.
Like,
to
why
clear
would the
this
dart
area
land
behind
here? What, you
garage
think that
window.
they're just
See
fucking
that no
shit?
one's there. Oxy's then dashing up through garage,
And then
passing
yeah,
all
it's
the way
like
behind
okay,
to
yeah,
catch
it's
the
like a
stun
nice
player's
little
backseat.
like ult
and it's
play,
Aspas
but
with an operator there. Can't do anything.
like
When
the
stunned
alarm
up with
bell
that
should
up,
have been ringing
very pretty
fucking
stuff
way
from
earlier.
C9.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous set play to bring out. I can't be mad about that one. I did say that I didn't want him to get too tricky, but that one was, yeah, beautifully well orchestrated. And also, if at any point you're going to run a strategy like that, it would be best to do it straight out of the MIBR timeout, because you stop them from being able to run their adaptation that they were calling.
The Brain Destroyer.
It is. That one is the Brain Destroyer.
Well, now we're in
Can't
actual
run it
danger.
again. So now you're going back to the more standard
But yeah,
stuff.
like why are
Here's
they
that setup.
why are they doing this
5
dart?
rounds in a row for Cloud9.
Yeah, just a really cool variation on the normal C dart. No one's in position to break it.
And it allows Oxy to go for this pathing. And the smokes as well block off B and then block off spawn, so he doesn't have to worry about that either.
And it's interesting because that was Verno's ultimate use to defend his teammate's
and
backside.
Verno-
not
I mean,
knowing
Verno's
that
ults haven't
Oxy
been
was
great
pathing
this
all the
game.
way around.
To be honest, okay,
So
Aspas
chance to
using
draw some
knives.
blood here from either team. Aspas.
And again, it's
Playing
just,
tight
we're
to the
just
corner
like
here
kind
with
of
the
get. It's
Blade
like
Storm in
both
hand.
teams think they're playing with like a neon.
You need an Aspas round to close this game out.
To be honest,
Get
they might
MIBR
want
up
to
to
with the
12.
way they do their defense sides.
So to put a stop to it, it's a rolling thunder. And immediately, look at that. Aspas just pounces.
Okay, nice.
Burner by his side.
Now you just need to
What can
not
this
throw.
team do?
Now just don't throw.
You said it, Mimi. You need an Aspas round, something to really set the momentum back on MIBR's side, because they've been losing grip so far in this half.
Has to be net now. A chance here in mid.
No more charges left.
Just poking and prodding for now.
Yeah, not confident enough to actually go for that one. Maybe wondering if there was a trip that he was going to meet, but I think he would have heard it at that point.
So Aspas in
Didn't wanna
heaven.
take the timing
I
through
really
the
like
doorway,
this.
though.
Smokes are
Cam
dead.
above on the door frame.
He should just be an absolute menace.
And he's content at this point to just try to dismantle
Seen
what's
two
going
of
on
them.
the other
Okay,
side
they
of the
know
map.
where they all are.
Aspas is quick to try and rotate away from this one here, narrowly avoiding most of the stuns coming his way, but 37 seconds left. This is going to be a quick pivot. Call for by Cloud9. That doesn't actually
And
have
they're
too much
getting the
space
idea.
here when he's making this call.
They saw a breach in jet there. Know it's likely to be the Cypher site on C. But still, MIBR have good tools to win a retake here in the 5v3.
They need a few more picks though.
Just all flood out
As you
through
said,
CT.
MIBR have all the tools to really stop this one here already. The salva's going to be
Or just completely.
sprayed out. Net has got to be careful. Narrowly avoided most of this one, but
Okay.
stunned up and straight through the wall here. And here he is, fast onto the flank. That's Shayna. Looking to try and put a stop to this one. Not a spike did go down, but the heat applied in through the back. Shepard wins.
I mean, they still should
Critical
win
fight
this.
at that, but he's got a lot
Nice
more
by
to do.
Aspas.
And against
Okay,
Aspas,
nice little call by MIBR.
Improbable just looks impossible.
And I want to see that first kill from Aspas again at the beginning of this round. He was stunned
And now
up
they have
midair
4
from the
chances
breach
to
ult,
win.
barely saw his opponent,
It's his own
Here
team's
it is.
breach ult as well, right?
Yeah. I don't even...
Or is that the... Is that a breach stun on the other side, actually?
I think both. He barely saw Oxy, but one blade does it.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
And these 2 kills on the retake as well. It's just a thing of beauty.
Up to 22 kills. He and Cortesia were absolutely farming in the first half. Slowed down slightly, couldn't really find their opportunities, and that big refight has just given them the confidence again. Puts them up to series point. C9 needed another 4 in a row.
MIBR have been yearning for a chance like this. Looking for a few more as well. This is Cloud9 getting a little bit too aggro.
Oh.
And still
What?
trying to hold that one down. Wasn't he stunned in the midst of all of that still? Pushed out into the open anyway and eventually will fall. Cleaned up.
But Bren, the C side is open in all that chaos. C9 will get a host plant
this
here.
could be a 3v5, and it should at least be a 3v4.
John's going to be used to try and clear out a way in through garage. Smokes it down. You can play off site if you want to, and it looks like that's a call going to be made here by Cloud9. Everybody playing down to long.
Yeah, they're falling off site because of the lack of smokes, but Mitch has full breach util, so they could actually want to fight back into this.
Could get dangerous.
No cages on Cortesia.
Time's not ticking too hard just yet. Updraft up, it's a high ground perch, but Oxy's immediately ripping heads clean off. And he wants even more. Dash procced, anticipating a swing from a specific type of angle, and Aspas so wants to deliver it still. It's getting away from him now. Flash, util, it's in abundance here for Cloud9.
I don't think he knew
from the
where he was.
brink, despite the 2-player disadvantage. Evened up into the 3v3, they somehow find a
Okay,
way to win that
12-9.
round out.
Probably should have saved that, to be
Oxy
honest,
with
again there.
2 magical shots by the look of things. We didn't quite catch it from his POV, but we'll potentially see it in the replay.
But this was all
How
Vic.
has Vic got 2 from here?
He was
Like
stunned
stunned
on
up.
both kills. Did someone's been watching the How to Shoot Well Breach Stun TikToks?
And then, yeah, Oxy gets the kill on the jump up there, as Verno was trying to get into a better position. They bring it within 3. It is still doable for Cloud9 to get it to overtime.
Again, I
On a
mean,
C hit.
just another C hit.
Updraft away from the trip, TP forwards into that smoke.
Bro,
on top of
we
it.
are just in
Full
perma
evacuation from MIBR.
retake mode. Does anyone want to try and hold a fucking site? Okay, you've seen the Cypher on site as well, though.
Nothing to push it
So you
back.
should be more
A lot of
convinced
tension
there's
in the air
no...
here. A couple of pot shots flying forwards, but now with a util. It's a more concrete effort here from MIBR to see if they can lay claim. Dice up, section up most of this side here. Cartesia right from the side. Oxy!
Wow.
Oxy! He's
Holy
unleashed!
fuck.
4 kills!
Okay, you have to take a
Cloud9 just
timeout. You
will
have to
not
hold the
die.
C site.
Oxy, the
You have
superstar
to, you have to try and
for Cloud9.
hold this, rather than, like,
Whenever
again,
this team
both
is
teams are
under
playing as if
pressure,
they've got like a
he's
Yoru
the man to
TPing across to
deliver.
them.
Going toe-to-toe with the duelist people call the GOAT. And delivering a blade storm round to himself. My God! Those shots were too clean.
I was expecting a massive pop-off there from Oxy, and he does go for the pop-off, but then he's immediately locked back in. This team really believes that they are going to win this map.
Okay,
You see
time
how...
out. Or if you're going to do that, like, push mid or something. Right? The one round that you won kind of recently was kind of a nice little surprise breach ult play. You know, interesting. Good. But, like, you just keep doing these either 4-1s where, like, we're just playing full C retake. But, like, both teams did this. It's quite strange. Like, MIBR, you were attacking against this same shit and winning yourself. But, like, if you're... The whole point of, like, Haven Defense is not to play these, like, full retakes. It's to play flood retakes, right? Where, like, we're holding on to the back site. But we're never contesting the back site. We're never contesting this. They are just running here. And this is the thing of a timeout. Okay, we've put Aspas on C.
It slipped back on Lotus.
They've had Cortesia holding C on his own. Now Aspas comes over, but he's alone. Can he stop the tide of Cloud9?
Slow, slightest of windows. That's a tag onto Oxy. A few more stray bullets. Might even collect another one. 140, 10 HP. Oxy going to be thinking twice about this one, and it's more time for rotate.
Can we get a smoke on fucking mid site?
The defense. Bring up the barricades. But now they've got to withstand most of this util coming their way. Oxy!
Bro!
Set up for success!
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Look, yeah, that smoke's there. It's about 10 seconds too late.
Go for it. It's quirky with a movement, but
oh my god! Oh my god!
Really
this is like...
claim in through the back of the
they might win anyway.
Here they come. Shanum, Cortesia, expecting something. Mitch from the side, out of nowhere.
And their money's not going to be that good.
The man who came into this
Bro,
half.
I mean, yeah, he did kind of get phantomed there a bit, but holy fuck.
To keep his team in it.
Like, as soon as Aspas is, like, seeing them, and he's seen multiple people, we should be smoking mid-sight for him.
From the young man in backside
right?
C.
The whole fucking, like, this smoke that they eventually put down should be there so much sooner, it's unbelievable.
He says chowing down on the pie again.
Yeah, well, here it is. One last chance for MIBR in regulation. Can they close out this
series? This time they go for the deep camera.
Or is it going to be going to OT? Cloud9, slow and steady.
Did he see them?
Cautious beginning.
Oh, he gets
going to be given up here, so Verno earns himself the ult. Everybody walking up past this lurking smoke. That's going to be dissipating.
Never going that
step
box.
just the one before the instantaneous trade-off. Now you're seeing it, neural theft. That's going to be giving a bit of a indicator of what's going on, and then narrowly avoiding instant defeat.
I think he took a tick of the damage there, didn't he? So he was probably only a frame or two away from dying.
And here comes the pivot option, straight through B. It's a new look for Cloud9. Most of his rounds have been ending on C. Still, reveal up. Mitch is going to be leading the charge for his team, trying to get in there. There's no pushback from MIBR.
And there's no smoke for the retake either.
MIBR just trying to find positions to try and play this retake from, but split up across the board.
You have to look to Aspas in garage.
He's going to be taking
Gotta win this fight
soon enough. Mitch, a timing to be taken, but he's got his head on a swivel. Both of them trying to hold this one in through the back. That's Vic just trying to narrowly avoid most of that, but stunned up here. Barrel. So Aspas trying to bait the shot as well to try and favor himself in a setup for the fight. And even with that whip setup, Sepa somehow misses it. This is being stuck all the way, surely.
Oh my god, Cloud9. Cloud9, the ultimate time wasters. The ultimate time wasters. What a waste of my life. What a waste of everyone's time. The most Cloud9 game of all time. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll be up at some point tomorrow. I mean, depends how quick this first game is. If DRX Global win 2-0 with Big Elevated as the head coach. I'll see what time I get up. Goodbye everyone. Holy fuck.